true diversification. That's what adding commodities exposure to your stock and bond portfolio can help provide. The Bloomberg Commodity Index is the standard for commodity market exposure. 23 traded commodities are represented: agriculture, livestock, metals, and energy. The Bloomberg Commodity Index is the benchmark most widely used by investment professionals globally. Track your commodity investments with a proven financial information partner. The Bloomberg Commodity Index. True diversification.
Banking markets, will everything function normally?
Hi, welcome to the program. I'm David Ingles here in Hong Kong. Happy Monday morning, of course, if you're joining us right now. Welcome to Daybreak Asia. Let's get to your top stories this hour. Well, we're getting started here with these renewed tensions between the U.S. and China here. China's rejecting a planned economy and says that the market will decide, while warning the U.S. against a new Cold War and reaffirming its red line over Taiwan. The coronavirus claims more deaths as cases approach 5.5 million. The U.S. bans entry from Brazil, while President Trump ends his controversial drug treatment. And violence returns to Hong Kong as protesters denounce China's new security law. Washington says it could be the death knell for Asia's leading financial center. And how is that all playing out across these markets? Very early on, of course, let's note that declines that we had from last week. There's a little bit of trepidation, some caution, if you will, across some of these futures right now. We're getting, well, the likes, I guess, of Brent crude as well. S&P futures, oh, there we go. Pleasant surprise from a little bit to the upside there. Nothing screaming higher than 29.65 there. New York crude, as we are coming off lows of the session here, but of course, I guess nothing groundbreaking there as well. 34.72, keep in mind, as far as oil is concerned, we're coming off 4 straight weeks of fairly sharp gains, and I think looking ahead, you do have a lot more data coming out this week that perhaps would give us some more visibility on the path. Do we get 5 weeks, maybe some consolidation, as we were talking about earlier in the program? We'll get to that a bit later on in the show. Right, as we mentioned, let's talk about these renewed tensions between the Chinese and the Americans here, with Foreign Minister of China warning the U.S. to give up what he calls wishful thinking about changing China, saying some in America are pushing relations to a new Cold War. Let's bring in Selena Wang, our China correspondent. She joins us right now from Beijing. Selena, we're talking about Wang Yi. What else did he say?
That's right, David. This was on Sunday as part of Foreign Minister Wang's annual briefing. As you mentioned, he said some in America were putting relations between the U.S. and China towards this new Cold War as differences widen between the two countries on trade, technology, financial flows, human rights, and more. So take a listen here to what he had to say.
China has no intention to change the U.S. or replace the position of the U.S. While it is impossible for the U.S. to change China at its own wishful thinking, the U.S. is also not able to stop the historical process of the 1.4 billion Chinese people toward modernization. Now we must be vigilant against the fact that some U.S. political forces are hijacking the bilateral relations in an attempt to push the relations to the so-called new Cold War.
That downward spiral now being exacerbated by China's introduction of that Hong Kong national security law, which would criminalize the harshest criticism of China and the ruling party. But Wang Yi said during the press conference that this legislation would not affect the city's high degree of autonomy, the rights enjoyed by its residents, or the legitimate rights of foreign investors, reiterating that Hong Kong is an internal affair. He also cautioned the U.S. not to, quote, challenge China's red line when it comes to Taiwan, which Beijing considers to be a province of China. This, of course, after Secretary of State Mike Pompeo broke his tradition last week and congratulated President Tsai Ing-wen on her second term inauguration in Taiwan. The Foreign Minister also added that, quote, the unification between the two sides of this great event, an inevitable trend of history, no one and no one feels to stop it.
Entonces, estamos en una maratón. No es una carrera de 100 o 200 metros.
Tensions between the two biggest economies seem to be ratcheting up by the day when it comes to the trade front as well as the financial markets front. So are we talking about entering a new era of I guess, deglobalization, even as the Phase 1 trade deal promises, are supposedly going to be upheld by Beijing.
Estén todavía en aislamiento, continuar en
I think
aislamiento,
that's
las
right.
personas
So
que están en
one
las
piece of
excepciones que ha
optimism here is
definido
that
el
at the
gobierno
National
nacional,
People's Congress on Friday,
pues
China
cuando
said that it
hagan
would
uso
be
de esas
upholding
excepciones salgan
its commitment
a
to
su
the
trabajo,
Beijing
lo
trade
hacen
deal. While it is
con todas las
questionable whether or not
previsiones,
that is feasible
pero
given the
además,
state of
lo
the
que es
global
muy
economy,
importante,
that seems to be the
muy
one piece
importante,
holding
esto
together
es
the relationship
fundamental.
here. But with the analysis of that
Si tiene
announcement,
cualquier
White House
síntoma,
economic aide Kevin
un
Hassett
dolor en la
told CNN that
garganta,
the U.S. is
tos,
looking at
congestión
potential
nasal,
economic
malestar,
penalties for China
fiebre,
related to its plans
inmediatamente levantar
around
la
its
mano, y
national
eso
security
quiere decir
legislation.
llamar
And this coming
al
after the
123,
Senate has
llamar
already
al
approved
numeral
legislation that
774,
could lead to
llamar a la
Chinese companies
EPS y a
being
la
barred
ERL
from
para
trading
decir
on
que tiene
U.S.
esos
stock
síntomas y ser
exchanges. So
atendido
clearly, we have fresh barriers
con la
potentially to
medicina
trade and capital
domiciliaria,
flows,
con
which
la
our
telemedicina,
Bloomberg
en
Economics
dos
says
aspectos,
makes
la
a
atención
bounce
misma
back
para que
from
le
the
tome la
lockdown
prueba,
after
pero
the
además el
coronavirus
aislamiento
even
y
harder and
la
makes
identificación de
the
los
essence
círculos
of the
para
Great
evitar el
Depression
contagio.
even
Que ustedes
harder
han
to
sido muy
ignore. And when
insistentes
it
en
comes
ese
to
tema, en el tema de
globalization,
los
you have the
círculos
likes of Tom and
epidemiológicos o de los
Reinhart, which
círculos
is a
de algún
World
tipo de
Bank
riesgo
incoming
para que
chief
la gente lo pueda
economist,
entender un
saying
poco
that
más fácil, y es
globalization is
saber qué tipo
probably
de
dead,
riesgo
with
tiene una
these
persona
flaring
que ha
trade
tenido
tensions
contacto
only
con alguien que
exacerbating
hoy
that
es
trend.
positivo
And
para
that also
COVID-19.
reminds me
Ustedes
of our
no se han
conversation
quedado
with Charlene
solamente en su
Barshevsky
núcleo
last week.
familiar,
She's
sino
a
que
former
han
U.S. trade
llevado
representative,
esto a
and
más
she
personas
argued that the
alrededor
world
para
is
poder
becoming
evitar que la enfermedad se
increasingly
propague.
apolar as the U.S. turns
Exactamente,
inwards,
Juan Carlos.
Europe turns
Hoy en
inwards,
muy
and
buena
China
parte
only
de
partially
Colombia y
fills
en
that
otras partes
vacuum
del
as it
mundo se
necessarily
interesan en
doesn't
por qué
desire to become
Antioquia
the
ha
world's
mantenido
hegemonic power.
una buena contención, porque así ha sido. Y una clave es esa
All right,
vigilancia
Wang, our
epidemiológica
China correspondent there with
que
the
usted
very latest.
mencionaba, que yo
Let's get
reiteraba,
you caught up with
en
the
donde
first
se
break headlines
identifica el
with
caso
Karina
y se le
Mitchell.
hace el
Karina.
seguimiento
Okay, Heidi,
para
thank you so
encontrar
much.
los
Hong Kong
contactos
police
cercanos
arrested at
y
least
después los
180
contactos
people after using
cercanos
tear
de
gas and
esos
water
contactos
cannons during a
cercanos y así
protest against
sucesivamente.
China's latest
Y eso
move to
tiene que
crack
ver
down
con
on
lo que
dissent.
íbamos a
The biggest
mencionar
rally in the
acerca del
city
número
since
de
the
casos.
coronavirus outbreak
Y es
came
que
after Beijing announced a national
allí
security
se
law
dan
for the
dos
territory,
aspectos.
bypassing its
Primero,
elected
van a
legislative
aumentar los
council.
casos.
The Hong Kong government says
Es
the
una
protest
cosa que
proves the
todos
need
los
for the new
antioqueños tenemos que
security
tener
measure.
clara.
U.S.
tiene clara
coronavirus cases
Colombia y
jumped
el mundo entero. ¿Por qué?
1.3%
Porque
in
es de
the
largo
past
plazo.
24 hours, below the one-week average as the
porque
country closes
hay
in
cada
on the
vez más
grim
un
milestone of
incremento de la
100,000 deaths.
reactivación de la economía.
President Trump has banned
tiene que
arrivals
haberlo,
from Brazil, which
porque
now has the
ninguna
second highest
sociedad
number of
puede
cases.
mantener
But some
frenada su
positive
economía
news,
por
the
más de
area
2
around
meses, 2
Milan,
meses
which
y
was the
medio, ya
hardest
ese
hit in
tiempo ha pasado.
Italy,
Hay que
reported no
empezar la
fatalities for the
reactivación,
first time since the
porque esa
outbreak began.
reactivación, si no se
Meanwhile,
da,
Japanese
la
media say the
postración de la
government will
economía,
lift the state of emergency in
caída del
Tokyo and
empleo y
surrounding
los
areas
ingresos
as new coronavirus
genera un
cases
altísimo
decline.
nivel de crecimiento de la
NHK says the
pobreza y por
government
allí
will lift the
hambre
restrictions
y
Monday,
va a
a week
generar
ahead of the
no
original
solo
schedule.
más
The capital
problemáticas
reported
sociales, sino aún
14 new
de salud
infections
pública.
on Sunday, the
Entonces
most
tiene
since
que
May
avanzar la
16.
reactivación.
But the overall
Y esa
rate is below
reactivación
that
genera
set by
más
the government
personas
to allow the emergency
moviéndose.
to be lifted.
En Medellín,
The
en
North
el área
Korean leader
metropolitana, en
Kim
los
Jong-un
municipios en
is
Colombia.
testing
Y
relations
al
with the
haber más
West, calling
movimiento,
for
hay
a
más
step up in
posibilidad de
his
contagio.
country's
Y
nuclear
al haber más
capability.
posibilidad de contacto,
Reappearing after several
contagio
days
y
out of the
mayor número de
headlines,
casos.
Kim told
Eso
military
se va a
leaders
dar
they should
y
boost
es
North Korea's
importante que los
arsenal.
antioqueños lo
He
entendamos.
also promoted senior
Lo que
weapons
debemos
experts.
es
State media
cuidarnos al
didn't say
máximo,
when the meeting
protegernos al
happened,
máximo
nor
para que
exactly
el
what
aumento
Kim
de
wants
casos
his
sea
updated
el
nuclear
menor,
strategy
pero lo
to
habrá.
be.
Y para que ese
Global
aumento
News
de
24
casos
hours a day on
podamos
air and on
atenderlo, y
Quick
por
Take
eso
by
hemos
Bloomberg,
aumentado
powered
la
by more than
capacidad del
2,700
sistema de salud
journalists and analysts in
para
more
que
than
pueda
120
atender
countries.
los nuevos
I'm
casos que
Karina
se
Mitchell.
presentarán.
This is Bloomberg.
Hoy tenemos 5 pacientes en unidades de cuidados intensivos.
Karina, we're
pero
still ahead on Daybreak
500
Asia. We'll be discussing
unidades de
healthcare
cuidados
policy as more and
intensivos
more economies
Ojalá
inch
no tengamos que
closer to
utilizar la mitad,
reopening with
ojalá
Leslie
mucho
Russell of
menos
the
todas,
Menzies Center.
pero es
But coming up
importante saber
next, the
que lo
Lowy
hemos
Institute's
hecho
Natasha Kassam
en
joins us to
forma
talk about these growing
cuidadosa,
tensions between
responsable,
Beijing
para tener
and
capacidad de
Washington
atender
and Beijing
a
and
esas
Canberra.
personas.
This
Y el
is
segundo
Bloomberg.
elemento frente al incremento de casos tiene que ver muy fuertemente especialmente con el tema de la vigilancia epidemiológica. No es lo mismo, Juan Carlos, y antioqueños y antioqueñas todas, que nosotros tuviéramos, como ayer, tuvimos 63 casos dispersos por todo el departamento y que no supiéramos de dónde proviene el contagio. Ese es uno de los aspectos más importantes. Cuando no se sabe de dónde proviene el contagio, cada vez estamos más perdidos. Tenemos menos control sobre la pandemia. Pero en el día de ayer y en el día de hoy, la gran mayoría, el 90% de los casos, son de 4 focos. Un foco es en Urabá, en los municipios de Turbo y Apartado, relacionado con un caso que se originó en un miembro de la Fuerza Pública, la Armada Nacional, y que por la cercanía que tuvo este miembro de la Fuerza Pública con otros de la misma fuerza, se ha tenido un mayor número de contagios. Este caso es un caso que vino del Chocó y llegó por el atraco hasta Apartador y hasta Turbio.
Yet another day of risk off across the financial markets. We bring you special coverage of all the price action and implications here on Bloomberg Television.
De los casos positivos en turbo.
During these uncertain times, we remain committed
to providing the news and data driving global markets.
To make sense of this situation impacting all of us right now.
And while we may look a bit different, we stand by that commitment. We're here for you.
Que se ha hecho la vigilancia epidemiológica y el cerco epidemiológico, que hemos hecho las pruebas a esas personas y eso nos ha permitido identificar exactamente quiénes tienen el contagio. Están aislados y eso evitará al máximo que se distribuya. Segundo foco, en Medellín, en Santa Cruz hay un mayor número, en el corregimiento de Santa Cruz, en la comuna de Santa Cruz, perdón, hay un mayor número. Y eso se está atendiendo con mucha responsabilidad y con toda la vigilancia epidemiológica por la alcaldía de Medellín y con el apoyo de las demás instituciones. El tercer caso es en Ituango, en Hidroituango. Allí hay todo un equipo de trabajo que ha venido en forma articulada avanzando en
China. Let's discuss these worsening relations with Natasha Kassam. She's with Lowy Institute, of course, she's a fellow and joins us this morning live. Natasha, good morning. I mean, a lot of these things weren't unexpected, let's put it that way as well. How does this get worse moving forward?
Thank you so much for having me, David. Look, I think it can get a lot worse. We've already seen U.S.-China relations are kind of falling off a cliff, and this is escalating so quickly. It already seems like most of the kind of initial trade agreement is not happening. Calling each other names seems to be quite a convenient way to distract from domestic failures in both countries. And we're really seeing this kind of dramatic fracture and polarization happening, leaving countries like Australia, where I am, that had close relations with both the United States and China, in really difficult positions moving forward.
I want to get your thoughts on the comments out of the foreign minister, the Chinese foreign minister, over the weekend. And I guess I'm paraphrasing him to simplify things. The U.S. should stop trying to change China. What do you think?
Look, I'm not sure the U.S. was ever really trying to change China. I think, they like to say now that engagement failed, and to be honest, at the time, I think engagement was largely driven by self-interest, right? The United States wanted in the largest economy in the world, but they did, I think, expect some level of change to happen. I think as China has become more capable and has grown in the way that it has, what perhaps should have been evident then but maybe wasn't, is that the two systems have really significant mismatches in many ways. So now the United States is kind of saying, well, it failed, so we have to change course. I think that's kind of fudging the narrative a little bit. But certainly we can see that China is larger and more important and causing more issues, and the United States is constantly pointing to China as a way to distract from its immense failures in coping with the virus. Beijing does the same thing, right? It focuses on the disarray in the United States to demonstrate that its system is better. And, so in both cases, I think it is almost politically convenient for the other to be a scapegoat, but it has really serious consequences.
Gobernador, en este momento la construcción de Hidroituango no se está haciendo simplemente para generar energía, sino para salvar también algunas poblaciones que están aguas abajo del proyecto. Y la gente del común se podría preguntar por qué si hay tantos contagios.
Yeah, Natasha, I think we're just having a little bit of audio issues with Heidi, which obviously means I didn't hear what she was trying to ask. All right, let's continue, I guess, with the newest item on the agenda here between the two, which is Hong Kong as well. I mean, you were a former diplomat, of course, in China as well. Help us understand how we move back from the brink here in terms of just these escalating tensions in Hong Kong as well, because it's hard to imagine that Beijing backs off, because that would be losing face. How do we de-escalate the situation?
To be honest, I'm not sure that it's possible. As much as I try to be an optimist, I think that the liberal democratic values that many Hong Kongers uphold are seen as a threat to China's system. And so they'll push through this law even though it seems completely incompatible with the agreements that were made about Hong Kong's future. I think those agreements were only made because at the time, China was much weaker and more reliant on Hong Kong's economic and technological prowess. But now that China is so much stronger, I think Beijing is empowered to act in this way. The United States has very few policy levers available to it. One may be to revoke some of that special treatment that it gives Hong Kong, but that is a nuclear option. You can only use that once, and if it doesn't work, what happens next? So to me, it's very hard to see this de-escalate. I do think that Hong Kong's special status and the way we see it is perhaps not recoverable at this point. And it's really hard for the people who live there and for the world that prizes Hong Kong in the way that it does.
Pero con reuniones periódicas.
How smart is this trade-off though, Natasha? Obviously what we've seen, even in that wishful thinking kind of messaging is China's ambitions laid bare when it comes to Hong Kong, right? So it feels like they're trading off control over security over potentially, the fate of Hong Kong no longer being a financial hub, a global city. Do you think that's something that's being considered in Beijing, and is that something they're just willing to give up?
I think we've seen this trade-off regularly over recent years. We've seen a focus on security, sometimes with economic consequences, sometimes with international reputational kind of trade-offs. In the end, I think that for Beijing, the strong sense of separate identity that many Hong Kongers feel, it really undermines the claim of Xi Jinping to be kind of uniting and eliminating all the Chinese people. Hong Kong's success being based on the British-based legal system, I think it undercuts all of its attempts to show the world that its system is superior. And so I think heading out the subversion, separatism, foreign interference, all the issues that they keep talking about, I think to their mind it's worth it. I do think they've considered it. Some people would argue that this is kind of unintended consequences, but I think that ultimately they don't want Hong Kong to be a thriving, democratic, free city, and if they have to lose some of those economic consequences, I think they're comfortable with that.
So we've seen Xi kind of make this grab to consolidate his power, right, after shifting the domestic narrative from, a terrible mishandling of the crisis and the public health response to, that China's done really well and given the rest of the world time. In the sense that we're seeing this power grab, how risky is it for, middle players like Australia, like Canberra, to then be wading in and antagonizing the dragon, if you will, by calling for this international inquiry and by being in the lead in doing that?
Australia's been on the lead on a number of these issues. In the past years, it was one of the first countries to exclude Huawei from its 5G network. It passed foreign interference laws before a lot of other countries had or even have today. It's, I think, a difficult balance to get right. Australia is economically dependent on China. It's obviously a close alliance partner of the United States. I really, in the end, think that this kind of call for an inquiry into COVID was more about the fact that Australia was recovering from the crisis more quickly than others. Australia has done remarkably well, and I think was moving into the next phase of preventing another pandemic of this nature. I'm not sure it was ever some, really politically calculated decision to kind of be out in front on this issue. Having said that, we've now seen some version of this inquiry passed by the World Health Assembly, and it's certainly not what Australia was calling for initially, but I do think Australia will continue to kind of make these decisions and make these calls based on their national interests and not necessarily self-censor, shall we say, just because of that economic relationship with China.
Was there a messaging in Wang Yi's sort of speech over the weekend for everyone, for all of the kind of observers who over the past few years have been kind of wanting to believe China as being the new liberal economic champion of the world? Has that reality come crashing down now over the last few days?
Look, I think often with these kinds of speeches, there is something for everyone. He did talk a little bit about China's commitment to the multilateral system and how invested they are in global cooperation. And I think for the countries that have been perhaps more inclined to see China as a benevolent rising power, they can cling on to those words. And then for those who have rising antagonism towards China, they'll look to the language on the United States, they'll look to the language on Taiwan and on Hong Kong, and see all of their worst fears confirmed there. So I do think there is something for everyone, but those messages that were clearest for countries like Australia and the United States, I think, will confirm worst fears about places like Hong Kong and Taiwan.
All right, Lowy Institute Research Fellow Natasha Kassam there. Always great to have you with us. Well, Mobius Capital Partners co-founder Mark Mobius says he still sees a lot of profitable stocks in China despite the escalation in trade and diplomatic tensions. He told us which companies he's looking at.
Well, there's no question that the tensions are rising. And of course, these tensions have been going on for quite some time, beginning with this trade war and a number of other factors, so that we can't expect to be seeing any let up in this kind of tension. Nevertheless, there are lots of stocks in China that can be purchased that are very profitable and are growing despite all the problems we're seeing. So I think we have to take it stock by stock rather than making a general picture of the Chinese market.
Well, help me understand then how you screen stock by stock and sort of how then that plays into what the government is going to do in terms of stimulus.
Well, number one, we're looking at stocks that are not going to be impacted by a trade war. That's number one. Number two, we're looking at stocks that have a global footprint. So you have many of these Chinese stocks. Well, Alibaba is the obvious one that they have a global footprint in addition to having this incredible market share in China. And then number three, we want stocks that have very, very strong balance sheets. At this stage, we have to have companies that are able to acquire other companies and gain the market by doing so. So those are, I would say, would be the characteristics we're looking for in the Chinese stocks.
Can you give me some names? Because all you wind up hearing about with Chinese companies is how much debt they wind up having and how much help they're going to need from the government. So what are these names?
Well, I mean, if, for the normal investor, these big names like I mentioned, Alibaba would be the obvious one. But there are a number of others similar to that would fall into that category. I can't give you the names because we may be buying, so I don't want to be in that position. But generally speaking, any of these names, like Alibaba, like Tencent, these are companies that should be looked at.
Okay, fair enough. If, though, some of those companies, and we can stick with the big ones, like an Alibaba, get delisted from the Nasdaq, for example, because of these trade tensions, does that affect how you think about them at all?
Not really. I mean, I know that Congress is now going to pass a bill about accounting practices. The companies listed in New York have to follow U.S. accounting. That's not going to be any problem for these companies because they already are doing international accounting, and it'd be very easy for them to come up with the right accounting practices. So I don't see that as a big problem. So I think what you've got to see is any problems in the face of sanctions as regards to technology. Now, that's an area where you have to be very cautious. But even there, if you look at a company like TSMC, they'll be able to survive any problems with the market in China, simply because they're a global company and supplying people globally, including many of the U.S. manufacturers.
Are you worried that we're going to see any sort of supply chain shifts that we were already talking about accelerate because of the virus? Or does it not matter as much if you're looking for the right kind of companies that would be more immune to something like that?
Well, this is already taking place. I mean, you must remember, it's not only the American companies that have a supply chain problem, but it's the Chinese companies as well. They have to now look afield out of their own area to find out where they can get their supplies that are not going to be sanctioned by the U.S. in one direction or the other. The interesting thing that's happening is that many Chinese manufacturers are moving outside of China to manufacture in other countries so they can get under the U.S. trade barrier. So that's another thing you have to look for. And we're looking at such companies that are strong in China, but are moving globally and are becoming more of a global supply chain company.
In case you didn't know, Mark Mobius there, co-founder of Mobius Capital Partners, and we'll have more analysis on China later this morning. We're talking economics with Jen Chang of Barclays Asia Pacific. She oversees China economics there, and we're talking politics with Susan Shirk joining us as well later on the program. Plus, you can get more on Beijing's war of words with Washington on today's edition of Daybreak for our clients. DayBgo on your terminals in case you have a cellular phone. There's another option here. Bloomberg Anywhere app for you guys as well. Customize your settings so you can only get the news and industries and assets that you actually care about. This is Bloomberg. Let's get you a quick check now of your latest business flash headlines. A new study says Amazon Prime's aircraft fleet will grow to about 200 planes in the next few years, creating this new cargo service that would rival that of UPS. DePaul University says that while other airlines are downsizing, Amazon is actually on an ambitious upward timetable. Amazon launched its air cargo fleet back in 2016, prompting speculation it would create a delivery service that would threaten UPS and FedEx. Now, reports from Seoul say Huawei asked Samsung and SK Hynix to guarantee supplies of memory chips amid mounting pressure from the U.S. to isolate the company. The Korea Economic Daily says Huawei has requested a stable delivery of components regardless of U.S. antipathy. Huawei is amongst the biggest customers for Samsung and SK Hynix, spending more than $8 billion each year. Now, coming up, protests in Hong Kong are back, and we'll dissect what happened over the weekend and these latest moves out of China. That's all coming up. This is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience.
Consistency is more important than volatility.
There's very likely to be a decoupling between the United States and China.
Look, I think the reality is this is highly unusual.
This is a really good example of the intersection of business and government.
Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
China has become much more aggressive on the international stage.
We shouldn't be calling this a trade war anymore. We should be calling this kind of full spectrum strategic competition.
This is exactly the type of confrontational developments on both sides of the relationship that you would expect in a Cold War.
You must remember, it's not only the American companies that have a supply chain problem, but it's the Chinese companies as well.
It really captures the challenges of the U.S.-China relationship this year, growing tensions over geopolitical flashpoints, even as the two sides are still trying to keep that Phase 1 deal intact.
China is going to be a central focus in the U.S. presidential election. Both Joe Biden and President Trump have advocated a relatively, I think, kind of hawkish position towards China and China trade.
And the U.S. and the U.K. will be taking the lead on this Hong Kong issue. What you hear increasingly is, okay, we've got to draw a line, and this time, this line has to be firm.
Just some of our guests, they're weighing in on these mounting US-China tensions. Well, almost 200 people were arrested as protesters denounced China's security plans for Hong Kong. Our chief North Asia correspondent Stephen Engel is watching these developments. And Steve, where does Hong Kong stand right now?
Well, it's obviously very tense here again. We've had nearly a year of street protests, with only respite coming during the last couple of months when we had a coronavirus outbreak. So it's been a very tense year, and now we have the prospect of escalation of street protests and potential violent retaliation from the police as well on the street. So it's from one frying pan into the fire here in Hong Kong. Police firing tear gas in crowded areas of Hong Kong. They deployed their water cannon trucks to disperse protesters who gathered to oppose, of course, this new national security laws that are being proposed by China's legislature, the NPC in Beijing. Now, police, warned the protesters they were taking part in an illegal gathering because, of course, Hong Kong is still under those social distancing requirements that you cannot have a gathering of more than 8 people. We don't know the exact number of protesters that were out on the street. Bloomberg News puts the estimate in the hundreds. Others have put it into the thousands. Nowhere near, of course, what we saw in the middle of the summer last year when we had those estimated 1 million and 2 million people march through the streets. It's a different scenario now, 2 months coming out of this coronavirus outbreak, and people staying at home, and the economic carnage, financial carnage that has happened as of a result. So you're right, Heidi. At least 180 people, according to the police, were arrested, mostly for illegal assembly. At least 4 police officers were injured, and multiple members of the public also were injured. Basically, renewed street clashes in places like Causeway Bay could be the norm going forward, as protesters say they are going to keep up the fight and perhaps even take it further, more violence. Joshua Wong, he's a prominent activist, he says we must stand up and fight and let Beijing know that we'll never surrender.
And one of the big questions, yet again, Steve, whenever we get these things especially, is how the U.S. actually then sort of responds to Beijing's move. Do we have an idea right now what that might look like?
Well, I think the U.S. is still trying to weigh how to respond to this new security law. Of course, there is a broader tension that is escalating between China and the United States, and we do not have the implementation of this Phase 1 trade deal either, which is also clouded, of course, this uncertainty. And will Hong Kong become, and will the White House want to make Hong Kong a potential flashpoint in escalation of this dispute with China? But Mike Pompeo, he says, these new security laws that are being pushed through the legislature in Beijing would be a death knell for Hong Kong's autonomy. Those are his words. Of course, the U.S. options, they could sanction Chinese officials. They could impose tariffs on Hong Kong goods. They could ban sensitive technology sales to Hong Kong. But a number of people are already saying, listen, if you do this and if you revoke the favored trading status for Hong Kong that the U.S. Gives Hong Kong, that would hurt Hong Kong more than it would hurt Beijing. And meanwhile, we're also hearing from Beijing. Wang Yi, he's the foreign minister, spoke yesterday trying to assuage the fears that have really arisen. We saw the market tank on Friday here in Hong Kong. He says it will not affect the high degree of autonomy Hong Kong enjoys, nor will it affect the rights and freedoms of Hong Kong residents, nor will it affect the legitimate rights and interests of foreign investors. And then he kind of made that statement that a lot of people roll their eyes at, I might add, at least the protesters. He said everyone should have more confidence in the future of Hong Kong and do not need to worry too much. Well, that's the issue here. The worry and the opaqueness of the mainland Chinese laws is what have everybody that at least on the pro-democracy side very concerned.
Markets and as well, have a look at MSCI Hong Kong, the ETF. They're over in the U.S. Steve, great stuff. Thank you so much. We'll have more on the Hong Kong story with LegCo member Holden Chow. He joins us later on, so do not miss that interview coming up. Now, checking into markets right now, so U.S. futures a little bit higher. In fact, we're still slightly bid here, still near session highs, approaching the Japanese Open, and we're called about 1% looking at fair value for the Nikkei Open in about 30 minutes from now. Oil's down about 1%, quite boring, so we're going to flip the boards for you and not spend too much time on that right now. Have a look at where you are here in Treasury futures. Earlier, we were a little bit higher. We're now flat as I guess, a bridge over troubled waters here. Gold futures are called down a little bit, and the Hong Kong dollar still seeing some weakness right now. And given what Steve was mentioning, don't be surprised by that. HKMA is saying that they will continue to defend a peg. And have a look at where you are, 7.15 now on dollar China, Heidi.
Yep, and Dave, as we continue to kind of incrementally get to reopening across more and more economies, we'll be speaking to Leslie Russell of the Menzies Centre for Health Policy about this slow process when it comes to reopening around the world. Also touching on issues relating to the inequality of the pandemic impact, as well as a prospect of vaccine nationalism. All of that is up next. This is Bloomberg.
I was actually poor.
No foreplay?
Eat your bag of Lay's with a smile on your face.
If all the diseases have been taken, I'll take a tax.
You're watching Daybreak Asia. I'm Karina Mitchell with the first word headlines. China says it will never return to a planned economy and will let the market decide its future. Speaking on the sidelines of the National People's Congress, Foreign Minister Wang Yi said China doesn't want to change the U.S. and warned the Trump administration to stop thinking it can change China. He denounced the drift towards a new Cold War and warned Washington not to cross the red line that is Taiwan. Meanwhile, thousands of homes and businesses are without power in Western Australia after the strongest storm in decades. A weakening cyclone and a cold front combined to bring winds of at least 100 kilometers an hour and a storm surge of up to 8 meters. Forecasters say the worst of the storm may not hit until later Wednesday as the system moves across Perth and heads further south. Benjamin Netanyahu has become the first Israeli prime minister to face a criminal trial while in office, denying a series of charges relating to fraud and bribery. A week after being sworn in for a fifth term, he appeared in Jerusalem District Court to deny any wrongdoing. Netanyahu is accused of coercing Israeli media and other institutions to give him good press, but says the whole case is a left-wing scam. And SpaceX has completed final preparations for this week's launch, carrying 2 astronauts to the International Space Station. It's America's return to domestic crewed missions after relying on Russian rockets for the last 9 years. The flight will be the first U.S. manned launch since the Space Shuttle was retired in 2011. Since then, NASA has used Russian Soyuz rockets to send astronauts to the ISS. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Karina Mitchell. This is Bloomberg. Heidi.
Karina, in the battle against the coronavirus pandemic, the U.S. is suspending travel from Brazil as the coronavirus pandemic worsens in Latin America's largest economy. They're now the second worst hotspot in the world. Japan set to lift Tokyo's state of emergency as new virus cases tail off in that country. And in the US, the country is heading towards a grim milestone of 100,000 deaths. Joining us now from the Menzies Centre for Health Policy in Sydney is the Adjunct Associate Professor Leslie Russell. Professor, great to have you. And I know amongst many things that you've done, you were at one point a senior health advisor under the Obama administration as well. So in terms of your experience in that capacity, is the US handling the return to work, the reopening in a cohesive and consistent way? Because we've seen, even over the Memorial Day weekend, a pretty big contrast across some states versus others in terms of whether restrictions are being lifted or being, respected in that sense.
Yes, we've seen some pretty astounding pictures from some places like Missouri. Look, I think you put that cohesive response, and I don't think...
Right. Dr. Russell, we are just having a little bit of trouble hearing you at the moment, so we'll try and get those audio issues fixed, and we'll try and get you back, of course, on the program. That was Dr. Leslie Russell, who obviously wasn't fairly obvious there, given those technical issues. Right. In the meantime, we're sticking with healthcare here. Andrew Pekosh of Johns Hopkins here, Bloomberg School of Public Health, spoke to Bloomberg about how the medical community is dealing with the treating of the coronavirus and the challenges they face as more states, as Heidi was pointing out just a few seconds ago, are pushing to reopen. Have a look.
The pandemic itself has been such a focus of the medical community and of people, but we have to remember that there are other things that are going on, other healthcare issues that need to be taken care of. Some reports this week about drops in pediatric vaccination rates are, of course, a concern, because things that are not getting done now will have implications later on in the year, maybe next year and the year afterwards.
How serious is Brazil? I looked at the log glide path yesterday per capita, the wonderful work that the FT has been doing with Johns Hopkins University, and the glide paths of Brazil and Ecuador are really, really grim.
Yes, the southern hemisphere is now getting into its late fall, early winter season, so there's been concerns about whether or not the COVID-19 virus would do better in cooler conditions and winter-like conditions. Brazil and Ecuador are having tremendous trouble in terms of controlling the outbreak with huge numbers of cases. Other countries in the southern hemisphere have been able to control that with very, very rigid and active surveillance for the virus and testing for the virus. But several countries in South America are a concern, and the emerging problem in Africa is also of some concern.
Are there, Dr. Pekosh, are there enough testing kits in emerging market economies, or is that a worry that we actually don't exactly know what's going on?
Yeah, I think the number one worrying in those countries is the number of tests, and then right behind that is the availability of good laboratories that can run those tests in a timely manner. So those two things combined are going to make it incredibly challenging for some countries to really respond well in terms of the testing, isolation, and contact tracing that are needed to control this outbreak early.
Andrew, what can you tell us about the end of the lockdown? So we're seeing a number of economies, the biggest economies in the world, reopening. Some slowly, some less slowly. But given the time lag of people ending up in hospital, when will we have a better idea of the exact situation?
And this is one of the challenges with this virus, because it can take anywhere from 1 to 2 weeks to show symptoms, and you're infectious for about probably 7 days. The lag between when cases start to come up is significant. You're seeing some small spikes particularly in states in the U.S. that are loosening their economy. Some other states are doing a little bit better right now, but we really won't know until 2 to 3 weeks from now how these states are doing with loosening their public health interventions.
Dr. Pekosz, one final question. I don't mean to be trite about it, but I think it's an immediate question. How safe will the beaches be this weekend? What are your thoughts on heading to the beach?
Well, as economies open up, as some of these social distancing, social distancing should still be in place. So people need to really be careful about keeping their distance among people when they're outside. It's great to get outside, to do some activities, to try to enjoy yourself during these times, but social distancing and wearing masks is going to be an incredibly important thing to do, irrespective of what your activity is. I know it seems a little bit odd to say that on a beach and stuff, but maintaining social distancing is the critical thing as people try to get out and get back into some sense of normalcy.
And that was Andrew Pekosz of Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. The school is, of course, supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, who's the founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. And let's get you a quick programming note as well. Beginning on Tuesday, join Tom Keene, Jonathan Farrow and Lisa Abramovich for Bloomberg Surveillance. They'll be analysing the day's headlines and market sentiment with leaders across economics, politics and finance. That's Bloomberg Surveillance, 7 p.m. in Hong Kong. That's simulcast on TV and on Bloomberg Radio. This is Bloomberg.
Another day of risk off across the financial markets. We bring you special coverage of all the price action and implications here on Bloomberg Television.
I'm David Weston. Bloomberg Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience. Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
All right, let's get back to the Menzies Centre for Health Policy in Sydney. Adjunct Associate Professor Leslie Russell is with us, and Professor Russell was at one point also a senior health advisor under the Obama administration for the Democrats. In that capacity, I just wanted to get your view on what you see as, I guess, the safety of the reopening measures we're seeing across the US. It's not exactly consistent in terms of what we're seeing from state to state at the moment.
Yes, and the point I would make is that I don't think you want to see consistency because obviously the situation in Montana is very different than that in New York, is very different from that in Alabama. So you do have to have that flexibility, but the real point is that the decisions about opening up and how that is done needs to be done on the basis of data, the ability to test and trace, and on science rather than on ideology and politics.
And do you think that's the case when it comes to leadership from the White House? You've heard from the president saying that the reason why cases are so high in the US is because they're testing more. This, as we see the death toll, approaching 100,000. Does the data and the testing that's taking place at the moment give you kind of confidence that reopening across large parts of the country, that is the messaging from the White House, is the right thing to do?
No, it doesn't. In fact, from Australia, we look on with some horror in terms of what is happening. And I think that you'll see the results, the consequences of this in a couple of weeks' time when there's a new spike in infections. So I think it's really quite problematic. And whilst I certainly understand the business and fiscal imperatives that are driving some of these decisions, in the long run, that will be an expense, not just in terms of costs to business, but cost to productivity and costs to the healthcare system and costs in lives.
Now, Dr. Russell, I guess one last question on the U.S. before we move things along as well. Is there a case to be made, practical or otherwise, political will or the absence of political will, to impose strict state borders in the U.S.? Because, as you were pointing out, things are improving at different rates.
Yes, there probably is. If you use the Australian example, there've been, where our states are somewhat larger, there have been very strict and continue to be very strict provisions that prevent border crossings. And I do think that has made a very real difference to that and quarantine measures and the willingness of the public as a whole to abide by that has really made a difference. It is difficult when you have to do business across state borders, but I think for some states that case could certainly be made.
Now, just throwing this forward, in terms of how, what we've learned, how we construct policy surrounding what we've learned so far, hopefully, the temptation, I would imagine, is to take a whole bunch of money and throw it at the problem. While that perhaps might be the case that we are underinvested in public healthcare facilities, where does that money exactly need to go, though, in terms of where you need to direct that investment?
Well, the basic sort of public health preparatory investment that needs to be made needs to be something that's ongoing and that's regularly checked and tested. And that was one failure of the Trump administration, that whilst much of that work had been underway under previous administrations, it was dropped under the Trump administration. Now, it's a new virus. You're never going to be totally prepared. But the ability to sort of jumpstart and get going quickly was lost. The difficulty about those sorts of investments are that if you don't have a pandemic, you don't actually see what's happening. So it's money that's easily cut if the budget needs to be restricted in some way. You only see the benefits of those investments if and when you have a pandemic. Whereas, there are a lot of other things that that have an immediate return on the investment. So it is quite problematic in terms of people's willingness to make those rather hidden long-term investments.
Professor, I'm wondering in terms of the dangers of a second wave for countries that have gotten it under control, like Australia, like New Zealand, even places like Hong Kong, where they've sort of, nipped the second wave risk in the bud, if you will. Is the bigger risk to another wave of infections human behaviour in terms of lack of adherence to social distancing, or is the bigger risk going to come when borders and travel restrictions are lifted?
Look, I think it's both. I think the dangers to countries like Australia and New Zealand is that we've done so well that we might get complacent. We have so few cases, and clearly people want to get on with life. They also are worried about their financial situation, so people do want to get back into the economy and back to work, whatever that new normal looks like. But we've seen very clearly in Australia what the consequences are of not keeping our borders closed. So a lot of our cases, a goodly percentage of our cases, came from cruise ships. We've had 102 deaths, and something like maybe 30% of those deaths could be linked to cases that came in on cruise ships. So you do have to be very wary, and I heard someone else on the program earlier say one of the problems is that this virus has such a long incubation period, and you don't always know when you're infectious. People can be asymptomatic, and so what we're seeing now in Australia is that the handful of cases we're having, 10 or so cases, perhaps half of those are people who've come in on aeroplanes and have been quarantined. So you have to be really relieved that the quarantine system is working. It's not clear when Australia's international borders will open up.
Right. Dr. Russell, I'm afraid we have to leave it there. Obviously, we can continue the conversation next time. Dr. Leslie Russell there at the Menzies Center for Healthcare Policy. A couple of minutes to the open over in Japan here. New Zealand's up 0.5%. Futures are called at least about 1% higher when you do the fair value on Japan. Not a lot of eco data out today. A lot of markets are closed, though. Seoul futures last traded down about 2%. Heidi.
All right, well, coming up over the next hour of Daybreak Asia, Dave will be speaking to Hong Kong LegCo member Holden Chow about China's national security bill and the renewed protest we saw over the weekend at the city. More than 200 people arrested. Market opens in Asia coming up next. This is Bloomberg.
Good morning from Bloomberg's Asia headquarters here in Hong Kong. I'm David Inglis.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts in Sydney. Major markets in Asia have just started trading. Welcome to Daybreak Asia. Our top stories this hour. China rejecting a planned economy and says the markets will decide, but it's also cracking down on Hong Kong and reaffirming its red line over Taiwan. Markets are cautious and oil slips as traders assess US-China tensions and the prospects for a post-virus recovery. Beijing warns Washington against a new Cold War. And Japan is expected to lift the state of emergency in Tokyo with the virus seemingly coming under control. However, Shinzo Abe is warning of a potential second wave.
Yeah. Do you reopen then? Obviously, with that threat in mind, and how do you reopen? Of course, and we'll talk more about the details of this timetable and the method at which Japan is looking to reopen their economy with Sophie a bit later on, a couple of minutes from now. In the meantime, though, as consistently was pointed out by futures here, we're up over 1% here on both major benchmarks in Japan. Japan is pretty much the only one left in terms of your earnings, at least for today. The likes of Moss Food in Japan runs, of course, a lot of hamburger chains, if you're familiar with Moss Burger there. Ajinomoto, which, well, makes, among other things, stuff that makes food taste better. And, yeah, we'll talk about earnings a bit later on as well. 10-year yield flat at 0 right now. South Korea is opening up as well right now. Have a look at the Kospi index or 10-year yield, the South Korean won, and just one line here coming out of Samsung. Here, the company's denying this report when it comes to Huawei, the stable chip supply requests. We'll get you the full details of that story a bit later on in the program. The company basically saying in a text message there was no such meeting as reported by that local report over in South Korea. So all things equal, things are looking good at the open, South Korea and Japan. Heidi.
Yeah, not too poorly here in Australia either, as that staggered open in Sydney gets underway. We are seeing the ASX just recouping some of those losses from Friday. We ended down on Friday about 0.9% low. We are seeing just over 0.25% to the upside in the early minutes of trading. And of course, last week, just building on that gain of 1.7%. Watching commodities, though, this ever-brewing kind of trade and diplomatic tension story continues to play out between China and its major trading partners. We had a bit of weakness for the Aussie dollar, a bit of weakness for the offshore yuan as well, as we continue to watch the political tensions relating to trade and relating to that Hong Kong security bill measure as well. When it comes to New Zealand, we are seeing trading there underway now for a couple of hours, and we're seeing upside of about 0.8%. We did hear from the New Zealand government in terms of offering more temporary payment support for those who've been made redundant as a result, Dave, of the lockdown in New Zealand.
Okay, yeah, I mean, lots of things to consider, obviously, pretty much across the board here. We're done with earnings season. We know about central bank support. Now it's obviously time to talk about reopening these economies and what that means for your equity investments. And to talk exactly about that is Sok Jen. He's head of Asia Equity Strategy. We're talking about Frank Bin-Zimra here. He joins us right now on the line. Frank, good morning. Pleasure to have you, of course. Very early Monday. What's top of mind for you this week, sir?
Good morning. Well, there are a lot of things this week. So you are mentioning the economic tension between the US and China. Well, we have also some better news, if I can say, on the sanitary condition globally. So which has been the driver of the market, and but we have a number of risks actually. Yeah. So that's a lot of things.
Hong Kong down 5-6% on Friday. Would you be buying or recommending buying in about 90 minutes?
The thing about Hong Kong is you look at the last 40 years, and in terms of valuation of the equity market, you come back to almost the trough that you had in the previous recession, or at the beginning of 2016. Now the main risk that we are seeing for Hong Kong equity market is that at a time when most economies are going to experience a V-shaped recovery, although we can have some doubt on this V, there is a risk that we have still another quarter of recession in Hong Kong, because actually when we look at what happened on Hong Kong economy and Hong Kong market, we have some very sharp slowdowns from the second half of 2019. So there has been the trade war, there has been some social unrest, and then you have the COVID. So I would say that you have a quite low valuation, but you also have some risk mounting on the market.
Frank, you're keen on China infrastructure stocks. Are you doubling down on that trade now, with China abandoning the GDP target and pretty much free to spend as much as it likes to rebuild and recover?
Yes. So we have the GDP target, which is abandoned, and it was something that was rather expected. It doesn't mean that the GDP expectation, there is no GDP expectation, and they are. And the highlight that we had on infrastructure stocks is remaining on. And actually, you really have two legs that you should consider. The one is on the so-called new digital infrastructure, coming to 5G, to Internet of Things, to EV charger, and so on. And you have the more traditional infrastructure in materials, in energy, in industrials, on which we are looking at the stocks with some stronger balance sheet and which are much more domestic than international. And we think that there are still some opportunities there.
And in fact, inflation you see as a risk. Tell me more about that.
Yeah, so what it's very, very complex to try to find what's going to be the long-term impact of the COVID-19. But one of these is going to be some shrinking supply, shrinking trade, and some reorganization of the global value chain. And you have here some risks that at some stage inflation can come back, especially when you combine this element on the supply side with some very aggressive fiscal policy all over the world. So when we look in terms of our asset allocation, we like to have some inflation-related asset included in it.
Frank, one of the themes that you've flagged that I would imagine you like, Japan dividends as well. The thing is, a lot of companies right now are still cautious with how they use their cash, whether that's CapEx, giving it back to shareholders as well. I guess my question when it comes to that theme is, can I actually trust these dividend yields that I see are published right now, that I'll actually get those dividends?
There will be some cut in dividend. So when you want to look at the dividend yield, you need to factor in the fact that the dividends are not going to be as high as we see on the trailing yield. But having said that, this is the Japan dividend is indeed one of the themes that we have highlighted in the last weeks, because what we see is that the Japanese company have been holding cash for quite some time, and I think this is also one of the reasons why the valuation of some Japanese company have been lower than the rest of the market. But when we come in this situation where cash is becoming key, this is where the dividend look relatively more comfortable and more robust that we would see in the US or in Europe, especially as you can see in these two parts of the world some changing in the regulation or even in the legal framework. So I continue to believe that Japan is going to be, I would say, a safer haven for dividend.
I like how you describe it, safer haven. Okay, since you mentioned valuations a lot, I want to get your thoughts on what you actually use right now to measure valuation? Because a lot of companies in this previous earnings season did not give us any guidance as well. How do you validate price to earnings at this point?
Yes, so you have two issues. The first one is what kind of earnings you are going to input, and as you said, well, guidance is very unclear. So in that case, you tend to look at some longer valuation ratio and take the 10-year earnings instead of the earnings for the year, and it can give you some indication of where we are on the longer term. So it's especially relevant in the case of markets where you can have a very long history, like Japan or like Hong Kong. And then you have another issue, which is the issue of the debt. And when you have a lot of debt, looking only at the price to earnings is not the most interesting metrics. We should consider instead to look at the whole balance sheet and to look at the enterprise value to EBITDA. And in that case, you would have some markets. For instance, I'm thinking about the European market. That my colleagues in Europe are more cautious, which on these metrics are not going to be that attractive.
All right, Frank, always great to have you. That was SocGen's Frank Ben Zimra there with us. Let's get you the first word headlines with Karina Mitchell. Karina.
Heidi, Hong Kong police arresting at least 180 people after using tear gas and water cannons during a protest against China's latest move to crack down on dissent. The biggest rally in the city since the coronavirus outbreak came after Beijing announced a national security law for the territory, bypassing its elected legislative council. The Hong Kong government says the protest proves the need for the new security measure.
Secretary Pompeo would likely be unable to certify that Hong Kong maintains a high degree of autonomy, and if that happens, there will be sanctions that will be imposed on Hong Kong and China. It's hard to see how Hong Kong could remain the Asian financial center that it's become if China takes over.
Here in the U.S., coronavirus cases jumped 1.3% in the past 24 hours, below the one-week average, as the country closes in on the grim milestone of 100,000 fatalities. President Trump has banned arrivals from Brazil, which now has the second highest number of cases. But some positive news. The area around Milan, which was the hardest hit in Italy, reported no fatalities for the first time since the outbreak began. Meanwhile, North Korean leader Kim Jong-un is testing relations with the West, calling for a step up in his country's nuclear capability. Reappearing after several days out of the headlines, Kim told military leaders they should boost North Korea's arsenal. He also promoted senior weapons experts. State media didn't say when the meeting happened, nor exactly what Kim wants his updated nuclear policy to be. And Benjamin Netanyahu has become the first Israeli prime minister to face a criminal trial while in office, denying a series of charges related to fraud and bribery. 1 week after being sworn in for a fifth term, he appeared in Jerusalem District Court to deny any wrongdoing. Netanyahu is accused of coercing Israeli media and other institutions to give him good press, but says the whole case is a left-wing scam. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Karina Mitchell. This is Bloomberg. David.
Right. Karina, thank you so much. Coming up here in the program, anti-China protests have returned in a very big way, in fact, here in Hong Kong, amid this anger about China's new security law. We'll have the latest coming up later on, but before that, we're talking Japan here, where the state of emergency is, well, nearing its end, with new cases of the coronavirus dwindling. The latest situation from Tokyo, or in Tokyo, is coming up next. This is Bloomberg.
Reports out of Japan say the government could lift the state of emergency in Tokyo and surrounding areas later today. New virus cases there continue to decline, with deaths well below 1,000. Sophie Cameron has the latest developments, and so Tokyo could emerge from the emergency.
Yeah, potentially a week ahead of schedule, Heidi. As early as this Monday, the government could make a final decision on whether Tokyo, Hokkaido, and 3 other prefectures can join the 42 which have already exited the state of emergency. Now, importantly, the weekly case count in Tokyo has stayed below the government's threshold of 70, even with Sunday's 14 cases, which was the highest tally since May 16th. And so technically, Tokyo could begin a 3-stage reopening on Tuesday, as per Governor Koike's roadmap, starting with libraries and museums, and stage 2 would see theaters and cinemas reopen, which local media report is targeted before month end. And the 3rd stage, that would allow bars to stay open until midnight. Now, throughout the pandemic, Japan has registered the lowest number of cases and fatalities among the G7, despite the lack of restrictions on people's movements. But the economy has been battered, and Shinzo Abe's handling of the outbreak, that has come under fire. His approval rating has tanked, falling to a record low in a new Asahi poll amid political controversies as well.
So, away from Japan, where else in Asia can or should we expect some of these measures to continue to, I guess, get relaxed?
Well, Dave, let's kick off with the Philippines, where the quarantine has been eased in different parts of the country since May 16th. The government announced on Saturday that more businesses can resume full operations, including medical supply manufacturers and delivery services. And over in India, travelers can start flying again within the country from this Monday. About 1/3 of domestic air operations are approved to restart after a 2-month shutdown. But given the continued rise in cases in India, 3 states are pushing back against its plans to resume flights, including Maharashtra and West Bengal, home to Mumbai and Kolkata. Now, turning to South Korea, on Sunday, the country did mark a 3rd straight day of cases below 30. And so the next phase of schools reopening, that remains on track for Wednesday, while authorities do stay on high alert, with Seoul's university towns being flagged as potential hotbeds. And the CDC has urged Koreans to avoid bars, clubs, karaoke lounges, and internet cafes to limit the spread from the Itaewon cluster. Now, this Monday, President Moon is to chair a national budget meeting this afternoon, while the finance ministry is to sell 900 billion won of 20-year bonds. And with more debt sales expected to fund the next stimulus budget, which is estimated at around $32 billion, the BOK is likely to signal more aggressive bond buying at its meeting this Thursday, as President Moon calls for a Korean-style New Deal to create jobs and boost growth. And quickly, a word on Singapore. The parliament is to meet on Tuesday and is expected to announce a 4th stimulus package that will target companies which are to remain on lockdown when that 3-stage reopening kicks off on June 2nd.
All right, and hopefully everything's going to be okay. Sophie K, thank you so much. All right, coming up here in the program, the pandemic is not the only factor guiding economic data all these days here. We'll look at the potentially market-moving numbers out this week from across the region, what's been driving them, and perhaps what that would mean for your money. And you can get a roundup of all the stories you need to know just to get your day started here. Today's edition of Daybreak, so for our clients, run DayBgo on your terminal to take you to this page. Also available, by the way, if you have a cellular phone, Bloomberg Anywhere app. Customize your settings so you only get the news on the industries and also the assets that matter to you. This is Bloomberg.
San Francisco, a lot of tech action today.
Our top stories this morning in D.C. and
the Dow and the S&P.
Shall we? So the euro on a 7-day
sizable moves in the currency market. Temperatures down 0.5%.
We begin in the oil patch. Saudi Arabia.
Brent crude pretty much unchanged.
Welcome to Bloomberg, the First Word Asia.
U.S. and Japan duke it out over exchange. China's slumping onshore bond market is great.
During these uncertain times, we remain committed
to providing the news and data driving global markets.
To make sense of this situation impacting all of us right now.
And while we may look a bit different,
we stand by that commitment.
We're here for you. This is Bloomberg.
The coronavirus pandemic, the National People's Congress in China, and these rising trade tensions all casting extra emphasis on the numbers coming out this week from across the region. Let's bring in Enda Curran, our Chief Asia Economics Correspondent, to take us through, well, what to expect, what's coming up, and what's important. And I think we're starting on, is that coming out tomorrow or Wednesday? Industrial profits out of China.
Yeah, on Wednesday, David, and it will be an important one. Economists looking for another double-digit decline there. Which is bad, though less bad than March, when they fell 35% year on year. So the backstory is, we know that the industrial production side of China is coming back. Some people are talking about a V-shaped recovery there, but we also know that there's concern supply might get ahead of demand. The demand side of the economy isn't keeping up at the same pace. And the other problem hitting industrial profits in China is the deflation on the producer side of things, which is obviously a clear negative when you have deflation that will suppress profits, that will make the cost of repaying debt more expensive. So industrial profits expected to be another double-digit decline. If it's better than that, then you might see some of the narrative around China's economy recovering faster than expected gain some traction.
And the Bank of Korea is set to announce its rate decision on Thursday. So what are the options that are on the table for policymakers there?
Yep, well, it's an interesting one, Heidi, because, as you know, South Korea has managed to suppress the virus without a hard lockdown, but yet the economy still remains in the doldrums, and the consumer side of things is pretty much in the doldrums too. Consumption continues to plunge. So the bank has to do something, and the expectations are that they might cut their central interest rate by another 25 basis points, and there's some chatter that maybe they might meddle with some more unconventional policies. Since April, they've started to take a few steps in that area. They're providing loans now to brokerages and insurers, and they're buying corporate bonds through a special purpose vehicle. So it's not quite QE, but it's certainly dabbling around the edges of QE, and there's some expectation that the bank will both have to cut its rate this week, and they may even signal that they have to take other steps as well. So despite Korea's success in containing the virus, they're getting walloped by the external demand story.
All right, and our Chief Asia Economics Correspondent, Enda Curran, there in Hong Kong. Let's get you a quick check of the latest business flash headlines. Bain Capital is preparing for a second-round proposal for Virgin Australia, saying it has the strongest case of any of the remaining bidders. Bain is one out of four in the race for the collapsed airline, which has been swamped by more than $4 billion of debt as the coronavirus hammers demand for travel. Administrator Deloitte says it wants binding offers for the carrier by the middle of next month. Lufthansa's near $10 billion bailout is stumbling amid talks with the European Union. Final details include Germany's exit from the direct stake that it would take in the airline, with one report saying Lufthansa would face a 3-year deadline for repayment of any aid. Berlin had hoped to make a formal offer this week, but talks with Lufthansa and the European Commission are dragging on. A new study says Amazon Prime's aircraft fleet will grow to about 200 planes in the next few years, creating a cargo service that would potentially rival UPS. DePaul University says that while other airlines are downsizing, Amazon is on an ambitious upward timetable. It launched its air cargo fleet in 2016 with speculation that it would create a delivery service to threaten UPS and FedEx.
Yeah, hopefully they get their deliveries a little bit faster as well. By the way, we're still waiting for the book. Anyway, that's part of the conversation. All right, let's have a look at your movers right now. Against the backdrop, by the way, when you look at the Nikkei 225, up 300 points here. So Nissan, out with earnings this week. Here's the thing, right? If you have $14 billion lying around, you can in fact buy the whole company. That's the market cap of the stock. It's trading at, get this, 29% liquidation value. Casio Computer was out with earnings on Friday, up the most in 11 years there. And just a couple of earnings to come out today. Moss Burger, Moss Food, and Ajinomoto are reporting earnings today. So one, of course, complementing the other. That's in case, of course, the other one uses MSG. Okay, coming up here, we'll be joined by Hong Kong LegCo member Holden Chow to discuss the new national security law imposed by China. If you had a look what happened over the weekend, and in case you missed it, we had a lot of protests really coming back, not as to the extent as we had last year, but certainly nowhere near the levels that we've seen this year as well. Hong Kong market sold off quite badly on Friday, down 5 to 7%. We'll see how that plays out. Hong Kong dollar is a little bit weaker right now, so we'll flesh out that story and what that might mean for politics moving ahead. This is Bloomberg.
Another day of risk off across the financial markets. We bring you special coverage of all the price action and implications here on Bloomberg Television.
This is Daybreak Asia. I'm Karina Mitchell with the First Word headlines. China says it will never return to a planned economy and will let the market decide its future. Speaking on the sidelines of the National People's Congress, Foreign Minister Wang Yi said China doesn't want to change the U.S. and warned the Trump administration to stop thinking it can change China. He denounced a drift towards a new Cold War and warned Washington not to cross the red line that is Taiwan.
China has no intention to change the U.S. or replace the position of the U.S. While it is impossible for the U.S. to change China at its own wishful thinking, the U.S. is also not able to stop the historical process of the 1.4 billion Chinese people toward modernization. Now we must be vigilant against the fact that some U.S. political forces are hijacking the bilateral relations in an attempt to push the relations to the so-called New Cold War.
Japanese media say the government will lift the state of emergency in Tokyo and surrounding areas as new coronavirus cases decline there. NHK says the government will lift the restrictions Monday, a week ahead of the original schedule. The capital reported 14 new infections on Sunday, the most since May 16th. but the overall rate is below that set by the government to allow the emergency to be lifted. Meanwhile, thousands of homes and businesses are without power in Western Australia after the strongest storm in decades. A weakening cyclone and a cold front combined to bring winds of at least 100 kilometers an hour and a storm surge of up to 8 meters. Forecasters say the worst of the storm may not hit until later Monday as the system moves across Perth and heads further south. And here in the U.S., SpaceX has completed final preparations for this week's launch, carrying 2 astronauts to the International Space Station. It's America's return to domestic crewed missions after relying on Russian rockets for the last 9 years. The flight will be the first U.S. manned launch since the space shuttle was retired in 2011. Since then, NASA has used Russian Soyuz rockets to send astronauts to the ISS. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Karina Mitchell. This is Bloomberg. David.
Karina, thank you. Let's talk about Hong Kong now. So essentially happened over the weekend, almost a rewind of what almost pretty much every weekend, latter part of last year looked like here with these anti-China protests returning to the streets here. Demonstrators really have a look at what we had there, denouncing this proposal, this new security law from the mainland here in the biggest outcry since the coronavirus, in fact, kept things quiet and swept through the city back in January as well. Let's note that of course, a new law has yet to be drafted, so we don't have details on that one as yet, but the mere proposal of which really leading to the scenes that you're seeing right now on your screens. Let's bring in LegCo member Holden Chow. He joins us right now on the line. He's a member, of course, and with the Democratic Alliance for the Betterment of Progress of Hong Kong. He's vice chair there as well. Holden, good morning. Thanks for coming on the program. Do you think this law is a good idea?
Morning. First of all, I think I welcome the decision made by the central government to carry on with this national security legislation, because apparently over the past 23 years, we did not have enacted any national security legislation. Like Article 23, we haven't done it. And apparently there is a loophole in our national security system. And indeed, it's necessary for us to have this national security law. And more obvious, if you look at what happened last year, for all the violence, for all the chaos, things similar to terrorism, people throw petrol bomb or even have explosive weapons to kill people. I think these all things must be cracked down, and we do need a piece of national security law to protect the safety of people. And so I think I do welcome the decision made by the central government, given the situation in Hong Kong with all the chaos and the mayhem happened in the last year. I think it's time for us to have this piece of national security law enacted. And this is to protect the safety of people. And it's just one more thing to add. I cannot name a country that there is no national security law. So apparently this is the time for the central government to fix this loophole.
Why do you think, though, if indeed it's needed, why do you think it's so unpopular among people?
Well, I don't see it as unpopular. These days I've been on the street and I've been talking to people. We have launched a online and also a signature campaign. We have received it. Just yesterday, we have within one day we have received more than 20,000 signatures. And on the street, when we talk to people, people welcome this national security law because they all believe that
hold on, just a
last year.
Hold on.
Please.
I mean, there is support. Sorry to interject, but there's also a very big part, and we saw that, in fact, yesterday, that there's a very big part of the population who don't think it's a good idea. How do you explain that?
I think first of all, I also have to denounce the violent protest yesterday. As you would see from the TV, people throw bricks again, attack the police, and also even just an ordinary man, because of different political opinion, he was beaten up by a group of protesters. It's very cruel. Now, I say I denounce this all very violent behavior, first of all. The second thing is, people, if they oppose to this piece of national security law, one of the reasons, perhaps, they don't understand the nature of this piece of law. Actually, I believe that the vast majority of Hong Kong people do not need to worry or concern, because if you are not sort of committing crimes like terrorism, or if you are not engaged in something like sedition, or engaged in this, or sort of organize this or sedition act, then you need not worry. It's only those who engage in those terrorism or organize these sort of crimes, and those who would be concerned. But I think the vast majority of Hong Kong people, of course, they need not worry. Hi.
But Holden, you've seen politically neutral organizations, business groups, interest groups like the American Chamber of Commerce. You can't say that these are bodies that are engaging in acts of terrorism, as you put it, but these are also organizations that have expressed concern over these potential changes with the security bill. So why are they worried if this isn't something that Hong Kong society, that people shouldn't be concerned about?
Well, if people don't understand the nature of national security, I think details remains to be seen. I mean, later on, I'm sure that the central government, when they have all the details, they definitely would explain to the public to address people's concerns. But at the same time, I've talked to many other business representatives these 2 days, and they also believe that this national security law is needed just to make sure that we could have a stable environment in Hong Kong. Of course, if you look at what happened over the past year, if all these violence and terrorist act continues to sort of carry on, what sort of city are we going to live? And no business could be done. So this is also effective to make sure that we will have a stable business environment for foreign investments to stay in Hong Kong. I'm sure that national security is a must for everywhere. Yeah. Please.
Holden, I think foreign investors also seem to be concerned that with this new law, it's an erosion of so many aspects of independence, or the semblance of independence, right, including judicial independence. So is that a valid concern? And what do you say about the argument that Beijing is willing to trade Hong Kong's station as an international financial hub as being separate from Beijing in order to consolidate control?
Well, I disagree with that point of view. First of all, I make that very clear. The enactment of this national security law, the purpose of that is to make sure that we have a safe environment in Hong Kong to protect the national security. And, if the violence or all the mayhem continue to carry on, we will lose the safe environment, and nobody would be willing to invest in Hong Kong in the long run. So if you look at even Macau, they have done their national security legislation, and foreign investment continue to invest there. It's just to make sure that we have a safe environment. Now, if people have concerns about this national security law, I would say now the details of the national security law remains to be seen. But once we have the details, I'm sure that the central government will come out and explain to everyone. But what I should say is, given the chaotic environment in Hong Kong, given all these violent protests and those terrorist acts happening in the past year, I believe that a lot of people a lot of people are expecting the central government to enact this national security law to crack down those violent behavior. This is to make sure the safety of Hong Kong people.
Right. Okay. Hold on. Put it this way then.
Yeah,
the way
please.
things are shaping up, and obviously we have to wait and see really how this plays out, is that this will be introduced by decree. In other words, it's being snuck in to the basic law. It's not going to go through the normal legislative process. Now, would you be in favor of something being introduced in a similar way if it wasn't this? Because a lot of people have also expressed their concern that it's being implemented without the consultation of the Hong Kong people as well. And, you know, that's a valid concern to have. What would you say to those people that Beijing is railroading this through?
Oh, well, this law is done straight in accordance with our basic law because it's enshrined in the Article 18 of the basic law that the central government does have the right to incorporate the national law into Annex 3 of the basic law, and by way of promulgation, it would be implemented in Hong Kong. So it's done straight in accordance with the basic law. I don't see anything wrong there. And about consultation or public consultation, I think people could express opinion here in Hong Kong, especially to the representative of the MPC. We have a lot of representatives of the MPC too in Hong Kong. So they could receive opinion from the public. And I'm sure that the central government would be able to get hold of these sort of public opinion. I don't see anything wrong. And then it's just one more thing here. It's just one more thing I have to add. Now, this national security law is done purely for the purpose that, given the chaotic situation in the past year, people could not tolerate these all very chaotic situations. And I'm sure that the safety of people is of prime importance. And there's a loophole, a fact, that over 23 odd years, we failed to legislate for Article 23. So there's a loophole for our national security. And I don't think Hong Kong should be a loophole for the national security for our whole nation.
Holden, thank you so much for joining us. Hong Kong LegCo member Holden Chow there with us. And we will continue to bring you voices from all sides of the debate on Hong Kong's future. On Wednesday, we'll be joined by another LegCo member, this time the chair of the New People's Party, Regina Ip, will be with us. Well, coming up next, we'll be discussing the coronavirus impact on commodity prices and demand. Commonwealth Bank analyst Vivek Da will be with us. This is Bloomberg.
Commodity investing is more than buying gold and oil. From coffee and corn to cattle and natural gas, many sectors drive the commodity markets. And the Bloomberg Commodity Index covers them all. With exposure across 23 traded commodities, Bloomberg is the standard for diversification in commodity markets. With full transparency, measure and monitor your investment performance against the benchmark used by commodity professionals globally. More than gold and oil, the Bloomberg Commodity Index.
welcome back to the program. Here's a quick snapshot of your equity markets. A lot of markets are closed today, by the way, including the U.S. and the U.K. today. But broadly speaking, it's a slightly higher start to the trading week as well. We're looking at commodities here, everything from gold and black gold, if you will, if you still want to call it that, really, just given the depressed prices we've had recently. Keep in mind, though, we're almost double from the lows that we had back. And just look at the spread now between West Texas and Brent right now. Less than $2, and gold also coming down a little bit, a third of 1%, both in gold and the cousin, silver. There we go. Heidi.
Keeping it in the family. Let's stay with commodities. Brazil's coronavirus outbreak has disrupted global supplies of iron ore, just as demand from China is also revving up, of course, with the infrastructure recovery push. All of this is helping push the price of the steelmaking ingredient to an 8-month high. Let's get more on the outlook and whether this is sustainable. I want to bring in Commonwealth Bank mining and energy commodities analyst Vivek Dar with us in Sydney. Vivek, great to have you. Is the only way up for iron ore, given these expectations that China's going to double down in terms of infrastructure investment and now these supply-side concerns from Brazil?
Sure. So look, the current situation in the short term is very positive. What we're seeing in terms of the demand side is we've seen Chinese port stocks decline, we've seen steel inventories fall as well, and we've seen steel mill margins in China lift. So all those are very positive for iron ore in the short term. But over the year, our expectation is iron ore should fall. And part of that is driven by what is happening in Brazil is only temporary. We expect supply to eventually recover like we've seen elsewhere in the world. But more importantly, China's demand impulse is going to ease. We saw on Friday the announcement at the NPC about what infrastructure spending would be. And based on that, we can see that demand impulse is going to fade. Already 2.3 trillion RMB would be spent by end of May, and another 1.45 trillion will be spent for the remaining 7 months. Now that's critical. That means demand will ease. And we think iron ore should fall towards $70 a ton by the end of the year on the back of those factors.
So around 60% of China's iron ore imports come out of Australia. There's been increasing concern at the trade tensions and the tit-for-tat that we've seen affect beef as well as barley might flow on to hard commodities. Is that likely for an iron ore? Can they get that steelmaking supply from somewhere else?
In the near term, it would be very, very challenging. And for that reason, we can't see China targeting iron ore, because it would hurt its steel sector inadvertently. So in our view, we think iron ore is safe. And even though there's been announcements about changes in how Chinese customs quality check iron ore, those changes we see as a net positive. It's streamlining the process. It's not a negative, and we can't see Australian iron ore being targeted in that method. So in our view, iron ore should be safe in this Australia-China trade tension.
Vivek, David here. Just hold a sec, just to get our viewers here, just an update here on these new cases over in China here. So 11 additional coronavirus cases for May 24th, and all of which China says are imported. So Vivek, sorry to interrupt you there. Let me get you back here. So on iron ore, how does Brazil factor in? Because it seems, as far as the coronavirus story is concerned, I can't see. It's very difficult to see how that ends in Brazil. That story. What's the supply disruption like, and what's your timetable for that?
Sure. So what we saw from Vale was a downgrade to production, and they're perhaps critical in understanding exactly how this unfolds in Brazil. And so what we saw was part of it was heavy rain, but COVID-19 risks also added to the downgrades because they couldn't get maintenance the way they expected. Now, how that plays out in the year is eventually we're going to see more and more people come back and those restrictions ease. Of course, the timing of that is going to be difficult to predict, but say within 6 months, it's hard to say that the current supply situation in Brazil and the risks that are now around it will persist in 6 months' time. So our time frame is by the end of the year, we should still see supply recovering from here, and on the Chinese side, that demand should ease from current levels, given that infrastructure spending should ease.
Now, on oil, Vivek, I mean, the higher prices get, obviously, you can make the argument the lower the incentive for producers to actually stick to their promises as well. At what level of oil do you see that the market the market needs to pay more attention to compliance?
So look, between 40 to 50, I think you need to start paying attention. I think the one thing that has changed significantly in the last year has been the fact that Russia and Saudi Arabia had that falling out, which really brought back OPEC Plus together, and this sense that look, we have to work together to save oil prices and oil markets. So I think that will keep compliance in check. But between $40 to $50 a barrel, I would still be keeping an eye on Russian supply, supply from Iraq, from Nigeria. These are all cases previously who we saw non-compliance from when the previous OPEC Plus deals were enforced. But I think the main attention in the next few months should be on U.S. oil supply. We've seen their cuts have been very, very significant in May and June. And the question is that, they've been very responsive on lower prices. Let's see how responsive they are in this price environment.
Vivek, thank you so much. We got to leave it there. CBA mining and energy analyst Vivek Dar. And coming up here, we'll look at markets and how they're likely to open in Hong Kong given the renewed tensions that we had over the weekend. This is Bloomberg.
Fuel, corn, livestock, precious metals. Commodities are everywhere, and so is Bloomberg. Bloomberg commodity indices deliver leading benchmarks for true diversification. Adding commodity exposure can help hedge against inflation and diversify your stock and bond portfolios. With full data transparency and broad distribution, the Bloomberg suite of commodity indices is your measure for the commodity markets. With Bloomberg, you've got the markets covered.
I'm David Weston. Bloomberg Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience. Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
Right, one market that we're counting down to is the open, of course, here in Hong Kong, just over 30 minutes from now. Massive drop, massive drop that we had on Friday. You want to forget about that, but can we? Let's bring in our China markets team leader, Sophia Horta y Costa, to tell us whether or not, Sophia, was the sell-off, was it overdone or will it continue?
Morning. The issue here is that we saw sell-offs like this in Hong Kong before. And back in March, when the index was actually trading at cheaper levels than this, we spoke to people and said, this is a good buying opportunity. The Hang Seng Index rarely trades below book value. It's only done that 3 times before in history. And now we got something like this, right? So the concern is still very much there. And you don't really want to buy Hong Kong stocks now when you have the weakening yuan, China-US tensions. Remember, most companies in the Hang Seng Index actually generate earnings in yuan. You also have local unrest picking up again, it's all at the same time. And people really betting as well that the currency will weaken. We had a lot of activity there on Friday. So it's, we saw a huge spike in volatility as well on Friday, and I think that really shows that people are really rushing to hedge against further losses.
Well, and it's sort of, ironic because just a few days ago with the US delisting bill, we were talking about the boon for Hong Kong IPOs, right? Is that now fading?
Yeah, exactly. It's an interesting dynamic actually for the currency market, because we do have potentially a rush of Chinese companies coming here to list in the city, and that tends to mop up liquidity and support the currency. But then we also, on the other hand, have fierce capital outflows, which really puts pressure on the currency on the downside. So it's a very tricky bet to make right now.
All right, Sophia Orta Acosta, our China Markets team leader there. That is it for Daybreak Asia. Bloomberg Markets, our China Open is up next. This is Bloomberg.
True diversification. That's what adding commodities exposure to your stock and bond portfolio can help provide. The Bloomberg Commodity Index is the standard for commodity market exposure. 23 traded commodities are represented: agriculture, livestock, metals, and energy. The Bloomberg Commodity Index is the benchmark most widely used by investment professionals globally. Track your commodity investments with a proven financial information partner. The Bloomberg Commodity Index. True diversification.
It is 9 a.m. in Beijing, Shanghai and Singapore. Welcome to Bloomberg Markets China Open. I'm Tom McKenzie with Yvonne Mann. Our top stories. China rejects a planned economy and says the markets will decide. Beijing says it doesn't wish to threaten America, but reaffirms its red line over Taiwan. Oil slips as traders assess rising US-China tensions and the prospects for a post-virus recovery. Beijing warns Washington against a new Cold War. Asian stocks rise as traders await the open in Hong Kong, where China's security plan sparked renewed protests with tear gas and water cannon. So it was the former US Secretary of State Henry Kissinger who back in November here in Beijing warned that we were in the foothills of a new Cold War. We are hearing now similar sentiments from China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi, a warning to those politicians in the US, he says, who are pushing the two sides towards a Cold War. Whilst, of course, we heard from officials here, including President Xi Jinping, that they are going to continue to let the market play a crucial role. The US, by the way, adding about 24 additional Chinese companies onto their entities list. Will China respond? Will China retaliate?
Right, and so that's going to be a key focus, of course. We're still digesting plenty of news from NPC, including what we just saw out of Hong Kong over the weekend, violence returning. But markets, though, seem to be kind of buying on the dip here today. We'll see if Hong Kong follows suit here today, Tom.
Yeah, of course, we saw that sell-off in Hong Kong, the biggest sell-off since the financial crisis, more than 5% on Friday, on the back of the news that China was looking to circumvent the Hong Kong government with that security law. Here is how the Hong Kong futures are looking. As you said, despite the protests over the weekend, some upside here, up 0.4%. China's futures as well looking up about 0.3%. They closed lower, by the way, the CSI 300 a little over 2% on Friday. The Nikkei, now Prime Minister Shinzo Abe is under pressure politically. Today you may see the ending of that coronavirus emergency. You've got some upside there for Japanese equities, even as Prime Minister Shinzo Abe remains under pretty significant political pressure. In terms of what we're seeing in the commodities space, oil is the story as well, of course, factoring in these geopolitical tensions between Washington and Beijing. You're looking at WTI there. The difference, by the way, the differentiation between the onshore and offshore currency is in focus, because the offshore, of course, has weakened significantly. There's an expectation that the fix may seek to stabilize the onshore currency. We'll look at that at 9:15 local time. Gold is down about 0.3%. And you've got the British pound in focus as well. The BOE suggesting that they may be looking at negative interest rates, at least discussing the possibility, Yvonne.
Right, and we have UK markets shut as well. US is also shut on Monday for Memorial Day, and many Southeast Asian markets that are closed to mark the end of Ramadan. So certainly we do see plenty of shut markets here today, but we're focusing, of course, on the main story here, which is, of course, these rising tensions between the US and China. China's foreign minister, as Tom had mentioned earlier, is warning the U.S. to give up what he calls wishful thinking about changing China, saying some in America are pushing relations to a new Cold War. Let's bring in our China correspondent, Selena Wang, with the latest. So, Selena, more posturing from Beijing's side. What else did Wang Yi say? What can we glean from his message?
Yeah, Vaughn, that's right. This is on Sunday as part of Foreign Minister Wang Yi's annual briefing. He mentioned that some in America could be pushing the two countries towards this new Cold War, and that this is as relations between the two countries really reach a new low. The differences widening over trade, technology, financial flows, and human rights. So take a listen here to what else he had to say.
中国无意改变美国。
China has no intention to change the U.S. or replace the position of the U.S. While it is impossible for the U.S. to change China at its own wishful thinking, the U.S. is also not able to stop the historical process of the 1.4 billion Chinese people toward modernization. Now we must be vigilant against the fact that some U.S. political forces are hijacking the bilateral relations in an attempt to push the relations to the so-called New Cold War.
The foreign minister also cautioned the U.S. not to, quote, challenge China's red line on Taiwan, which Beijing considers to be a province of China. And this is after Secretary of State Mike Pompeo had broke tradition last week and congratulated Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen on her second-term inauguration. He also said that, quote, reunification between the two sides of the strait is an inevitable trend of history. No one and no force can stop it. This downward spiral of bilateral relations is also being exacerbated by China's introduction of that Hong Kong national security law. During the press conference, Wang Yi tried to assuage concerns over that, saying that this law would not affect the city's high degree of autonomy, the rights and freedom of its residents, or the legitimate rights of foreign investors. But of course, investors and businesses are already spooked by this introduction proposed.
Yes, Selena, protests back in Hong Kong. Walk us through what the next steps are then from Beijing in terms of this security law.
So this morning, the NPC delegates are going to be reviewing the draft Hong Kong decision in small groups, and next week they're expected to approve this proposed decision. And Foreign Minister Wang Yi said that a legislative process to write the details of the law would be happening after that approval comes, and he said that this needs to move forward without, quote, the slightest delay, and he reiterated that Hong Kong is an internal affair without addressing possible retaliation from the U.S. We are already hearing rhetoric from the U.S. in terms of possible moves in response to Secretary of State Mike Pompeo saying the U.S. is weighing how to respond to the national security law, which he called a, quote, death knell for Hong Kong's officials. And some of the options that they could take for retaliation include sanctioning Chinese officials, tariffs on Hong Kong goods, including banning sensitive technology sales to the city. And another possible move could also include stripping Hong Kong of that special trading status it enjoys with the U.S. But this move would also hurt American businesses that operate there. I want to bring up some comments from our interview with Larry Summers, the former U.S. Treasury Secretary. He noted that this move of revoking that special trading status would be punishing the victim without damaging China.
Selena, thank you very much indeed, our China correspondent Selena Wang. Let's just bring you some latest lines now from Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen saying that she expresses her support for the Hong Kong people over the security law that Selena was just discussing there. So some lines there from Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen expressing support for the Hong Kong people over the security law. Of course, Taiwan is a pressure point as well between Beijing and Washington, given that the Trump administration has been making greater overtures to the administration of Taiwan. Now let's get the first word news with Karina Mitchell in New York. Karina.
Tom, good morning to you. Hong Kong police arrested at least 180 people after using tear gas and water cannons during a protest against China's latest move to crack down on dissent. The biggest rally in the city since the coronavirus outbreak came after Beijing announced a national security law for the territory, bypassing its elected legislative council. The Hong Kong government says the protest proves the need for a new security measure.
Secretary Pompeo would likely be unable to certify that Hong Kong maintains a high degree of autonomy, and if that happens, there will be sanctions that will be imposed on Hong Kong and China. It's hard to see how Hong Kong could remain the Asian financial center that it's become if China takes over.
U.S. coronavirus cases jumped 1.3% in the past 24 hours, below the one-week average as the country closes in on a grim milestone of 100,000 deaths. President Trump has banned arrivals from Brazil, which now has the second highest number of cases. But some positive news: the area around Milan, which was the hardest hit in Italy, reported no fatalities for the first time since the outbreak began. Meanwhile, Japanese media says the government will lift the state of emergency in Tokyo and surrounding areas as new coronavirus cases decline there. NHK says the government will lift the restrictions Monday, a week ahead of the original schedule. The capital reported 14 new infections on Sunday, the most since May 16th, but the overall rate is below that set by the government to allow the emergency to be lifted. And thousands of homes and businesses are without power in Western Australia today after the strongest storm in decades. A weakening cyclone and a cold front combined to bring winds of at least 100 kilometers an hour and a storm surge of up to 8 meters. Forecasters say the worst of the storm may not hit until later Monday as the system moves across Perth and heads further south. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Karina Mitchell. This is Bloomberg Yvonne.
Karina, well, still ahead, China's proposed national security law prompts the biggest demonstration here in Hong Kong since the coronavirus outbreak. More details and the market reaction later this hour.
But next we discuss China's economic plans outlined in the NPC and whether those are enough in the face of mounting challenges. This is Bloomberg.
Melinda Gates, thank you so much for joining us on Bloomberg Studio 1.0.
Who shaped my views were the women I talked to.
I think Facebook's how we won in a lot of ways.
Running Microsoft was a ton of fun, and it was, it's kind of inspirational.
This is your weekly review of the most important business news and interviews from Bloomberg Television around the world.
Well, you're watching Bloomberg Markets China Open. We're just a few minutes away from the open of trade in the Chinese mainland and Hong Kong. And Tom, still waiting for that fix here today. Was ever more present given the rising tensions. But at least when it comes to China's stock futures and even in Hong Kong, still punching higher at this point.
Yeah, and that divergence between the onshore and the offshore currency as well. Now, the National People's Congress continues here in Beijing, where policymakers have been sketching out fiscal stimulus and job creation policies to revive the economy. But tensions between Beijing and Washington remain at the forefront, with China now warning about a new Cold War. Let's bring in Barclays chief China economist Jian Cheng for more on this. Jian Cheng, let's start with the package of measures that we saw announced at the work report Premier Li Keqiang on Friday, of course. What does that tell you about the shape of the economic recovery here in China?
Well, I think we can see that the Chinese government certainly committed more stimulus, but the fiscal package has been short of general market expectation and also fall short of the measures undertaken in the West. Well, on the monetary side, and they did have committed to a significant higher money and credit growth this year from last year, where last year was actually quite low. So overall, I think the government's approach has been somewhat cautious and also measured. Continuation of, I think, what they have done in 2018 and 19 on the back of this escalating Sino-US tension. So I think the recovery is actually because of the supply disruption being gradually eased since March. I think the recovery has been on pace. There had been some upside surprise in April data because of, I think, strong demand on IT and medical supplies and et cetera from the global markets, which boosted domestic production. So overall, we do expect a continued improvement in domestic demand, benefiting from the further normalization and also the policy supports, well, with the external headwind, uncertainty of the global recovery continues to exert significant headwinds. And we maintain our 1.3% full-year forecast, yes, from 2 months ago.
That's 1.3% for 2020, is that right?
Right. We lowered it 2 months ago, yes.
Yeah. Okay, so is there a point at which this cautious, conservative approach to fiscal support, as you characterize it, from policymakers here, changes as the tensions between Beijing and Washington exacerbate as we lead up to those elections in November? Is there a point at which they have to change this calculus?
Yeah, actually, it has been our view that it is exactly because of this escalating tension between the Sino-US, and that have led the Chinese government, more likely to lean towards caution and release policy stimulus at a more measured pace rather than all at once. And particularly as the government is preparing for a post-COVID-19 world with increasing anti-globalization and anti-China sentiment. So I think this is really part of this government strategic thinking of retain some policy ammunition for the worst days to come, as we clearly have heard from President Xi and not only recently and also already since early April.
Okay, so they're preparing for the worst case scenario, Jen Chang. As Ivana here in Hong Kong, there seems to be a focus on protecting employment as well, Jan, especially when it comes to the private sector. And it's interesting, they vowed to improve the business environment for private firms and guaranteeing equal support on the policy front. To what extent do you think that that could be a meaningful boost to the role in the private sector in any way?
I think as an economist, we certainly hope so. This is part of this so-called level playing field, right, for both the state and private. And only this way we can help to unleash some of the potentials that's in the Chinese economy to help to improve productivity and effectiveness. I think it's worth noting, like you highlighted, the government shifted focus from growth to employment, and they wanted to, I think, create a favorable environment so that the people and market forces will help to playing out and to boost the economy rather than purely from government-driven stimulus.
And there also is increased spending in infrastructure, of course, issuing these local government bonds. Do you think that the amount that the market seemed to think it was modest at best, but is it enough, though, to still amplify some of the debt burdens that some of these local governments have?
I think, yes, you've raised a pretty good point. I think, first of all, we've noticed already since last year, significant amount of this local government special bond has been used actually to help the local government refinancing and to address the issues of a falling fiscal revenue as a result of significant tax cuts. So clearly, local government has faced a lot of difficulties, and so I think this amount is quite a sizable increase from last year, although we have been cautious and we only forecast around 6% infrastructure investment for this year. And knowing there would be a sizable and local government bond issuance because of the experience we've seen in last year.
A question on the currency here. China setting its yuan fix at the weakest since 2008. What is your outlook for the currency?
Oh, you mean the outlook for the currency? That's a bit sudden question. I think clearly markets have been looking for some significant volatility on the currency on the back of this escalating Sino-US tension with a lot of uncertainties, a lot of potential event risks in the run-up to the US election. And in the recent weeks, clearly with the tension escalates and the market has been trading a bit on the weaker side. But overall speaking, I think the Chinese monetary policy is going to be a lot more measured in easing versus the Fed. And the Chinese government, I think, continue to commit to a further opening up of the economy. And they've also announced to shorten the negative list, inviting the foreign investment in China. So that shall help to support some of the capital inflows and also will support the Chinese currency. Because after all, even though China may only grow at 1 to 2% this year, it will still be the fewer countries posting positive growth.
Jen Chang, always great to have you, our Barclays chief China economist, joining there on the line. I just want to recap that fix that Tom had just flagged just now from the PBOC, setting it at 7.1209. So that is the weakest fix we've seen from the central bank since 2008. That's, of course, after we saw that spike in dollar renminbi. We did see that after in the offshore rate just now. We're inching closer to that 7.15 side again, which is near that all-time low of 7.1965 that was set in September last year. All right, we're going to count, of course, just minutes away from that Hong Kong Open. Plenty of focus there after the violence that broke out once again here in the city. We got plenty more ahead. This is Bloomberg. just a few minutes away from the open of trade in the Chinese mainland and Hong Kong. Let's take a look at how the day is shaping up so far. We did see China futures, Hong Kong futures punching higher. The pre-market on the Hang Seng also looking slightly, well, there you go. We could be extending those losses here today. We're down 204 points right now in the pre-market. 8 shares also lower by 1/3 of 1%. So it seems like we are once again dealing with the violence that's erupted here once again, and that risk premium is coming back here in Hong Kong. Dollar honky, we're watching here, 775.62, still on the stronger end of the band, but it weakened the most in 6 weeks. A lot of action in the forwards market, which we'll talk about a little bit later on. But flip the boards, the biggest culprits, of course, on Friday were the property sector. That spilled over to some of the banks as well. That looks to continue here today. The Hang Seng Property Index down close to 1%, 1% or more losses for the finance index so far. And we're watching the likes of Alibaba. ADRs fell 6% on Friday after they came out with earnings. They projected sales growth plunging to new lows while there's still plenty of uncertainty. And Meituan Dianping is up next when it comes to earnings. So lots to look ahead to for more on that and what we're looking out for. Let's get to Sophie Cameron right now, our markets reporter, with the latest. So, Soph, just recap what happened on Friday and what's expected today.
Well, early in the session, we're already seeing losses in Hong Kong, set for a third day lower. This after a painful Friday, Hong Kong stocks staying stuck in bear market territory. Then investors likely to be more hesitant about parking money in the city here, given we have renewed protests on China's plan to impose a national security law here. Now, on Friday, the MSCI Hong Kong Index fell nearly 7%, with real estate the worst hit, and the Hang Seng clocked its worst drop to July 2015. And this Monday morning on the Hang Seng, with the likes of AIA Group and WH Group weighing the most on the benchmark, along with CK Infrastructure. And as you pointed out, the Hong Kong dollar has also been savaged, weakening to a 6-week low after managing to stay near the strong end of its trading band on tight liquidity before this. And derivatives trading indicating a boost in hedging against further depreciation, but hyper's premium over U.S. rates, that could perhaps help to stem some of these sharp losses.
Sophie, key things you're watching for today then?
We're going to be watching for any bargain hunting that could emerge. Already we're seeing losses, but not as painful as Friday, somewhat muted. Hong Kong stocks looking quite cheap, now valued at less than 10 times profit and trading below book value. So will investors find these distress levels enticing? Will there be any optimism for a rebound to find any, given how the city has bounced back in the past? And as Yvonne noted earlier, we are keeping an eye on Alibaba today after its earnings report on Friday. It did post a better than expected 22% rise in March revenue as online shopping did pick up, but that was the slowest expansion on record. And Alibaba's sales growth forecast that did miss estimates, coming in at $91 billion. So we are seeing Alibaba shares under pressure in Hong Kong this morning, off about 2.3%.
Sophie Cameron, thank you very much for that wrap of what to look for in the markets. We are counting down, of course, the opening of the markets in the mainland and in Hong Kong. Those protests over the weekend in Hong Kong, that version of the security law being debated, discussed behind closed doors at the National People's Congress. And we are going to be speaking to the strategist from BOCOM, Hao Hong, who says it may be a time to buy the dip when it comes to A shares. Plenty more ahead, of course. This is Bloomberg Markets China Open.
Bloomberg Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience.
Consistency is more important than volatility.
There's very likely to be a decoupling between the United States and China.
Look, I think the reality is this is highly unusual.
This is a really good example of the intersection of business and government.
Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
Yet another day of risk off across the financial markets. We bring you special coverage of all the price action and implications here on Bloomberg Television.
During these uncertain times, we remain committed
to providing the news and data driving global markets.
To make sense of this situation impacting all of us right now.
And while we may look a bit different,
we stand by that commitment.
We're here for you. This is Bloomberg.
You're watching Bloomberg Markets China Open. All the focus right now is not just on the Shanghai, but mostly in Hong Kong after what was yet again another violent weekend here. Demonstrators heading over to the streets of Causeway Bay and parts of the city here. We saw multiple arrests that were made, Tom, and we're seeing the markets coming to this reality that perhaps these protests are coming back in a big way. We're seeing this stark contrast between the rest of Asia and what Hong Kong is seeing today.
And the reality that these tensions between Beijing and Washington are entrenched and will likely continue to deteriorate as we head up to those elections in November. It's not just rhetorical. There are real actions being taken. We've got the House looking at this Uyghur bill now, the Xinjiang bill. They're debating that. And of course, you have this move to add 24 new companies, Chinese mainland companies, onto the entities list in the US as well. Will China respond to that? Of course, we had a sell-off on the mainland markets on Friday. The CSI 300 ended the session down about 2%. Here's how things are looking. The futures are pointing up. You've got some green on the screen. The CSI 300 is up just 0.1%. The Shanghai Composite is essentially flat. That's what you've got in Shenzhen as well. The small caps also essentially flat here. Weighing up that commentary from the foreign minister as well, perhaps Wang Yi saying that we are entering potentially a new Cold War, at least warning of that. But the flip side, in terms of the market, you have President Xi Jinping saying the market would continue to play a decisive role in China's economy. Let's move it on to the currency because you had the weakest fix since 2008. 7.1209 was the fix for the currency. You still have this divergence between the onshore and the offshore. The offshore there is what you're looking at, 715, closest to its weakest levels on record. So that divergence between the onshore and offshore is in focus. But again, that was the weakest fix we've had for the onshore currency since 2008. The 10-year bond yields, they've been picking up about 3 basis points. We can move it onto that board now. I think you're looking at around 2.62. There you have it. Again, we had that commentary as well from officials here in Beijing saying that more debt and more borrowing is necessary and is adequate given the economic pressures that China is under. Yvonne.
Yep, and take a look at Hong Kong once again. We're close to 300 points lower on the benchmark here right now. Focusing a little bit more on the property side and, of course, the banks. Those were the biggest losers on Friday. It seems like right now we have about 45 down and 4 stocks, only 4 that are slightly higher here today and 1 unchanged. But we are seeing it Hang Seng down 312 points, 20 points right now after we saw the biggest fall in 5 years on Friday. MSCI Hong Kong had the worst session since 2008. We're 2% lower here right now, and your Chinese stocks here in Hong Kong also falling out of favor by about 1%. We'll focus a little bit more on Alibaba, Meituan, some of these tech names that took quite a beating on Friday in the U.S. session. But of course, we got multiple markets here in the Southeast Asia side that are closed here today. Volatility spiking up just a bit here on the Hang Seng. We're at 38 right now. So for the boards, we're also looking at when it comes to the Hong Kong dollar. We talked about how it's on the stronger side of the band, But if you take a look at this chart, the forwards market is where all the action has been happening. This is what happened on Friday, where we saw those 12-month forward points had their highest close since 1999. So perhaps seeing a spike in demand to hedge against that depreciation in the currency. All right, let's focus here in Hong Kong right now. Almost 200 people were arrested in the city as protesters denounced China's new security plans. Our chief North Asia correspondent, Stephen Ingle, is watching all the developments for us. So, Steve, tell us where things stand now. Are things likely going to get worse?
Well, they could. They're promising. Protesters are promising more protests for later this week, especially when the Hong Kong lawmakers are set to consider a legislation that would punish anyone who disrespects China's national anthem. That could be another lightning rod issue, which already has seen some clashes in the Legislative Council. We could see efforts to possibly disrupt those readings of that bill. And again, it goes back to what China did late last week, and that is pushing forward with this planned workaround of the local legislative council here and basically impose their own legislation for national security in Hong Kong. And that is why a number of protesters did show up over the weekend, in particular yesterday, and in the main retail space on Hong Kong island of Causeway Bay. The police came out in full force to quell that unrest. As you said, at least 180 people, according to police, were arrested, mostly for illegal assembly, because keep in mind those social distancing regulations are still in place, and so they did use that to arrest a number of people. At least 4 police officers as well were injured, multiple members of the public as well. We've seen the video circulating on social media of black-clad protesters attacking some members of the public. Again, you have to take some of these videos with a grain of salt. We don't know who instigated what, but we did see some police actions against those protesters who did not provoke police officers. So there's lots of questions right now. A lot of people on social media questioning as well. Did the protest movements over the last 11 months, did they invite this kind of response from Beijing? Because keep in mind, Beijing probably would prefer to have Article 23, which was the article in the Basic Law, the mini-constitution, to provide for this national security law was more important than the extradition law. So did the protest for the extradition law actually prompt Beijing to make this move to bypass the local legislature? There's lots of questions today, and maybe it's why the number of people that turned out on the streets yesterday, Sunday, were in the hundreds, maybe the low thousands, not anywhere near the millions that we saw in the middle of June, but again, of last year, I should say. But again, we don't know how this is going to snowball and what the reaction would be from major trading partners of the United States, like the United States, which could use this as another flashpoint.
Well, Steve, you touched on it there, and this is one of the big questions, of course, is how the US responds to this move by Beijing. Do we have any sense of what particular steps they might be looking at?
I think they're weighing all the options right now. Mike Pompeo saying the U.S. is weighing how to respond to this new security laws, which, of course, has not been passed by the National People's Congress in Beijing yet, but is pretty much a foregone conclusion by its conclusion at May 28th, and then has to go on to the Standing Committee of the National People's Congress. Some call that a rubber stamp body, and that is only a matter of time. But Mike Pompeo saying this is a death knell for Hong Kong's autonomy. Now, the options include sanctioning individual Chinese officials, putting tariffs on Hong Kong goods, banning sensitive technology sales to Hong Kong, all a part of possibly revoking the favorable trading status that the United States bestows on Hong Kong, which would eliminate all those trading benefits and the low tariff benefits that Hong Kong enjoys while the mainland does not. So, Wang Yi, the foreign minister of China, trying to assuage the fears of investors, of the general public, of the world, saying this law will not affect the high degree of autonomy Hong Kong enjoys, nor will it affect the rights of freedoms of Hong Kong residents, nor will it affect the legitimate rights and interests of foreign investors in Hong Kong. And as Yvonne was just mentioning, the Hong Kong stock market took it on the chin on Friday, down 5.6%, the most in 5 years. So investors definitely worried. And the final line that came from Wang Yi saying everyone should have more confidence in the future of Hong Kong and do not need to worry too much. This is the issue, the trust deficit that has grown between the young people here in Hong Kong who want more say in their futures and guarantees of their freedoms that they've been promised under the Sino-British Joint Declaration and under the Basic Law. They just don't trust Beijing.
Stephen Engel, our Chief North Asia correspondent there with the latest here in Hong Kong. I just want to mark some moves here. We were just checking CanSino Biologics, that Tianjin pharma company. They develop vaccine products in China. That stock just flying here right now. That's MSCI Hong Kong, I should say. That's down 2.3%. But CanSino Biologics actually now reversing those earlier gains. It was jumping as much as 7% earlier on this phase 1 trial report of its vaccine. So they published these clinical trial findings, and they found that this 85 nCoV vaccine warrants further investigation. They said that this COVID vaccine was immunogenic 28 days post-vaccination. So the stock reversing those earlier gains, now down close to 2%. So really kind of, I guess, catching up with the rest of the Hong Kong market here today. All right, let's get to the first word news. We've got Karina Mitchell in New York. Karina.
Okay, Yvonne, thank you. China says it will never return to a planned economy and will let the market decide its future. Speaking on the sidelines of the National People's Congress, Foreign Minister Wang Yi said China doesn't want to change the U.S. and warned that the Trump administration should stop thinking it can change China. He denounced the drift towards a new Cold War and warned Washington not to cross the red line that is Taiwan. Meanwhile, North Korean leader Kim Jong-un is testing relations with the West, calling for a step up in his country's nuclear capability. Reappearing after several days out of the headlines, Kim told military leaders they should boost North Korea's arsenal. He also promoted senior weapons experts. State media didn't say when the meeting happened, nor exactly what Kim wants his updated nuclear strategy to be. Here in the U.S., SpaceX has completed final preps for this week's launch, carrying 2 astronauts to the International Space Station. It's America's return to domestic crewed missions after relying on Russian rockets for the last 9 years. The flight will be the first U.S. manned launch since the space shuttle was retired in 2011. Since then, NASA has used Russian Soyuz rockets to send astronauts to the ISS. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Karina Mitchell. This is Bloomberg. Tom, over to you.
Karina, thank you. Coming up, we're going to dig into strategy for mainland and Hong Kong markets with BoCom International's Hao Hong. That is next. Stay with us. This is Bloomberg.
I was actually poor.
No foreplay?
Eat your bag of Lay's with a smile on your face.
If all the diseases have been taken, I'll take a tax.
Back to our top story now. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi says some American leaders are potentially pushing towards a new Cold War, and we are seeing that market fallout here in Hong Kong today, and that seems to be spilling over a little bit in the mainland markets as well. Let's discuss all the implications from these heightened tensions as well as the fresh turmoil here in the city with Hao Hong, BoCom International Chief Strategist and Head of Research. Hao, always good to have you. Is the Hong Kong story once again just a local story, or could this actually raise up the tensions again and spill up to the broader indices in the mainland?
Yeah, well, I think on Friday when the news broke, both Hong Kong and mainland Chinese market actually went down substantially. the Asia hasn't seen that kind of sizable correction for a while now, and I think Hong Kong is one of the worst day in the recent 5-6 years. So I think situation is still brewing. It's very difficult to predict what sort of response we're going to get from the U.S. So as a result, it's a little difficult to place your bet, whether you want to buy or sell.
So hard to place your bets on this market. What seems to be more resilient in terms of assets now in China? I mean, it seems like everyone's been kind of betting on consumer spending, the tech plays here, on something that's a little bit more recession-proof, perhaps more well-supported post-COVID. Do you agree with that kind of take?
Well, I think at the moment you can look at, which sector in the market has the strongest momentum. I mean, clearly it's the consumer names and also the healthcare names. I think, there's some healthcare companies in China is actually looking promising on developing the vaccine. And also in terms of consumption, it's a little puzzling to me, because even though people have to consume, whatever happened, but the problem is that, the job situation in China is probably worse than the official figure is showing you. So, if income is lower and also the intention to go out and sort of, get together with your friends is weaker, then, it's hard to see how the consumption can be sustainable at a high level. So I think, the consumption names had a really good run, but it remains to be seen, whether people want to lighten the load from here.
Hao, it's Tom here in Beijing. You've talked about there are opportunities in terms of buying the dip for A shares. What is it that you see? When is the opportunity for you to get in? What are the flags that you're looking at to say, okay, now's the time to buy in? Friday was not the day for you. Is that right?
Yeah, it is not the day, and probably still, there could be better buying opportunities ahead. Just now we mentioned that the volatility in the market is going to be persisting, because it's very difficult to predict what kind of response we're going to get from the U.S. Regarding the recent development. But I think over the long term, people with a horizon of 3 to 5 years, then they probably want to look into the opportunity if the sell-off gets really extreme and really depressed pricing and valuation. And I think over the longer term, on the macro level, what you're seeing is that the relative valuation between China and the overall emerging market relative to the U.S. is depressed at a historic low level. All right, so I think normally, when you expect a reversion to mean, you would automatically sort of expect China and the entire EM market to outperform, especially in a weaker sort of U.S. dollar environment. And also within China, what we're seeing is that just now we mentioned healthcare consumption and also some of the high-tech manufacturing names and the semi names is actually looking very promising. And I think the market is sort of sniffing out the opportunities right now. So we're seeing, for example, counterintuitively, even though the U.S. is trying to ban semiconductor sales to China, the semi names in China is particularly strong in recent days because there's huge governmental investment into these sectors.
You touched on volatility. You have one of your strategies is adjusting your stock position to take into account changes in volatility. Walk us through that strategy.
Yeah, well, what we're seeing is that over the longer time, the Chinese Asia pricing momentum is actually serially correlated. So basically, what that means is that you can use historical price to predict future prices. Right? So it's very, very interesting. So what happens is that you can when the market volatility is surging, you actually want to reduce your holding of stocks over the next 2 to 4 weeks, because volatility tend to persist in the near term. But then after that, there would be a mean reversion opportunity for people who is willing to invest for the longer run. And so just now, we mentioned that some of the sectors are showing very good momentum and very strong pricing momentum in all of this volatility and uncertainties. And therefore, once the correction is over, maybe over the next 2 to 4 weeks, there would be better opportunities to buy for people with a long-term mindset.
And how are are you viewing the currency here at the moment? We heard at the MPC policymakers saying they're going to keep the yuan stable, but yet today we're seeing one of the weakest fixings for the rate there since 2008. Are you expecting more of impulsive action from the policymakers to weaken the currency amid these trade tensions, or are they really going to keep things stable?
Yeah, well, if they really want to let the market drive the currency exchange rate, then I wouldn't be surprised to see a weaker currency from here. Now, reason being, if you look at the words from the MPC, basically they actually do away from, shy away. Well, they didn't shy away from easing further. All right, so they specifically mentioned reduction in interest rate and triple R, and also they specifically said the M2 growth target this year is going to be higher than last year. So already we're seeing a double-digit M2 growth, broad money supply growth this year already, right? So that's very high. We haven't seen that number in years. And I think it's going to go up further from here. And M2 tends to be a good sort of a leading indicator of economic activities, but then at the same time, it's an indication of how much easing that is coming our way, even though the authority is not saying it. So if you want to ease your monetary policy further from here, then automatically you should expect some sort of pressure on the Chinese yuan. And also, given the overall uncertainty in the environment, I wouldn't be surprised to see people don't want to hold on to the yuan holdings for now.
Hao, always good to get your thoughts. Thank you very much for coming on the show. That is Hao Hong from BOCOM International. Now, coming up, Alibaba trims its full-year revenue growth forecast after sales grew at the slowest pace on record last quarter. Details on that story next. This is Bloomberg.
Quick check at the latest business flash headlines. Lufthansa's near $10 billion bailout is stumbling amid talks with the EU. Final details include Germany's exit from the direct stake it would take in the airline, with one report saying Lufthansa would face a 3-year deadline for repayment of any aid. Berlin had hoped to make a formal offer this week, but talks with Lufthansa and the European Commission are dragging on. Bain Capital is preparing a second-round proposal for Virgin Australia, saying it has the strongest case of any of the remaining bidders. Bain is one of 4 in the race for the collapsed airline, which has been swamped by more than $4 billion of debt as the coronavirus hammers demand for travel. Administrator Deloitte says it wants binding offers for the carrier by the middle of next month.
Now, Alibaba expects revenue growth to slow this year because of the coronavirus pandemic and rising geopolitical tensions. Revenue for the March quarter beat expectations as online shopping recovered, but it was the slowest pace of expansion on record. Our Asia Tech reporter, Zheping Huang, joins us now. Zheping, what did we learn from Alibaba's results, and how different were they from the upstart challenger, Pinduoduo?
Yeah, we see like Alibaba shares chopped both in Hong Kong trading and in New York trading on Friday. So as you mentioned, the revenue growth pace for the March quarter is the slowest on record, and also the company expected revenue growth for this year, which is also below investors' estimate. On the other hand, PDD is relatively doing better because it's been growing at a much faster pace than Alibaba. Part of that is because as a startup, it has spent lots of its money in sales and marketing expense to basically use subsidy in exchange for our market share. That's why PDD's share is also outperforming Alibaba so far this year.
And Zhiping, what can we expect out of Meituan when they report earnings today?
Yeah, Meituan is sort of in a similar situation as Alibaba because it's exploring online services like food delivery, hotel booking, and travel booking. They have all been affected by the coronavirus outbreak. The company already said last quarter after their earnings, they mentioned the revenue and the profit will both actually contracted for this quarter. Actually, it's worth noting, it's worth watching out, I guess, for the second quarter, whether things will get better.
And longer term, what do we know about China's post-virus recovery, Zhiping?
So we've seen in like from February to March, it's like the first phase of recovery. We've seen supply went back to normal, like people went back to work, merchants are back on Alibaba and PDD's e-commerce sites. But now we have entered the second stage, which is more about the demand side of the recovery. But consumers seems to still be hesitant about buying big ticket items or so-called discretionary spending. Like people are still hesitant about buying clothes or go for travels, go to book hotels. So that will cast a much longer doubt on the recovery of both Chinese economy and all of those e-commerce platforms.
Asia Tech reporter Zhiping Huang, thank you very much indeed. Now, checking in on Hong Kong markets, they have erased the losses that we saw at the early part of this session. The HSI is essentially flat now. Of course, we had the protests over the weekend. In terms of the mainland markets, you got the Shanghai Composite up about 0.2%, CSI 300 in similar territory, weighing and digesting that news out of the NPC with, of course, that increased tension between Beijing and Washington. The fix, by the way, for the currency, the weakest since 2008. Yvonne.
Yeah, so it seems like at this point, investors are finding perhaps some opportunities to buy on the dips that we saw on Friday. So we were lower by more than 200 points on the Hang Seng. We quickly reversed that in less than 20 minutes or so. So we're back above positive territory right now, just a slight gain. But the rest of the region looking pretty good as well. Japan, certainly the outperformer here. We're up 1.3%. There's news from local reports that they could be reopening Tokyo pretty soon, that state of emergency.
David Weston. Bloomberg Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience. Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
It's almost 10 a.m. in Beijing, Singapore, and Hong Kong. Welcome to Bloomberg Markets Asia. I'm Yvonne Mann alongside Tom McKenzie in Beijing. Let's get to our top stories. Hong Kong braces for more turbulence after renewed protests against China's tightening grip. Fears are growing for the city's future as Asia's leading financial center. Oil slips as traders assess rising U.S.-China tensions and the prospects for a post-virus recovery. Beijing warns Washington against a new Cold War. And Japan is ready to lift the state of emergency in Tokyo with the virus seemingly coming under control. The government says there is no longer any need for restrictions. All right, taking a look at markets right now. Seems like we are looking a little bit better than, let's say, half an hour ago. From what we've been seeing so far, markets really kind of dealing with A, reopening of economies, and then B, the simmering U.S.-China tensions that continue to percolate. So you're seeing risk assets slightly higher. You do see stocks slightly higher, mostly higher here in the Asia Pacific, though keep in mind a lot of markets are closed. U.S. futures are also pointing higher by 0.4%, but we are seeing that markets will be closed for the Memorial Day weekend on Monday in the U.S. The Hang Seng's pretty much been swinging between gains and losses. We were slightly higher just now. We're lower by about 0.25% as we continue to see more tensions here in the city, demonstrations hitting the city once again, and we did see plenty of arrests over the weekend as well. 715 inching closer to that for offshore renminbi. We're inching closer to that all-time high when it comes to dollar China that was set late September. For the boards, we're also watching the rest of Asia. The likes of the Nikkei certainly one in focus, as well as Australia. Those are the biggest movers here today. The Nikkei in particular, when it comes to, they maybe be lifting that emergency in Tokyo and some of the surrounding areas, as well as Hokkaido today, as well as Brent crude, though, that's still holding to those losses here today amid some of these trade tensions. So 34.87 for Brent right now. And we're watching currencies as well. We obviously watching dollar China, dollar yen. We are seeing here unchanged around 107 right now, but you are seeing some of these China proxies follow the renminbi lower, like the Korean won. Hong Kong dollar 775.67, but we've seen the forwards market, plenty of action there, people hedging their bets that we could be seeing some more losses after it weakened the most in 6 weeks on Friday for the Hong Kong dollar. Citigroup saying we are not bullish Asia FX. They're doing the likes of JP Morgan saying that there should be some caution on Asia FX on these simmering U.S.-China tensions. 6 of the 10 worst performing EM currencies this month are from Asia. So the won and the ringgit in particular are ones that we should be focusing on. And of course, a lot of markets closed today. We mentioned the U.S., the UK also going to be closed later on. We're watching India, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, Singapore, and Sri Lanka all closed as we mark the end of the Ramadan festival. Tom.
Let's get more on the situation in Hong Kong now. Almost 200 people were arrested in the city as protesters denounced China's new security plans. Our chief North Asia correspondent, Stephen Engel, is watching developments for us. Steve, where does Hong Kong stand right now?
Well, we just have a lot more questions following the weekend of unrest and, of course, last week's power play, if you will, by Beijing to invoke its own security laws, basically being rubber stamped through the local legislature in Beijing to impose that on Hong Kong, sort of bypassing the local legislature, which has been unable over the years, as required in the mini-constitution, the basic law, to pass Article 23. The local legislature, though, has not been able to do that. And this was always a possibility that Beijing could do this power play, for lack of a better word. And with unrest resuming and the protests possibly resuming ahead of key anniversaries this summer of last year's protest, as well as the upcoming June 4th anniversary of the Tiananmen Square incident, of course, 31 years ago, that Hong Kong always has a candlelight vigil. And also we have key legislative council elections in October. Perhaps Beijing is making this move now while the world is perhaps distracted by the coronavirus. But protesters saying, like Joshua Wong, he's a prominent activist, he's saying we must stand up and fight and let Beijing know that we all will never surrender. We would describe it as the beginning of the end. We cannot, though, we don't have enough time, but we still need to continue the fight, according to Joshua Wong. As you said, the violence hit the streets again. It wasn't in the big numbers like we saw midsummer last year, but Bloomberg News puts the estimate of the number of protesters in the hundreds, others put it in the thousands. But there were arrests, 180 at least confirmed by police, mostly for illegal assembly, Tom, because keep in mind those social distancing regulations are still in place for the coronavirus semi-lockdown here in Hong Kong. At least 4 police officers were also injured. Multiple members of the public, according to the police, were also injured. It took place right in the heart of the retail center of Hong Kong, Causeway Bay on Hong Kong Island, and there are more protests planned, especially ahead of readings later this week on another controversial law that is being considered in LegCo that would punish anyone here in Hong Kong who disrespects China's national anthem, another lightning rod issue.
Yep, another flashpoint indeed. Steve, do the protesters, in a sense, feel that they have the backing on the U.S. to continue to hit the streets in this way? I mean, how do you think the U.S. is going to respond to this move from Beijing now?
Well, they're sure hoping that they have the backing of the United States. What else do they have, I would assume? Again, how much will Donald Trump want to play this hand in the growing dispute with China? That's the big question. Mike Pompeo, the Secretary of State, has been a little bit more outspoken than Donald Trump, saying late last week that the U.S. is weighing how to respond to the new security laws being proposed by the National People's Congress in Beijing. He called those laws a death knell for Hong Kong's autonomy. The options, of course, include the possible sanctioning of Chinese officials, tariffs on Hong Kong goods, banning of sensitive technology sales to Hong Kong. But again, it raises the question, will this hurt Hong Kong more than it would hurt Beijing? Yes, China does benefit from having the lower tariffs in Hong Kong, but again, it would definitely not serve Hong Kong well. And Wang Yi, he's the foreign minister of China, yesterday he tried to assuage the fears that have been reflected, of course, by the foreign community, by the locals here in Hong Kong, by the investors as the stock market tanked on Friday. He's saying if everyone should have more confidence in the future of Hong Kong, and there's no need to worry too much. But that's the crux. The trust deficit has grown so wide over the last year between those wanting more freedoms and more democracy here in Hong Kong and the rhetoric that is coming out of Beijing.
Steve, thank you. Our Chief North Asia correspondent, Stephen Engel, covering all the developments on the ground in Hong Kong. Now let's get the first word news with Karina Mitchell in New York. Karina.
Tom, as you've just been reporting, China says it will never return to a planned economy and will let the market decide its future. Speaking on the sidelines of the National People's Congress, Foreign Minister Wang Yi said China doesn't want to change the U.S. and warned the Trump administration to stop thinking it can change China. He denounced a drift towards a new Cold War and warned Washington not to cross the red line that is Taiwan.
China has no intention to change the U.S. or replace the position of the U.S. While it is impossible for the U.S. to change China at its own wishful thinking, the U.S. is also not able to stop the historical process of the 1.4 billion Chinese people toward modernization. Now we must be vigilant against the fact that some U.S. political forces are hijacking the bilateral relations in an attempt to push the relations to the so-called New Cold War.
Meanwhile, Taiwan is ramping up tension with China by expressing support for Hong Kong over Beijing's proposed national security law. President Tsai Ing-wen says the move will seriously threaten the city's future and erode core values of democracy and judicial independence. She says a promise to keep Hong Kong's autonomy for 50 years following the handover in 1997 is, quote, on the verge of bankruptcy. U.S. coronavirus cases jumped 1.3% in the past 24 hours, below the one-week average, as the country closes in on the grim milestone of 100,000 deaths. President Trump has banned arrivals from Brazil, which now has the second highest number of cases. But some positive news: the area around Milan, which was hardest hit in Italy, reported no fatalities for the first time since the outbreak began. And Japan is set to lift the state of emergency in Tokyo and surrounding areas. There is no longer a need for restrictions in any part of the country. Economy Minister Yasutoshi Nishimura has launched the process of ending the emergency in the capital later in the day. Tokyo reported 14 new infections on Sunday. That's the most since May 16th. But the overall rate is below that set by the government to allow the emergency to be lifted. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Karina Mitchell. This is Bloomberg. Tom.
Still ahead, more on the unrest in Hong Kong and how it fits into broader tensions between Beijing and Washington. We ask how the proposed national security law could affect China's global image as it tries to deflect criticism of its handling of the coronavirus.
And later on, the outlook for commodities amid rising geopolitical uncertainty. We get insights from a commodities trade financing firm, Trayflow. This is Bloomberg.
Another day of risk off across the financial markets. We bring you special coverage of all the price action and implications here on Bloomberg Television.
Welcome back. Now, the war of words between Beijing and Washington continues to heat up, with China accusing the US of spreading, quote, conspiracies and lies about the coronavirus pandemic. Let's get more on the latest tensions from our next guest, Susan Shirk, research professor and chair at 21st Century China Center. She was Deputy Assistant Secretary of State responsible for US policy towards China, Taiwan, Hong Kong and Mongolia under President Clinton. Susan, thank you for your time. Thank you for joining us. We heard from the Foreign Minister here in China, Wang Yi, warning about a new Cold War. You were here in Beijing when Henry Kissinger talked about being in the foothills of a Cold War. Is that a useful framing for how the relationship now stands between the US and China? How dangerous is this moment?
Well, the relationship has become extremely hostile and adversarial. It's no longer just competition. It's really competition with the aim of one beating the other and trying to contain the other. So it's very disappointing that, of course, the pandemic did not stimulate a reset of U.S.-China relations and an effort to cooperate on saving lives worldwide. Instead, it actually has sent the relationship even deeper into a downward spiral.
Is the security law that Beijing seems determined to push through when it comes to Hong Kong just another further erosion of that city's autonomy, or is it a potential tipping point now in the relationship between Beijing and the US and other Western countries?
Well, it's not clear to me how the Trump administration intends to respond to this bombshell of Beijing carrying out a security law over the heads of the LegCo in Hong Kong and effectively disregarding the basic law. So, there are so many different issues on the agenda of U.S.-China relations, and the Trump administration has been pushing back on all fronts in every continent, every domain. And it's not yet clear to me how much President Trump himself or others in the Trump administration really care about Hong Kong. Certainly in Congress, the reaction has been very strong. And I definitely expect some new legislation from the Congress to hit back. Now, unfortunately, there is a need to assess whether or not Hong Kong still has the autonomy needed for the United States to treat it as a separate economy, many of its regulations. And if they say no, because it does seem pretty obvious that Hong Kong's autonomy has been abridged now, then the punishment is actually going to fall on the people of Hong Kong, not on Beijing. So I think some members of Congress are trying to find another approach that would hit back more against the decision makers in Beijing than the people in Hong Kong.
Right. How do you, I guess, essentially penalize China without hurting Hong Kong in the process? That's going to be a tough one for a lot of policymakers over there, Susan. I'm just wondering, a lot of developed countries, they do have national security bills. Macau has had a national security bill or law since 2009, and it hasn't had a whole lot of problems there. What lessons can Hong Kong actually take from that? Do you think that the Macau model can be replicated?
No, Macau is very, very different from Hong Kong. Macau, the PRC government has really been calling the shots in Macau for a very long time, even though it formally has autonomy. So it's really quite a different situation.
And, Hong Kong, of course, does have a lot more freedoms here than, of course, what you're seeing in the mainland: freedom of speech, independent judiciary, rule of law, free ports. The list goes on. How far do you think China plans to go in taking away these freedoms? And can Hong Kong still thrive if some of these freedoms are taken away?
Well, that's a decision that many international businesses will have to decide. Are they going to stay in Hong Kong? Are they going to move to Singapore? The new national security legislation, of course, we have to see how it turns out, what the details are, but it does appear that the PRC security agencies will establish themselves in Hong Kong. And as you see from arrests of Democrats in Hong Kong recently, and the kind of criticism of these folks, that they have been accused of subversion of Hong Kong. And so I expect it'll be very, very difficult for the press, for civil society, to function in the way it has functioned in Hong Kong for all this time. I think that you will see Hong Kong will become increasingly just like another city in the PRC. I do think this is a major shift, a major inflection point.
a major inflection point. It seems that if there is any glue holding the US and China together, it is the trade one, or the phase one trade deal, I should say. Do you expect that trade deal to hold up until those elections in November?
I think both sides will try to carry it out as best they can. It'll be difficult for China to make the purchases given the state of their economy. But right now, President Trump is very focused on winning the November election, and there's so much criticism of how he handled COVID that he's going to try to maintain at least a facade of the trade deal. So I don't think that either side will walk away from it.
Susan, thank you so much for your insight. Susan Shirk, research professor and chair at 21st Century China Center. Just want to mark some lines crossing here in Japan. The economy minister speaking to reporters in Tokyo, Yasutoshi Nishimura, saying that the Japan panel has approved the declaration to lift its emergency. So still waiting for some more details on that, but they are going to be talking, I'm guessing this is about Tokyo, after we have seen cases there dwindle like the rest of the country has seen as well. But Nishimura is saying to guard against virus while restarting the economy, but they are planning to lift that state of emergency declaration. So still quite earlier than expected, about less than a week from when that declaration was set to expire. So we'll wait a little bit more details on that front here on whether it's Tokyo, the surrounding areas, as well as Hokkaido as well. That was what local reports were reporting earlier. All right, let's stick to Japan now. Are we not? No, all right. We are going to be taking a look at markets here. We got plenty more ahead. Of course, we've seen Japanese markets react to that news here and the prospect that perhaps those economies and I should say those emergencies are going to be lifted. Some airlines certainly looking a little bit more favorable to today in the Tokyo session, but we'll have plenty more ahead. This is Bloomberg. All right, more signs of perhaps reopening. We're hearing some lines crossing in Korea now that all flight passengers are required to wear masks starting from May 27th. We have seen some flights, I guess, resume business travel between South Korea and China, for example. Also, when it comes to Japan, we just learned from the economy minister that they plan to be lifting those state of emergencies. We'll get a little bit more details a little bit later on that front. But we're watching Japanese stocks. They're rising, as the government said. A panel of experts has approved that declaration to lift the state of emergency, as we just mentioned. New virus cases continue to decline, and deaths well below 1,000. Let's bring in Sophie Kamrudin. She has an update for us. So, we're hearing that Tokyo may be next in line to exit this emergency now.
Yeah, ostensibly so in light of the economy minister's comments that we've just had. And keep in mind that Tokyo's virus case count that has stayed below 70, that's a key threshold for the government, even with the 14 cases that we saw on Sunday. So that could pave the way for Governor Koike to begin a 3-stage reopening process on Tuesday, which will start with museums and libraries, followed by theaters and cinemas in stage 2, and then bars will be allowed to stay open until midnight in stage 3. So we're going to find out perhaps at 6 p.m. Tokyo time when Prime Minister Shinzo Abe holds a press conference if this will be confirmed, if the decree will be lifted for the capital, Hokkaido, and 3 other prefectures. And ahead of that, again, the economy minister is saying the state of emergency was no longer needed for any region, and he's advised against travel to other prefectures through May 31st. Now, in the meantime, we are also learning from companies of their plans. Fast Retailing is to reopen 50 more Uniqlo stores in Japan this week. And as for businesses that have been struggling, the government is reportedly finalizing a relief package of more than $928 billion, according to the Nikkei News. Now, this as the Ministry of Finance and the BOJ pledged on Friday to coordinate efforts to support the economy, which has entered recession. That's adding then to the pressure on Shinzo Abe, who is facing criticism for his handling of the outbreak and political scandals. Now, his cabinet's approval rating, that has sunk to a record low in a new Asahi poll.
So, Sophie, investors obviously welcoming the news out of Japan in terms of trying to get the economy reopened. Where else in Asia are we seeing these lockdown measures being eased?
Well, Tom, starting in Southeast Asia, the Philippine government announced on Saturday that more businesses can get back to normal, including pharmaceuticals. And in Singapore, ahead of the June 2nd phased reopening, we are expecting a 4th extra budget to be announced on Tuesday to help companies that will remain on lockdown during that process. And over in India, after a 2-month shutdown on flights, air travel will be allowed again, with about a third of domestic services given the all-clear by the central government. Major hubs Mumbai, Chennai, and Hyderabad will start reduced operations from today, while Kolkata and West Bengal will only resume flights from Thursday, as several states have sought more time to prepare airports. Now, over in South Korea, more students will be back in the classroom on Wednesday after high school seniors returned last week as part of a staggered schedule to get physical classes up and running by June 8th. Now, authorities remain, though, on high alert in light of the Itaewon cluster and potential risks from the university town. So Koreans are being encouraged to rein in their nightlife outings once again. And this Monday, we may learn more of President Moon's plans for a Korean-style New Deal. He is hosting a national budget meeting ahead of next month's likely tabling of a 3rd supplementary budget.
Sophie Kamrudin, thank you very much indeed. Well, plenty more ahead on the show. This is Bloomberg.
It is 10:29 a.m. in Hong Kong and Shanghai and 10:29 p.m. here in New York. I'm Karina Mitchell with the First Word headlines. Hong Kong police arrested at least 180 people after using tear gas and water cannons during a protest against China's latest move to crack down on dissent. The biggest rally in the city since the coronavirus outbreak came after Beijing announced a national security law for the territory, bypassing its elected legislative council. The Hong Kong government says the protest proves the need for the new security measure.
Secretary Pompeo would likely be unable to certify that Hong Kong maintains a high degree of autonomy, and if that happens, there will be sanctions that will be imposed on Hong Kong and China. It's hard to see how Hong Kong could remain the Asian financial center that it's become if China takes over.
Samsung has denied a report saying Huawei has asked for a guaranteed supply of memory chips amid mounting pressure from the U.S. to isolate the Chinese company. The Korea Economic Daily said Huawei requested a stable delivery of components from Samsung and SK Hynix, regardless of U.S. antipathy. Huawei is amongst the biggest customers for Korean chips, spending more than $8 billion every year. Meanwhile, North Korean leader Kim Jong-un is testing relations with the West, calling for a step up in his country's nuclear capability. Reappearing after several days out of the headlines, Kim told military leaders they should boost North Korea's arsenal. He also promoted senior weapons experts. State media didn't say when the meeting happened, nor exactly what Kim wants his updated nuclear strategy to be. Benjamin Netanyahu has become the first Israeli prime minister to face a criminal trial while in office, denying a series of charges relating to fraud and bribery. A week after being sworn in for a fifth term, he appeared in Jerusalem District Court to deny any wrongdoing. Netanyahu is accused of coercing Israeli media and other institutions to give him good press, but says the whole case is a left-wing scam. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Karina Mitchell. This is Bloomberg. Yvonne.
Karina, thanks. Well, commodities could wrap up their first back-to-back monthly set of gains in 2020 this week, with oil, gold, copper all trading higher in May on optimism over lockdown easing. Let's discuss all that with Tom James, co-founder and CEO of commodities trade financing firm Trade Flow. Tom, thank you so much for joining us. I know you don't focus too much on the base metals or oil in particular, but it seems like we're seeing commodities markets dealing with a little bit more about the optimism of economies reopening. But then again, you have these U.S.-China trade tensions that seem to be simmering once again. How does that impact your world of soft commodities?
Well, certainly, yes. People still need to eat, and even though they may drive less, the oil demand is starting to pick up, and obviously we've seen cutbacks by Saudi and Russia as well, which have helped. But it's just definitely looking like a kind of a U-shaped recovery, not a V-shaped recovery. We've seen a lot of restrictions also on shipping and the movement of goods and people, and so that takes time to recover. There's a bit of a backlog in the markets.
It's not just U.S. and China, but also China and Australia, where we've seen Beijing slap tariffs on Australian barley. How is that going to play out for the grain industry?
Yes, that was a surprising move there. And as you said, with these types of kind of trade wars going on and blame game with the COVID-19, that is obviously causing some disruptions. We've seen climate change and weather also impacting a lot of the rice and grains markets. There's been some strange weather going on, which also particularly heavy rains or not enough rains in the right place. So these types of tariffs are sort of boosting prices. We're seeing rice, for example, at all-time highs since about 2013-14. We've not seen these types of price rises. So that's going to impact, obviously, people who are already having a tough time, and now, general food prices are pushing up.
Yeah, that obviously has implications potentially for inflation as well, Tom. In terms of what we're seeing, because of course soybean purchases by China, US soybean purchases, was something of a barometer as to how well the relationship or how badly the relationship was going. What are you seeing in terms of purchases in the soybean space at this point?
Yes, what was interesting is that obviously in February, March, we saw commodity prices coming down. And everyone initially sort of felt, oh, this is another 2008 kind of crash. But it was very different. This is the first time in commodity industry we've seen both a supply disruption in many markets as well as a demand disruption simultaneously. What was interesting, oil, cashew nuts collapsed very quickly. But a lot of the beans markets like soya actually held up pretty well. We only saw kind of a 5-6% slip during the initial impact of COVID-19. Prices have been recovering pretty well and still quite stable at the moment, I have to say. I think that's probably because of supply disruptions in other areas.
Okay, interesting. Storage is obviously a story that we've been discussing around the oil, the surplus of oil, and the lack of storage, particularly in the US. When it comes to soft commodities, what is the dynamic that you're seeing in terms of that demand for storage?
Demand for storage, well, at the moment, a lot of prices are very high. We've seen obviously shipping disruptions, which have caused supply disruptions. So stuff hasn't moved to the right places. Containers, to move goods have been in the wrong place as well. So that, there's many months of lag to get logistics in the right place. So that means the spot markets have been held higher quite well. So there's more of the demand for immediate supply as opposed to storing anything at the moment because of the backwardation in the markets. It's very much the
Tom,
oil that has been stored.
Right. Okay. So mostly oil. You made hundreds of transactions when it comes to commodities, from diesel, coal, red beans, the like. The fund, though, hasn't really been stuck with a boatload of cargo just yet. What do you think you're doing right at this point, and do you expect that to continue?
Well, our fund set up to specifically target and support SME firms and the smaller transactions, which are typically the agricultural markets and small energy deals. And so the biggest threat we have at the moment has been because of the crisis. Banks, who are the traditional lenders and financiers for the sort of trade in key bulk raw commodities that keep economies moving, pulling out. So, there's a lot of nervousness in the market, in the credit markets, and naturally banks and traditional lenders are pulling out of this space. So we're really swamped at the moment in terms of demand from SME firms to help support, the smaller deals below $15 million per trade, which is probably the bulk of agri kind of deals, the food and the grain stuff.
And last question, Tom. Out of all the commodities that you cover, what stands out to you as being an outperformer? What's going to be more resilient to not just the COVID impact, but also the supply and demand dynamics that you just highlighted?
Yeah, it has to be the agri markets, I think, because there we've had the supply dynamics with the COVID-19 issues and continued restrictions of moving people and shipping around at ports, etc., which just slowed everything down. Plus also certain weather impacts as well in terms of droughts and also various issues in Africa with locusts, etc. So, there's going to be a bit of a strain on some of those key food crops, I guess. So those will continue to be strong.
Tom, thank you very much for your insights indeed. Tom James from TradeFlow. Coming up on the show, we ask what we can glean from upcoming economic indicators across Asia with a raft of data due this week. That is just ahead. This is Bloomberg.
these uncertain times, we remain committed
to providing the news and data driving global markets.
To make sense of this situation impacting all of us right now.
And while we may look a bit different,
we stand by that commitment.
We're here for you. This is Bloomberg.
Welcome back. The coronavirus pandemic, the National People's Congress here in Beijing, and rising trade tensions all cast extra emphasis on Asia's economic news this week. Our Asia Economy Managing Editor Malcolm Scott joins us on the line now. Malcolm, we've been talking about some of these economies here. Japan, for example, today starting to relax some of its restrictions. We're looking ahead to some data here in China, of course. We've got the manufacturing PMI out towards the end of the week. We've got industrial profits out. What is it that you're looking at to give us a sense of where the economy in this region is heading?
Hi there, Tom. Yeah, I mean, the key issue, not just for Asia, but for the world is, can these signs of some stability in little pockets of the economies that are able to start this reopening path, such as some of the, the green shoots we've seen in some of the Chinese data, can they maintain and can they continue to strengthen if the rest of the world remains in lockdown, if the rest of the world demand is a big question mark? We've certainly seen China's manufacturing sector come back to life, but the demand isn't there in China. People remain, of course, reluctant to go to restaurants, reluctant to spend money. So even in that economy, which was first in, now first out, we're seeing this demand lag. So can a supply-led recovery continue, and will that survive if the rest of the world faces the same sort of pattern that we've seen in China? So we've got bits of data you mentioned that will be key to see those trends. At the end of the week, on Sunday actually, is that PMI, that all-important China manufacturing PMI report. You know, it's back above 50. Can it hold there in May?
And Malcolm, we're expecting the Bank of Korea to decide on policy this week as well. And we've seen a bit of, I guess, differences in regional central banks as well. You had that surprise cut from the RBI on Friday, but then you have the likes of Bank Indonesia hitting the pause button when it comes to easing. Are policymakers in Asia, in particular, are they done with easing, do you think? What can we expect from the BOK?
Well, at this stage, the economists, it's not a comprehensive survey yet, but at this stage, there's more economists expecting a cut than a hold. So that should tell us something. If we go on that benchmark interest rates could go down to 0.5%. There's even one economist saying 0.25% for Korea. So we probably will see some more moves. But overall, Yvonne, you're right. The central banks in this part of the world have done a lot already. And I think we're going to a stage where, there's limited room to do more. We've seen also the emphasis shift a little bit in recent weeks. The BOJ on Friday, of course, announcing more details on that lending program to small businesses. So it seems we've gone through the benchmark interest rate cut phase. They've done the emergency work to try and stop this becoming a financial crisis. Now the real focus is making sure they can keep some businesses afloat, keep workers in jobs, and that means lending programs and lots of liquidity operations to keep money plentiful, but not necessarily that much cheaper because, there's not a lot of room for continued conventional easing.
Malcolm, in terms of Singapore, set to present a full set of stimulus measures potentially on Tuesday. What are we expecting on that front? How much more can they do?
They've got such a robust position in terms of, relative to lots of other economies that they probably can do quite a bit more. And, the data suggests they're going to need to. We've already had the 1Q numbers. We'll get a final number, and that should confirm that, the economy really is suffering. It's such a small, open economy, too, reliant on the rest of the world, whether it be through, manufacturing, supply chains or international tourism and business travel. Singapore relies on the global economy humming. It's going to struggle while ever the global economy is seized. So there's more work to do there to ensure that people stay in jobs and the economy doesn't crater.
Malcolm, a busy week for you. Thank you very much indeed, our Asia Economy Managing Editor, Malcolm Scott. Now, coming up, the Chinese stocks that have caught the attention of veteran investor Mark Mobius. We will hear from him next. This is Bloomberg.
In San Francisco, a lot of tech action today.
Our top stories this morning in D.C. and
the Dow and the S&P.
Shall we? So the euro on a 7-day
sizable moves in the currency market. Temperatures down 0.5%.
We begin in the oil patch. Saudi Arabia.
Brent crude pretty much unchanged.
Welcome to Bloomberg, the first word Asia.
The U.S. and Japan duke it out over exchange.
China's slumping onshore bond market is great.
Another day of risk off across the financial markets. We bring you special coverage of all the price action and implications here on Bloomberg Television.
Mobius Capital Partners co-founder Mark Mobius says he still sees a lot of profitable stocks in China despite the escalation in trade tensions. He told us which companies he's looking at.
Well, there's no question that the tensions are rising. And of course, these tensions have been going on for quite some time, in the beginning with this trade war and a number of other factors, so that we can't expect to be seeing any let up in this kind of tension. Nevertheless, there are lots of stocks in China that can be purchased that are very profitable and are growing despite all the problems we're seeing. So I think we have to take it stock by stock rather than making a general picture of the Chinese market.
Well, help me understand then how you screen stock by stock and sort of how then that plays into what the government is going to do in terms of stimulus.
Well, number one, we're looking at stocks that are not going to be impacted by a trade war. That's number one. Number two, we're looking at stocks that have a global footprint. So you have many of these Chinese stocks. Well, Alibaba is the obvious one that they have a global footprint in addition to having this incredible market share in China. And then number three, we want stocks that have very, very strong balance sheets. At this stage, we have to have companies that are able to acquire other companies and gain the market by doing so. So those, I would say, would be the characteristics we're looking for in the Chinese stocks.
Can you give me some names? Because all you wind up hearing about with Chinese companies is how much debt they wind up having and how much help they're going to need from the government. So what are these names?
Well, I mean, if, for the normal investor, these big names like I mentioned, Alibaba would be the obvious one. But there are a number of others similar to that would fall into that category. I can't give you the names because we may be buying, so I don't want to be in that position. But generally speaking, any of these names, like Alibaba, like Tencent, these are companies that should be looked at.
Okay, fair enough. If, though, some of those companies, and we can stick with the big ones, like an Alibaba, get delisted from the Nasdaq, for example, because of these trade tensions, does that affect how you think about them at all?
Not really. I mean, I know that Congress is now going to pass a bill about accounting practices. The companies listed in New York have to follow U.S. accounting. That's not going to be any problem for these companies because they already are doing international accounting, and it'd be very easy for them to come up with the right accounting practices. So I don't see that as a big problem. So I think what you've got to see is any problems in the face of sanctions as regards to technology. Now, that's an area where you have to be very cautious. But even there, if you look at a company like TSMC, they'll be able to survive any problems with the market in China simply because they're a global company and supplying people globally, including many of the U.S. manufacturers.
Are you worried that we're going to see any sort of supply chain shifts that we were already talking about accelerate because of the virus? Or does it not matter as much if you're looking for the right kind of companies that would be more immune to something like that?
Well, this is already taking place. I mean, you must remember, it's not only the American companies that have a supply chain problem, but it's the Chinese companies as well. They have to now look afield out of their own area to find out where they can get their supplies that are not going to be sanctioned by the U.S. in one direction or the other. The interesting thing that's happening is that many Chinese manufacturers are moving outside of China to manufacture in other countries so they can get under the U.S. trade barrier. So that's another thing you have to look for. And we're looking at such companies that are strong in China, but are moving globally and are becoming more of a global supply chain company.
And that was Mark Mobius, co-founder of Mobius Capital Partners, who likes Alibaba and Tencent, despite all the tensions between Beijing and Washington. Now, a quick check of the latest business flash headlines. And CanSino Biologics reversed early gains after a report that its experimental coronavirus vaccine was safe and generated an immune response in an early human trial. The Lancet Medical Journal said the vaccine stimulated production of both antibodies that can stop infection along with immune T cells. The report cautioned that further research is needed to show its effectiveness against the virus. And Samsung has denied a report saying Huawei has asked for a guaranteed supply of memory chips amid mounting pressure from the US to isolate the Chinese company. The Korea Economic Daily said Huawei requested a stable delivery of components from Samsung and SK Hynix regardless of US antipathy. Huawei is amongst the biggest consumers or customers for Korean chips, spending more than $8 billion each year. Yvonne.
All right, well, sticking with healthcare, Tom, Andrew Prakash of the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health spoke to Bloomberg TV about how the medical community is dealing with treating the coronavirus and the challenges they face as more states push to reopen.
The pandemic itself has been such a focus of the medical community and of people. But we have to remember that there are other things that are going on, other healthcare issues that need to be taken care of. Some reports this week about drops in pediatric vaccination rates are, of course, a concern because things that are not getting done now will have implications later on in the year, maybe next year and the year afterwards.
How serious is Brazil? I looked at the log glide path yesterday per capita, the wonderful work that the FT has been doing with Johns Hopkins University. And the glide paths of Brazil and Ecuador are really, really grim.
Yes, the Southern Hemisphere is now getting into its late fall, early winter season. So there's been concerns about whether or not the COVID-19 virus would do better in cooler conditions and winter-like conditions. Brazil and Ecuador are having tremendous trouble in terms of controlling the outbreak with huge numbers of cases. Other countries in the Southern Hemisphere have been able to control that with very, very rigid and active surveillance for the virus and testing for the virus. But several countries in South America are a concern, and the emerging problem in Africa is also of some concern.
Are there, Dr. Prakash, are there enough testing kits in emerging market economies, or is that a worry that we actually don't exactly know what's going on?
Yeah, I think the number one worrying in those countries is the number of tests, and then right behind that is the availability of good laboratories that can run those tests in a timely manner. So those two things combined are going to make it incredibly challenging for some countries to really respond well in terms of the testing, isolation, and contact tracing that are needed to control this outbreak early.
Andrew, what can you tell us about the end of the lockdown? So we're seeing a number of economies, the biggest economies in the world, reopening, some slowly, some less slowly. But given the time lag of people ending up in hospital, when will we have a better idea of the exact situation?
And this is one of the challenges with this virus because it can take anywhere from 1 to 2 weeks to show symptoms, and you're infectious for about probably 7 days. The lag between when cases start to come up is significant. You're seeing some small spikes particularly in states in the U.S. that are loosening their economy. Some other states are doing a little bit better right now, but we really won't know until 2 to 3 weeks from now how these states are doing with loosening their public health interventions.
Dr. Pekos, one final question. I don't mean to be trite about it, but I think it's an immediate question. How safe will the beaches be this weekend? What are your thoughts on heading to the beach?
Well, as economies open up, as some of these social distancing, social distancing should still be in place. So people need to really be careful about keeping their distance among people when they're outside. It's great to get outside, to do some activities, to try to enjoy yourself during these times. But social distancing and wearing masks is going to be an incredibly important thing to do, irrespective of what your activity is. I know it seems a little bit odd to say that on a beach and stuff, but maintaining social distancing is the critical thing as people try to get out and and get back into some sense of normalcy.
And that was Andrew Prakash of Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. The school is supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. All right, just want to show you the situation in Hong Kong right now. It is a red rainstorm warning, and so it's looking pretty dire out there. A lot of kids heading back to school as well, and markets also in a bit of turmoil. We are lower by 300 points on the Hang Seng. This is Bloomberg.
Commodity investing is more than buying gold and oil. From coffee and corn to cattle and natural gas, many sectors drive the commodity markets. And the Bloomberg Commodity Index covers them all. With exposure across 23 traded commodities, Bloomberg is the standard for diversification in commodity markets. With full transparency, measure and monitor your investment performance against the benchmark used by commodity professionals globally. More than gold and oil. The Bloomberg Commodity Index.
I'm David Weston. Bloomberg Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience. Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
It's almost 11 a.m. in Singapore and Hong Kong. I'm Haslinda Amin along with Yvonne Mann. Welcome to Bloomberg Markets Asia. Here are the top stories. China rejects a planned economy, saying the markets will decide. Beijing also says it doesn't want to threaten America, but reaffirms Taiwan is a red line. Hong Kong braces for more turbulence after renewed protests against China's tightening grip. Fears are growing for the city's future as Asia's leading financial center. And Japan is ready to lift the state of emergency in Tokyo. With the virus seemingly coming under control, the government says there's no need for further restrictions. Fine.
All right, we're looking ahead to that reopening in Tokyo. Let's do a check on the markets because Japan, in that lunch break, still one of the performers here today. We're up 1.5%. But the rest of the market, I would say, is more red on the screen, but we're mostly higher for the regional benchmark. But you take a look at the Hang Seng. We're swinging between gains and losses, and we're mostly to the downside now of more than 310 points. This is perhaps the session lows that we've seen as we see more violence returning to the city, more arrests that were made over the weekend as demonstrators hit the streets on the back of this national security law that was introduced during the MPC. The CSI 300, some spillover effects of that as well. We're lower by 1/5 of 1%. And Taipei also marginally lower, but we do have many Southeast Asia markets that are closed here today as we mark the end of the Ramadan holiday.
Well, that's right. Let's take a look at where we are in terms of the currency market. It is a low volume day given the UK spring bank holiday. Several Asian markets, as you said, are on holiday for Eid, and the US out for Memorial Day weekend. That accounts for at least 60% of global currencies. The yuan was fixed at the weakest level since 2008, but here's the thing, it's still a tad stronger than estimates. We're keeping a watch on the spread between onshore and offshore yuan, braced for a widening and more volatility with rising tensions between the US and China. The dollar slightly higher at this point in time. Risk aversion taking momentum somewhat. The dollar has been easing in the past week on vaccine optimism as economies emerge from the lockdown. We have the Aussie currently continuing to weaken. Risks remain. Rising US-China tensions could put the phase 1 trade deal at risk. Australia already highly exposed to the Chinese market. Taking a look where we are in terms of oil. Oil inching higher, 0.4%, 33.39. It took a breather this time, though, extending those 4 weeks of gains. Investors say be careful about the prospects of a recovery. Dollar futures down 0.3%, 17.47 right now. Appetite for risk today pretty muted, hence gold 17.47. Vaughn. Now let's get the first word news with Karina Mitchell in New York. Karina.
Yeah, Linda, we start in the U.S. where coronavirus cases jumped 1.3% in a day, which was below the 1-week average as the country closes in on the grim milestone of 100,000 deaths. President Trump has banned arrivals from Brazil, which now has the second highest number of cases. But some positive news, the area around Milan, which was the hardest hit in Italy, reported no fatalities for the first time since the outbreak began. And as you said, Japan is to lift the state of emergency in Tokyo and surrounding areas, with the government saying there is no longer a need for restrictions in any part of the country. An advisory panel has approved the plan to end the emergency in the capital. Tokyo reported 14 new infections Sunday. That's the most since May 16th, but the overall rate is below that set by the government to allow the emergency to be lifted. Meanwhile, North Korean leader Kim Jong-un is testing relations with the West, calling for a step up in his country's nuclear capability. Reappearing after several days out of the limelight, Kim told military leaders they should boost North Korea's arsenal. He also promoted senior weapons experts. State media didn't say when the meeting happened, nor exactly what Kim wants his updated nuclear strategy to be. And Taiwan is ramping up tension with China by expressing support for Hong Kong over Beijing's proposed national security law. President Tsai Ing-wen says the move will seriously threaten the city's future and erode core values of democracy and judicial independence. She says the promise to keep Hong Kong's autonomy for 50 years following the handover in 1997 is, quote, on the verge of bankruptcy. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Karina Mitchell. This is Bloomberg. Yvonne.
Karina, well, China's foreign minister is warning the U.S. to give up what he calls wishful thinking about changing China, saying some in America are pushing relations to a new Cold War. Let's bring in our China correspondent, Selena Wang, with the latest here. And Selena, what can we get? What message did Wang Yi really send?
Well, this was on Sunday as part of the foreign minister's annual briefing. Wang Yi warning that some U.S. political forces are hijacking bilateral relations to try and push the two countries towards this new Cold War. And this is as relations between the two countries continue to reach a new low as differences widen over trade, technology, financial flows, Hong Kong, Taiwan. So take a listen here to what he had to say.
中国无意改变美国。
China has no intention to change the U.S. or replace the position of the U.S. While it is impossible for the U.S. to change China at its own wishful thinking, the U.S. is also not able to stop the historical process of the 1.4 billion Chinese people toward modernization. Now we must be vigilant against the fact that some U.S. political forces are hijacking the bilateral relations in an attempt to push the relations to the so-called New Cold War.
That spiral is now being exacerbated by China's introduction of that Hong Kong national security law. And Wang Yi said during the press conference that this law would not affect the city's high degree of autonomy, the rights and freedoms of its residents, or the legitimate rights of foreign investors. He also cautioned the U.S. not to challenge China's red line when it comes to Taiwan, which Beijing considers to be a province of China. And this, Yvonne, of course, is after Secretary of State Mike Pompeo broke tradition last week and congratulated Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen on her second-term inauguration. The foreign minister added that the reunification between the two sides of the strait is an inevitable trend of history, and no one and no force can stop it.
Selena, protests are back in Hong Kong to denounce this national security legislation. What's the latest and the next steps for China?
That's right, Haslinda. After months of respite over the weekend, we saw the biggest protests in months in Hong Kong rallying against this national security law. We are expecting similar demonstrations for later in the week. And when it comes to next in this law, this morning, the National People's Congress delegates will be reviewing the draft decision of this national security law in small groups. And they are expected to approve the proposed decision next week. The foreign minister said that after that approval, the legislative process to write the details of the law would begin, adding that this law needs to move forward without, quote, the slightest delay. He also reiterated that Hong Kong is this internal affair, though he did not address possible retaliation from the U.S. But we have already heard some rhetoric coming from the U.S. about the types of steps that America could take, with Secretary of State Mike Pompeo calling this law the, quote, death knell of Hong Kong officials. He said options that could be possible include sanctioning Chinese officials, tariffs on Hong Kong goods, and banning sensitive technology sales to the city. Another possible move could include stripping Hong Kong of that special trading status that it enjoys with the U.S., but this move would also hurt American businesses that operate in Hong Kong. And I want to make mention here that Bloomberg TV just had an interview with Larry Summers, the former U.S. Treasury Secretary, and he made the point that revoking Hong Kong's special trading status would be punishing the victim without damaging China.
Selena Wang, our China correspondent in Beijing. Still to come on the show, India is set to allow domestic flights for the first time in 2 months. Later this hour, we'll speak to the head of the Air Passenger Association of India, who says the government is making a mistake and putting lives at risk.
But up next, Saxo Capital Markets tells us why investors may be ignoring reality by pricing in a speedy economic recovery from the pandemic. This is Bloomberg.
Corn, livestock, precious metals. Commodities are everywhere, and so is Bloomberg. Bloomberg commodity indices deliver leading benchmarks for true diversification. Adding commodity exposure can help hedge against inflation and diversify your stock and bond portfolios. With full data transparency and broad distribution, the Bloomberg suite of commodity indices is your measure for the commodity markets. With Bloomberg, you've got the market.
Yet another day of risk off across the financial markets. We bring you special coverage of all the price action and implications here on Bloomberg Television.
All right, an alert is crossing here in the Bloomberg right now from the Hong Kong government, of course, in response to the violence that we saw here in the city over the weekend. They're saying that critics are ignoring the reality that Hong Kong is part of China. This is, of course, also in response to the foreign politicians and their criticisms they say is alarmist speculation. This is a response, of course, to comments that we heard from the U.S. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, calling this national security law a disastrous proposal, and did indicate that it could lead the U.S. to reconsider Hong Kong's special trading status. So it seems like the Hong Kong government is coming back with this statement. They say Hong Kong must never become a base for subversive acts, and critics do ignore the reality that Hong Kong is part of China. And the city still seeing a high degree of autonomy that will remain intact. So that's a statement coming through from the Hong Kong government this morning. All right, our next guest says that markets have run ahead of reality in pricing a speedy recovery. Let's bring in Eleanor Cray, market strategist at Saxo Capital Markets in Sydney. And Eleanor, we've heard a lot of strategists like yourself that have talked about the disconnect between the fundamentals and what we're seeing in this risk rally, and yet we continue to see this go through. Tell us a bit more about why you're not chasing it at this moment and not buying on these dips.
Well, I think at the moment there is a very wide range of both consumer and economic probabilities that remain. And it's really a key question of all the liquidity that we've seen from central bankers that have been poured into global markets. They buy us time and they buy us a bridge, but they do not buy us solvency. And there's a lot of optimism right now embedded in risk asset pricing, but it's actually very hard to, I think, predict the impact on human behavior that this pandemic will have. And that is going to play a crucial role in both the speed and shape of the recovery that we see once lockdowns are lifted. So right now, we really don't know, I guess, how the fears of the virus return, the second wave, job insecurity, and reduced working hours are going to affect consumption behaviors, and how deeply they're going to dampen confidence and spending. So we're seeing, I think, in China, that the consumer still remains quite fearful. And although we're seeing, if we look at mobility data, that mobility is increasing during work hours, actually in leisure hours, it's still quite reduced. And I think that means that we're going to then have businesses that are not only facing prolonged social distancing measures, but they're also going to be facing a weaker consumer post the pandemic and post the lockdowns. And that means that there's going to be not only solvency issues persisting for many businesses, which will weigh on hiring intentions. And I think that scenario is not fully reflected in market pricing at the moment. And it's an uncertainty that we certainly don't see in equity markets. But I mean, those fundamental factors are not really driving price action at the moment. And I think it's really a question that this hope trade is firmly rooted in sort of the abundant liquidity that we've seen, and I guess a little bit of FOMO and TINA. And in that paradigm, markets remain biased to the upside. And although we have that more bearish fundamental view, the technical outlook still remains quite mixed, I think. If we look at the S&P, we're still in that bear market retracement zone. We still haven't managed to, I guess, successfully sustain above the 200-day moving average. So I think we're still in a paradigm where we have a little bit of a fight between the bulls and the bears maintaining.
And Eleanor, you make a good point that perhaps this rally that we've seen isn't quite broad-based, right? You see volatility coming down in U.S. stocks, in rates, in investment-grade spreads, but you're seeing parts of the high-yield market that are still, spreads are quite wide. EM FX vol still quite elevated. Also EM high yield as well. What do you think it's going to take for more of the riskier parts of the market to really catch up then?
Well, I think for the riskier parts of the market to catch up, then I think you need that confirmation that not only are we not going to have a second wave of the pandemic outbreak, but we are also going to have, I guess, the most optimistic V-shaped recovery narrative that is priced into certain areas of the market really coming to fruition. And I think that that's an uncertainty that we just don't have any sort of clear clues on just yet. So it's not something that we would want to bet on until we see more evidence that we are going to have, I guess, that more positive narrative ensuing. And I think if we look at the price action last week, specifically as it relates to potentially the vaccine news, that really encapsulates that view that right now those fundamental factors are not really what's driving markets, and investors are just maybe desperate to sort of take on the positive news flows and run with it. If we do look at that sort of vaccine data, the sample size was so small, the results were less than conclusive, and we would rather put our trust in other medical professionals that have dictated that really it's going to be sort of a 12 to 18 month timeline on the vaccine. And even if we do get that sooner, how quickly can you realistically have everyone vaccinated, I guess? So I think in that sense, it's going to be a lagged reopening reality, and that's going to be something that the market is going to have to come to terms with at a later date.
Eleanor, China is warning of a new Cold War. Deglobalization could be the new normal. Is deglobalization a tradable theme? And if it is, how should you position for that?
So I think in terms of deglobalization being a tradable theme, there are certain thematics that you can trade within that. Certainly in terms of, I think, something that is more long-term, if we look at potentially the paradigm of inflation being nowhere to be seen in recent years, if we do look at a world that is heading towards a more deglobalized reality, towards a reality where supply chains are becoming more localized, then you certainly have, I guess, the risk that if deglobalization has perpetuated lower inflation, if globalization has perpetuated lower inflation, then potentially deglobalization sees a reversal of that. So in that sense, you could look at precious metals as an inflationary hedge. Also, precious metals are likely to do very well in terms of, with gold, the next leg higher being driven by expanding central bank balance sheets, hedging against the central monetization of financial markets. And then in terms of silver, we also have that industrial demand as well going forward in terms of silver becoming part of the alternative energy sector, a growing use in solar cells and the like. So in that sense, we also see upside for silver as well. So those are certainly tradable narratives there. And in terms of those US-China trade tensions, I think markets are certainly complacent to the mounting tensions as that US-China disentanglement rolls on. And I think each day brings us fresh evidence that the relationship has permanently changed.
That's right. And I mean, you seem to be quite bearish still when it comes to equities. You're focusing a lot on the FX side. How are you taking advantage of the volatility that we're seeing in the FX markets now?
So I think if we look at FX right now, it's clear that volatilities have come right back in the FX space. And although we do have a market that is, I guess, driven by the sort of positivity on the slowing COVID case growth, and it looks like the expansion in liquidity in central bank balance sheets is winning at the moment, we do maintain that the reopening and unemployment realities are going to come to fruition once more, and the reopening realities are going to lag optimistic expectations. And that means that that fundamental outlook will take center stage again. So I think on that basis, given that we have a little bit of floundering upside momentum in equity markets at the moment and FX vols coming back in, we do see opportunities to be long vol on the downside. And in terms of playing that through sort of longer term options, and I think we could see decent risk reward if we do see another spike in volatility from whether it be US-China trade tensions mounting, a slower recovery, or whatsoever.
Eleanor, thank you. Eleanor Cray of Saxo Capital Markets joining us on the line from Sydney. Coming up, Japan moves to end its state of emergency as coronavirus cases continue to decline, but trouble could be brewing for Shinzo Abe and his ruling party. We have details just ahead. This is Bloomberg.
Japan is set to lift the state of emergency in Tokyo and surrounding areas later today as new virus cases continue to decline. The news comes as a poll shows support for Prime Minister Shinzo Abe's cabinet falling to a record low despite the relative success in fighting the outbreak. Let's go to government reporter Isabel Reynolds in Tokyo. Isabel, what will the lifting of the emergency mean for Tokyo and the country?
Right. Well, the emergency itself was basically how it was dealt with was done by region. So things could still be pretty different in different regions of the country. But Tokyo authorities have already laid out guidelines for a 3-stage return, which will involve a whole range of activities. Phase 1, which is likely to begin tomorrow, will mean libraries and museums can reopen and professional sports games can be held without spectators. Plus, bars will be allowed to stay open until 10 p.m. and schools will gradually reopen. What it doesn't mean is tourism, either domestic or international, for the moment. The government has said that they want people to avoid traveling to other parts of the country, at least till the end of the month. And Japan is expected to remain closed to most foreign visitors for quite some time to come.
And Isabel, Japan has fared relatively well in containing this emergency. I think among the G7, they've done the best in terms of the numbers of coronavirus cases and the deaths in the country. But when you look at Abe's approval ratings, it hasn't exactly been boosted by that. Why not?
No, it hasn't. I mean, we have seen it go up and down a little bit during the pandemic. But now, obviously, as you've just said, it's fallen to a record low in the most recent poll. I think we can see 2 or 3 factors here. Although the result has been good, I think what Abe has been seen as slow to act. He was slow off the mark to declare an emergency in the first place. He was slow to block travel from China, which could have prevented some of the initial infections. And there have been huge delays in getting cash handouts to people who need them because they've lost their jobs due to the economic fallback. And amid all that, what we've seen is another scandal. Abe's had a series of scandals over the years, mostly relating to things that seem to be he's trying to help out his cronies. And this latest one is changing the retirement age for prosecutors in such a way that critics say it could enable him to get his favored person into the top prosecutor's job. And that has really hit his popularity.
Government reporter Isabel Reynolds in Tokyo. Now let's do a quick check of the latest business flash headlines. Samsung and SK Hynix have both denied a report saying Huawei asked for a guaranteed supply of memory chips amid mounting pressure from the U.S. to isolate the Chinese company. The Korea Economic Daily said Huawei requested a stable delivery of components from the Korean companies, regardless of U.S. antipathy. Huawei is amongst the biggest customers for chips, spending more than $8 billion each year. Bain Capital is preparing a second-round proposal for Virgin Australia, saying it has the strongest case of any of the remaining bidders. Bain is one of 4 in the race for the collapsed airline, which has been swamped by more than $4 billion of debt as the coronavirus hammers demand for travel. Administrator Deloitte says it wants bidding offers for the carrier by the middle of next month.
Let's take a look at markets in China as we get close to that lunch break right now. Marginally lower here. It seems like there's some spillover from what we're seeing in Hong Kong, with the Hang Seng down close to 1% on, of course, more tensions between U.S. and China. Hong Kong pretty much playing a factor in that now. The CSI 300 lower by just 0.1%. This is Bloomberg.
True diversification. That's what adding commodities exposure to your stock and bond portfolio can help provide. The Bloomberg Commodity Index is the standard for commodity market exposure. 23 traded commodities are represented: agriculture, livestock, metals, and energy. The Bloomberg Commodity Index is the benchmark most widely used by investment professionals globally. Track your commodity investments with a proven financial information partner. The Bloomberg Commodity Index. True diversification.
you're looking at live pictures of the Lion City, almost 11:30 a.m. in Singapore. We're in the middle, well, not really the middle of the trading day because Singapore is shut for a public holiday for Eid celebrations. Singapore's parliament will sit tomorrow, though. It is expected to announce another stimulus package to help support the economy further. GDP due out this week likely to show a contraction of almost 2%. Singapore stocks, though, have lagged regional peers, remaining in bear market. As of Friday, it's back to trading below its 50-month daily average. On the screen, you see gold trading down 0.4%, 17,228. Of course, there are expectations gold will trend higher given risks in the market. For now, let's get the first word headlines with Karina Mitchell in New York. Karina.
Okay, Haslinda, thank you. China says it will never return to a planned economy and will let the market decide its future. Speaking on the sidelines of the National People's Congress, Foreign Minister Wang Yi said China doesn't want to change the U.S. and warned the Trump administration to stop thinking it can change China. He denounced the drift towards a new Cold War and warned Washington not to cross the red line that is Taiwan.
China has no intention to change the U.S. or replace the position of the U.S. While it is impossible for the U.S. to change China at its own wishful thinking, the U.S. is also not able to stop the historical process of the 1.4 billion Chinese people toward modernization. Now we must be vigilant against the fact that some U.S. political forces are hijacking the bilateral relations in an attempt to push the relations to the so-called New Cold War.
And Hong Kong police arresting at least 180 people after using tear gas and water cannons during a protest against China's latest move to crack down on dissent. The biggest rally in the city since the coronavirus outbreak came after Beijing announced a national security law for the territory, bypassing its elected legislative council. The Hong Kong government says the protest proves the need for the new security measure. Meanwhile, Benjamin Netanyahu has become the first Israeli prime minister to face a criminal trial while in office, denying a series of charges relating to fraud and bribery. A week after being sworn in for a fifth term, he appeared in Jerusalem District Court to deny any wrongdoing. Netanyahu is accused of coercing Israeli media and other institutions to give him a good press, but says the whole case is a left-wing scam. And thousands of homes and businesses are without power in Western Australia after the strongest storm in decades. A weakening cyclone and a cold front combined to bring winds of at least 100 kilometers an hour and a storm surge of up to 8 meters. Forecasters say the worst of the storm may not hit until later Monday as the system moves across Perth and heads further south. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg. Powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Karina Mitchell. This is Bloomberg. Yvonne, back to you.
Well, Karina, relations between China and the U.S. are back in focus after Beijing made moves to impose a controversial national security law in Hong Kong. Here are some of our guests weighing in with their thoughts.
China has become much more aggressive on the international stage.
We shouldn't be calling this a trade war anymore. We should be calling this kind of full spectrum strategic competition.
This is exactly the type of confrontational developments on both sides of the relationship that you would expect in a Cold War.
You must remember, it's not only the American companies that have a supply chain problem, but it's the Chinese companies as well.
It really captures the challenges of the U.S.-China relationship this year, growing tensions over geopolitical flashpoints, even as the two sides are still trying to keep that Phase 1 deal intact.
China is going to be a central focus in the U.S. presidential election. Both Joe Biden and President Trump have advocated a relatively, I think, kind of hawkish position towards China and China trade.
And the U.S. and the U.K. will be taking the lead on this Hong Kong issue. What you hear increasingly is, okay, we've got to draw a line, and this time, this line has to be firm.
And over the weekend in Hong Kong, almost 200 people were arrested as protesters denounced China's new security plans. Let's get to our Chief North Asia correspondent, Stephen Engel, watching all developments for us. And Steve, we've seen the reaction has been swift in markets from the demonstrators and politicians abroad. And we're hearing now from the Hong Kong government pushing back against some of the criticism.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's a battle of narratives now because there was quite a sharp reaction, at least on the markets and in society here late last week, after Beijing made all indications that they are going to go ahead and push forward with its own national security laws for Hong Kong, pretty much bypassing the legislature here, the local legislature, which has been unable to pass Article 23, the controversial anti-secession and subversion, the security part of the basic law that is required to be passed by legislature, but has been unable to do by subsequent Hong Kong governments. But now Beijing is doing this. And now, after the market tanked about 5.5% on Friday, global leaders, including the White House, Donald Trump, expressing their concern, Mike Pompeo, the U.S. Secretary of State, saying this potentially is a death knell for Hong Kong's autonomy. We're getting comments not only from Chinese officials, but also the Hong Kong government has just put out a statement saying Hong Kong's high degree of autonomy will remain intact. This was a statement put out in response to foreign politicians voicing their concerns over this national law. But again, there's a trust deficit between the hardline pro-government, or pro-democracy advocates here in Hong Kong and the local government and Beijing. You know, the Hong Kong government put out a statement Friday saying the protests that we've seen over the last 11 months demonstrate that there is a need for this new security measure. But then again, we're seeing some officials in China trying to assuage the fears of Hong Kong people. Maria Tam, she's the vice chairman of the Chinese Parliamentary Committee that oversees Hong Kong, on Saturday said this anti-sedition law won't be used to whisk Hong Kong people across the border, as is feared. And the opposition, she says, is trying to strike fear in the minds of Hong Kong people. Then we also heard on Saturday from China's Vice Premier, Han Zheng. He said that local rights and freedoms would be protected. And it didn't stop there. Yesterday, Wang Yi, the foreign minister of China, tried to assuage the fears of Hong Kong, saying it will not affect the high degree of autonomy Hong Kong enjoys. He also said people should have more confidence in the future of Hong Kong and don't worry too much. But again, there's a trust deficit, so they don't necessarily, those who went out on the streets yesterday and engaged in violent acts against the police do not necessarily believe what their local government says and what Beijing says. Joshua Wong, a prominent activist, says, we must stand up and fight and let Beijing know that we will never surrender.
Steve, a key question is how the U.S. will respond to Beijing's move. Do we have any idea what will happen?
Well, they could take a number of different options, but again, what actions they take against Hong Kong would probably hurt Hong Kong more than it could potentially hurt China. Now, if they revoke the favorable trading status that Hong Kong has, as has been threatened, that would absolutely hurt the people of Hong Kong. But it also could hurt those in China who, of course, use the favorable trading status and the lower tariffs in Hong Kong to do their business as well abroad. So it would hurt Beijing, but perhaps it would hurt the people of Hong Kong and the economy here, which has suffered immensely, not only through the protests for 11 months, but also, of course, 2-3 months of lockdown with the coronavirus. Now, where the White House is going to stand, we don't know yet, other than Donald Trump is saying that they are going to keep a close eye on it. But there are bills being debated or introduced on Capitol Hill that could potentially punish the Chinese if indeed they go ahead with this, which seems like it's a foregone conclusion given the rubber stamp nature of the National People's Congress.
Our Chief North Asia correspondent, Stephen Angle. Still to come on the show, Indian Airlines are given the go-ahead to fly again as the government seeks to get the economy moving, but not everyone is convinced. We assess the risks next. This is Limba.
Melinda Gates, thank you so much for joining us on Bloomberg Studio 1.0. who shaped my views were the women I talked to.
I think Facebook's how we won in a lot of ways.
Running Microsoft was a ton of fun, and it was, it's kind of inspirational.
This is your weekly review of the most important business news and interviews from Bloomberg Television around the world.
Domestic air travel resumes today across India despite the number of new coronavirus cases rising by a record on Sunday. Several states negotiated with the civil aviation minister to limit the number of flights as the total number of infections soars past 130,000. There still seems to be a lot of confusion on who is allowed to fly and what the safety procedures are. Let's cross to Chennai and Sudhakar Reddy, President of the Air Passengers Association of India. Mr. Reddy, good to have you with us. It does sound like it is a grave mistake. What are you doing about it? Are you advising travelers not to fly?
Well, you must appreciate the fact that there are many passengers or many citizens who are stuck at various cities for the last 60 odd days, who are away from their families and who could not travel due to restrictions laid down under lockdown. And probably for them, it is an opportune time to fly back to their destination. But then the whole thing has happened in a very messy fashion, because the central government, while they have approved flights to various destinations, and they said they will restart domestic operations from the 25th of May, that is today. They seem to have not consulted the states. So each state has come up with different regulations, and in fact, many flights were cancelled early morning today. So passengers have reached the airports with great difficulty to discover that their flight has been cancelled due to various reasons. And that is sad indeed.
What are you most concerned about, Mr. Reddy?
Pardon?
What are you most concerned about as India decides to let travelers fly again?
No, we are most concerned about the regulations laid down by each state about quarantine, because that is something that no air traveler would like to undergo, because why does he travel by air? Because if he has to go on work or, join duty in a company, or he must have a valid reason to travel after the initial euphoria. So we are very concerned as to how long will they continue this quarantine on a compulsory basis. Many of the states have introduced quarantine, and which will involve 14 days of either home quarantine or institutional quarantine. That will increase their time that they will be spending on arrival in a destination, which will be a waste of money also, because they will have to pay for quarantine, institutional quarantine. So nothing is really clear about air travel within the domestic sector.
What we have heard are some rules and regulations, Mr. Reddy. Thermal screenings at the airport, no check-in counters, only web check-in, one check-in bag, safety for PPEs and whatnot are going to be given out. No meals, for example. Do you think that these safety measures are enough to keep passengers safe at this moment? Are proper precautions being taken?
Yeah, very frankly, so the feedback we have got till now for today's operations passengers seem to be quite happy with the various procedures laid down, and they're saying that, it is not very complicated. Well, that is because these people are desperate to travel. Only those who want to travel later on for work will find it complicated because, you have to undergo so many, processes. But some of them are good, some of them are complicated, and I hope within a week things will change and they will get into a situation where, it attracts more and more people to take to air. Today, I'm told some of the flights were cancelled because of lack of passengers, which is a sad situation. And so we don't want that to continue if domestic operations have to continue.
Given the confusion that we got in resuming...
Yeah.
I was going to ask you, Mr. Reddy, given the confusion that there was in the domestic airlines and resuming operations there, are you getting any indication of international flights resuming soon in India?
No. You see, the minister on the same day has stated that we'll even start from mid-June or end June, and then he says in another interview we'll start from August. So we are really at a loss to understand, how this can happen. But this new thing that they have introduced, Vande Bharat mission, right from early May, has been very successful, and we hope that many passengers who are stuck in India or overseas can get a flight, to go on international destinations. I don't think it will happen
Reddy,
before.
We heard from Mr. Reddy, we heard from Qantas CEO that the cost of tickets could go up 8 to 9 times from here, given social distancing measures within the airplanes. How are you trying to put a lid on the cost for tickets in India? What are discussions like now?
No, you are talking of international or domestic? International tickets?
Domestic, as they resume flights.
No, domestic, there has been a regulation on fares. They have, government has announced a minimum and maximum. And they said that the average of minimum and maximum should be 40% of the tickets sold. So there is, there are some strictures on what fares airlines can charge. It is not a free-for-all, ticketing pricing. That has worked well.
Mr.
In
Reddy,
fact,
thank you so much for your time.
Some sectors, yeah. Thank you.
Yep, go ahead.
No, it is. In fact, some of them had even offered tickets at much lower than the mid-range that government has regulated. So I don't think anyone is trying to fleece the passengers.
All right, we're going to leave it there. Thank you so much, Mr. Reddy. That was Sudhakar Reddy, president of the Air Passengers Association of India. Let's do a quick check at the latest business flash headlines now. Reliance Industries has launched its online grocery portal across India, with Jio aiming to deliver to more than 200 cities that are currently in coronavirus lockdown. Jio Mart has run a pilot project around Mumbai and is now expanding. The move takes Reliance chairman Mukesh Ambani a step closer to challenging Amazon and Walmart's Flipkart in India's growing e-commerce market. Lufthansa's near $10 billion bailout is stumbling amid talks with the European Union. Final details include Germany's exit from the direct state it would take in the airline, with one report saying Lufthansa would face a 3-year deadline for repayment of penny aid. Berlin had hoped to make a formal offer this week, but talks with Lufthansa and the European Commission are dragging on. CanSino Biologics reversed early gains after a report that its experimental coronavirus vaccine was safe and generated an immune response in an early human trial. The Lancet Medical Journal said the vaccine stimulated production of both antibodies that can stop infection along with immune T cells. The report cautioned that further research is needed to show its effectiveness against the virus. All right, coming up, could the virus cause a split in Thailand's ruling party? The opposition seems to think so, saying the government was too slow to act. We'll have more on that next. This is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience.
Consistency is more important than volatility.
There's very likely to be a decoupling between the United States and China.
Look, I think the reality is this is highly unusual.
This is a really good example of the intersection of business and government.
Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
Thailand's opposition party says the government was too slow to respond to the coronavirus pandemic, and that slowness may spark a fracture in the ruling coalition. Let's get more with our breaking news reporter Prim Chiwaraj in Bangkok. Prim, tell us why the pandemic has spread discord amongst the ruling coalition.
Well, there's talk from the largest opposition party in government that the current administration, headed by Prime Minister Prayut Chan-o-cha, acted too slowly in its response to the economic crash brought on by a COVID-19 pandemic. Keep in mind, there's more than a dozen parties in the bloc after a disputed election last year. Now, Thailand is currently facing its worst economic contraction this year since the Asian financial crisis, and that's mainly led by the tourism and trade industries, which could see up to 10 million jobs lost. Now, the party leading the government coalition has rejected claims of any internal discord, and they say that the Prime Minister's response to the crisis is outstanding. But critics are saying that more still needs to be done.
Yeah, it seems to be a lot of questions of whether this alliance can actually continue for its full term to 2023. So are we expected to hear that some more anti-government protests could flare up?
Well, before the pandemic, there were already anti-government protests disputing the election results, the disbandment of the second largest opposition party in parliament, and students were protesting about the general lack of opportunities. Now, the state of emergency, nighttime curfews, and social distancing measures announced in March has put a pause on physical gatherings, but the dissatisfaction migrated online instead. And on top of that now, you have Thailand's laborers, business owners, and the middle class also struggling from the fallout of the coronavirus. So the state of emergency was extended to the end of June. And once the government is looking right now to ease lockdown curbs to kickstart the economy. So experts are saying that a lot of the protest movement that was put on hold earlier this year will return and intensify at the end of the lockdown.
Breaking news reporter Prim Chiwaraj in Bangkok. A quick check of the latest business flash headlines. The Times of London says Pizza Express may permanently close some of its British restaurants under a company voluntary arrangement once the pandemic has passed. All of its restaurants in the UK and Ireland have been shut since the end of March, with the vast majority of workers furloughed. Earlier, the Telegraph newspaper said the chain was asking lenders for permission to delay its accounts. South Africa's Naspers and a group backed by German publisher Axel Springer are said to be among suitors for eBay's classified advertising business. Sources tell us Axel Springer has teamed up with KKR for its offer, with a consortium of Blackstone, Permira, and Hellman and Friedman also bidding. The unit could fetch between $8 and $10 billion. eBay shares climbed in New York on Friday. And a new study says Amazon Prime's aircraft fleet will grow to about 200 planes in the next few years, creating a cargo service that would rival that of UPS. DePaul University says that while other airlines are downsizing, Amazon is on an ambitious upward timetable. Amazon launched its air cargo fleet in 2016, prompting speculation it would create a delivery service that would threaten UPS and FedEx. SpaceX has completed final preparations for this week's launch, carrying 2 astronauts to the International Space Station. It's America's return to domestic reward missions after relying on Russian rockets for the last 9 years. The flight will be the first U.S. manned launch since the space shuttle was retired in 2011. Since then, NASA has had used Russian Soyuz rockets to send astronauts to the ISS.
All right, take a look at markets before we go. It seems like it's a mixed picture when it comes to Asian equities as we kick off the trading week. You are seeing the signs of currencies, though. Continue to see that volatility when it comes to the renminbi. 7.13 for your onshore, 7.15.25 for your offshore. So that spread still quite wide. And we did see the PBOC with the weakest fixing for the renminbi since 2008 amid the simmering U.S.-China trade tensions. The U.S. dollar slightly higher here in the Asian session, and a mixed bag when it comes to equities, right? We've seen the Nikkei 225 higher by 1.5% or so. More good news that they're going to be lifting that state of emergency in Tokyo. The Hang Seng, a completely different story. We're down more than 220 points right now as violence has returned to the streets over the weekend. Kospi still looking favorable. AXX 200, one of the outperformers here, we're up about 1.5% right now. So a pretty mixed bag. Of course, lots to look ahead to with PMI data out of China this week, as well as a BOK decision as well.
That's right. That is it from Bloomberg Markets Asia. Bloomberg Daybreak Middle East is next. It is a special edition today. Stay with us. This is Bloomberg.
I was actually poor.
No foreplay?
Eat your bag of Lay's with a smile on your face.
If all the diseases have been taken, I'll take a taxi.
During these uncertain times, we remain committed
to providing the news and data driving global markets.
To make sense of this situation impacting all of us right now.
And while we may look a bit different, we stand by that commitment.
We're here for you. This is Bloomberg.
It is noontime in Beijing and Singapore. Welcome to Bloomberg Markets Asia. I'm Tom McKenzie with Aslinda Armin. Our top stories. The US is warned to give up on changing China. The foreign minister says some in America are pushing the two biggest economies into a new Cold War. Hong Kong braces for more turbulence after renewed protests against China's tightening grip. Fears are growing for the city's future as Asia's leading financial center. And Japan is set to lift Tokyo's state of emergency after 7 weeks. But critics say the Abe government's pandemic response shows its complacency. Welcome to the program. Manis and Yusuf are off today with Middle East markets closed for the Eid holiday. I'm going to bring you some breaking news now that's crossing the terminal. Bayer is said to reach a deal on a big share of 125,000 roundup suits. Bayer, of course, has faced legal suits from, and we're looking at 125,000 here, but at least 125,000 over some of its products. So Bayer apparently reaching a deal on a big share of those 125,000 suits. Just a reminder, of course, that we have a number of markets closed today, including Singapore, Indonesia, India, Malaysia, Philippines, but also the UK and the US. It is those geopolitical tensions between Beijing and Washington that remain firmly in focus after those comments from China's foreign minister. If you want to gauge a proxy of that, of course, it is the Chinese currency. The fixing was the weakest since 2008, currently trading at 7.13. Aslinda.
But you know, Tom, when you take a look at the market, it does seem like investors are just brushing off those risks out of China and Hong Kong. We are looking at a market that's mostly higher outside of Hong Kong and China. There's still risk appetite investors, like I said, shrugging off those clashes in Hong Kong, the escalation and the war of words between the US and China. Choosing to focus instead on the reopening around the world, also slowing infection rates in some countries. Of course, we have China off for a lunch break right now. We're looking at the Shanghai Comp down a tad. We'll call that flat. The Hang Seng down by 1%. Volatility in Hong Kong, by the way, jumping further, currently at about 38 versus 35 just on Friday. There's mounting risks in the city, of course, despite it being the world's 4th largest stock market. Its valuation 9.5 times reported earnings. Hong Kong acting, they say, like a frontier market. Looking at commodities, we have oil up by about 1%, reversing its direction earlier. Brent also higher, 0.6 of 1%, 35. We are possibly looking at a rebalanced market by June, July, and gold futures trending lower a tad, 0.4 of 1%, 17.46. Now here's your first word news. Taiwan is ramping up tensions with China by expressing support for Hong Kong over Beijing's proposed national security law. President Tsai Ing-wen says the move will seriously threaten the city's future and erode core values of democracy and judicial independence. She says the promise to keep Hong Kong's autonomy for 50 years following the handover in 1997 is on the verge of bankruptcy. Hong Kong police arrested at least 180 people after using tear gas and water cannon during a protest against China's latest move to crack down on dissent. The biggest rally in the city since the coronavirus outbreak came after Beijing announced a national security law for the territory, bypassing its elected legislative council. The Hong Kong government says the protest proves the need for the new security measure.
Secretary Pompeo would likely be unable to certify that Hong Kong maintains a high degree of autonomy, and if that happens, there will be sanctions that will be imposed on Hong Kong and China. It's hard to see how Hong Kong could remain the Asian financial center that it's become if China takes over.
And US coronavirus cases jumped 1.3% in a day, which was below the one-week average as the country closes in on the grim milestone of 100,000 deaths. President Trump has banned arrivals from Brazil, which now has the second highest number of cases. But some positive news: the area around Milan, which was the hardest hit in Italy, reported no fatalities for the first time since the outbreak began. And North Korean leader Kim Jong-un is testing relations with the West, calling for a step up in his country's nuclear capability. Reappearing after several days out of the headlines, Kim told military leaders they should boost North Korea's arsenal. He also promoted senior weapons experts. State media didn't say when the meeting happened, nor exactly what Kim wants his updated nuclear strategy to be. Now, China's foreign minister is warning the US to give up what he calls wishful thinking about changing China, saying some in America are pushing relations to a new Cold War. Let's bring in our China correspondent, Selina Wang. Selina, what else did Wang Yi say?
Tom, that's right. This is part of the foreign minister's annual briefing on the sidelines of the National People's Congress, and he warned that some U.S. political forces were hijacking bilateral relations to try and push the two countries towards this new Cold War. This coming as relations between the two countries reach a new low in areas from trade, technology, financial flows, and of course over Hong Kong and Taiwan. So take a listen here to what he had to say.
China has no intention to change the U.S. or replace the position of the U.S. While it is impossible for the U.S. to change China at its own wishful thinking, the U.S. is also not able to stop the historical process of the 1.4 billion Chinese people toward modernization. Now we must be vigilant against the fact that some U.S. political forces are hijacking the bilateral relations in an attempt to push the relations to the so-called New Cold War.
And Tom, that downward spiral is now being exacerbated by that Hong Kong national security law, which Foreign Minister Wang Yi did address. He said that it would not affect the city's high degree of autonomy, the rights and freedoms enjoyed by its residents, or the legitimate rights of foreign investors. He also cautioned the U.S. not to, quote, challenge China's red line on Taiwan, which Beijing considers to be a province of China. And this coming after Secretary of State Mike Pompeo broke tradition last week and congratulated Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen on her second term inauguration. And despite the efforts of the foreign minister to allay concerns about this national security law, we did, of course, see the Hang Seng Index fall the most since 2015 on Friday.
Selina, not surprising, protesters back in Hong Kong to denounce this national security legislation. What are the next steps from China?
So, this morning, the NPC delegates were reviewing the draft Hong Kong decision on that national security law in small groups, and the National People's Congress is expected to approve this next week. And after that, the foreign minister said the legislative process to write the details of the law are going to begin. The foreign minister also added that this law needs to move without, quote, the slightest delay, and reiterated that this is an internal affair of China's, but he did not address possible retaliation from the U.S. But we are already hearing about steps that the U.S. could take. Mike Pompeo calling this a, quote, death knell for Hong Kong's autonomy. Options the U.S. could take include sanctioning Chinese officials, tariffs on Hong Kong goods, and banning sensitive technology sales to the city. Another possible move could include stripping Hong Kong of that special trading status it enjoys with the U.S. But that move, Husland, is a bit complicated because it would also hurt American businesses that operate in Hong Kong. So there have been some conflicting views about taking that route, with Larry Summers, the former U.S. Treasury Secretary, saying that it would punish the victim by revoking that special status without damaging China.
Selina Wang, our China correspondent in Beijing. Now, still ahead, Japan set to lift the state of emergency in Tokyo as new virus cases continue to decline. We'll bring you the details.
But up next, markets weigh the geopolitical angst against more progress on the reopening front. We speak to Ben Powell, Chief APAC Investment Strategist at BlackRock Investment Institute. This is Bloomberg.
China has become much more aggressive on the international stage.
We shouldn't be calling this a trade war anymore. We should be calling this kind of full spectrum strategic competition.
This is exactly the type of confrontational developments on both sides of the relationship that you would expect in a Cold War.
You must remember, it's not only the American companies that have a supply chain problem, but it's the Chinese companies as well.
It really captures the challenges of the U.S.-China relationship this year. Growing tensions over geopolitical flashpoints, even as the two sides are still trying to keep that Phase 1 deal intact.
China is going to be a central focus in the U.S. presidential election. Both Joe Biden and President Trump have advocated a relatively, I think, kind of hawkish position towards China and China trade.
And the U.S. and the U.K. will be taking the lead on this Hong Kong issue. What you hear increasingly is, okay, we've got to draw a line, and this time, this line has to be firm.
Some of our guests there weighing in on the mounting US-China tensions. And you are watching Bloomberg Markets Asia. A reminder, the Middle East markets are closed today for Eid al-Fitr.
And Tom, stocks are trading mixed in the Asian session so far amid the mounting China tensions as markets weigh the geopolitical angst against more progress on the reopening front. Our next guest says he's staying neutral on equities with a preference for this region as well as the U.S. Let's bring in Ben Powell, Chief APAC Investment Strategist at BlackRock Investment Institute. Ben, I'm just wondering, is it time to reprice risk, or have we been here time and time again that the market's kind of used to it?
Good morning. So I think the market is getting better at discounting what would appear to be yet another new normal, this time a geopolitical new normal of increasing tensions between the world's two hyperpowers and the potential for what was previously trade tensions to morph into tech tensions and potentially everything tensions over time. But with that, of course, we've got to balance that against what is still a very supportive policy setting from the world's policymakers, not least the central bankers.
Ben, you say that you are neutral equities. Given the high valuations in bonds relative to stocks, why shouldn't we see a rotation from bonds to stocks going forward?
I think that's right. So one of the reasons that we've stayed neutral even during the severe downdraft, so that sounded, neutral sounds a rather uninspiring call, but going back to the end of March, it was, I guess, rather more controversial than it is now. But we think, as is so often the case, trying to avoid the behavioral mistakes that feel so right of selling low and buying high. And for us, we still, when we blend the economic opening up, which of course is going to be patchy and uncertain, and there are risks around so-called second wave and all of those things, but nonetheless, it looks to us like we're in the opening up stage of the situation. That combined with, as I mentioned, extraordinary policy support, including from the MPC at the end of last week, for us suggests that investors should remain invested in equities. And as you mentioned, we at the BlackRock Investment Institute have an overweight specifically in the US and in this region, Asia ex-Japan.
Ben, is that policy support from the Fed in the US, is it enough to inoculate the US economy in the event that there is a second wave there, particularly when you see how badly the virus has been handled by the administration in the US and the piecemeal approach amongst some states and governors?
I think this is a very difficult situation for politicians all over the world because it's very hard to solve, on the one hand, for the, of course, very important priority to keep people safe, but on the other hand, to try to open up and have an economy that we can all step back into. And to some degree, I think that is an insoluble problem. So perhaps unusually, I do think we should feel a little bit sorry for politicians trying to balance these two very difficult situations. Now, I think what we've learned is that policymakers are willing to act at a scale and a pace that we have not seen in modern history. So I think if we do unfortunately see some sort of second wave come through, then I think both on fiscal and monetary, and not just from the Fed, but in Europe, in the UK, in this region, I think we will continue to see more policy support as much as is needed to create that bridge that people are talking about from before the virus to after the virus. So as I mentioned, we've got an economy that we can step back into, most importantly for people to get back to work and to some degree at least a return to normal life.
And switching focus to this part of the world, Japan, at what point would you be interested in equities in that country? They've started, and we've seen that today, lifting those emergency measures. Are you seeing anything that brings you back into the Japanese market?
Yeah, look, so we are, at the BlackRock Investment Institute, we are currently underweight Japan equities. And one of the key reasons for that, of course, has been Japan is very geared into the world through its export sector. So now as we're starting to see, I should say very early signs, but nonetheless it appears to us some early signs of green shoots with flash PMI in developed markets last week, Korean exports, Taiwan exports, just some signs that we are in the green shoots of the opening up stage, then that obviously would benefit Japan accordingly. And secondly, we had an unusual and interesting joint meeting with the BOJ and fiscal authorities on Friday. Now, Japan, of course, is a lot more, let's say, advanced in the unorthodox policy than the rest of the world. But nonetheless, Friday perhaps showed that there is the capability, even in Japan, to do a little bit more. So we're currently underweight, but as I say, if the world, all being well, normalizes in the weeks, months, and quarters ahead, and it turns out that there is the capability to do more self-help, if you will, within Japan, then that would be, it seems to us, a more constructive framework for Japan equities.
Ben, for a very long time, if you want exposure to China, you play it through Hong Kong. With what's happening in Hong Kong, has that scenario changed, and how best to get exposure to China?
Well, I think as a matter of pure math, it's actually become more true over time. So in rough numbers, going back a decade or so, around 60% of revenues for companies listed in Hong Kong came from Hong Kong. That number's now down to around 30%, with a lot of that change now coming from onshore in China. So in terms of pure revenue exposure, Hong Kong is more exposed to China now than before. But with that being said, of course, that's being obscured by the political difficulties, which I think are going to continue as we head into, obviously, domestic elections in Hong Kong in September. And to some degree, Hong Kong, one assumes, will continue to be a flashpoint in the broader geopolitical conversation between the US and China, which one assumes the rhetoric around there is going to stay rather heated, at least until November the 3rd, when we get to the US presidential election.
Yeah, it seems very unlikely that those tensions are going to ease off anytime soon, does it? Thank you, Ben. Thank you very much indeed. Ben Powell from BlackRock Investment Institute. Now, up next, Japan is lifting the state of emergency, as we discussed, in Tokyo as new virus cases dwindle to mere dozens. We take a look at how the nation beat the pandemic by ignoring the default playbook. This is Bloomberg.
Weston. Bloomberg Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience. Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
Another day of risk off across the financial markets. We bring you special coverage of all the price action and implications here on Bloomberg Television.
This is Bloomberg Markets Asia. Here's the latest business flash headlines. CanSino Biologics reversed earlier gains after a report that its experimental coronavirus vaccine was safe and generated an immune response in an early human trial. The Lancet Medical Journal said the vaccine stimulated production of both antibodies that can stop infection along with immune T cells. The report cautioned that further research is needed to show its effectiveness against the virus. The Times of London says Pizza Express may permanently close some of its British restaurants under a company voluntary arrangement once the pandemic has passed. All of its restaurants in the UK and Ireland have been shut since the end of March. The vast majority of workers followed. Earlier, the Telegraph newspaper said the chain was asking lenders for permission to delay its accounts. And Bain Capital is preparing a second-round proposal for Virgin Australia, saying it has the strongest case of any of the remaining bidders. Bain is one of four in the race for the collapsed airline, which has been swamped by more than $4 billion of debt as the coronavirus hammers demand for travel. Administrator Deloitte says it wants binding offers for the carrier by the middle of next month. Tom.
Hans, we're going to get some more details on those plans to reopen Tokyo as part of those emergency measures have withdrawn. We've got a line, though, crossing. Apple is going to be reopening some of its Japan stores this week, so it just ties into that story. So Japan lifting the state of emergency in Tokyo and surrounding areas as new virus cases continue to decline. The news comes as a poll shows that support for Prime Minister Shinzo Abe's cabinet has fallen to a record low, despite the relative success in fighting the outbreak. Let's go to government reporter Isabel Reynolds in Tokyo. Isabel, what will the lifting of this emergency mean for Tokyo and the country more broadly?
Right. Well, lifting it in Tokyo and the surrounding regions, this is the last step in the puzzle. Tokyo was the worst affected region. So that effectively means that the emergency is lifted for the whole country. But what that exactly means for businesses, for retailers and so on, depends on the governor of each region. So Tokyo has set out a three-stage plan to return to a whole range of activities, and we have phase one, which will probably start tomorrow. We'll see bars will be allowed to stay open until 10 p.m. It was previously 8 p.m. And we'll also see things like libraries and museums opening again. What it doesn't mean is there's going to be much travel, either domestic or international. Our economy minister, who's in charge of the virus response, has already said he doesn't want people traveling to other parts of the country right through the end of the month. And Japan's doors are effectively closed to foreign tourists and other visitors at the moment.
Isabel, Japan has fared relatively well in containing the emergency, but that hasn't really buoyed Abe's support. Why is that?
Yes, I don't think he's got much of the credit for what's happened, partly because I think nobody knows exactly why Japan has fared so well in combating the virus, but also because I think he's made some quite obvious mistakes. He was slow off the mark to block tourism from China, for example. He was slow in declaring an emergency, and if he'd done that more quickly, then perhaps more lives could have been saved. We've also seen massive delays in getting cash handouts to people who need them, who are furloughed from their jobs, and to businesses as well. But actually, even more than that, in the past couple of weeks, we've seen this scandal over cronyism regarding a prosecutor who Abe is supposed to be trying to appoint to the topmost prosecutor's job. and this guy has ended up resigning over a scandal about gambling on mahjong, which is actually illegal in Japan. So it's that scandal that has really pushed his support rate down in the last few days.
Right. Government reporter Isabel Reynolds in Tokyo. Now let's take a look at where the markets are right now. Sentiment seems pretty intact. We have Asia in the money mostly. The Asia-Pac index currently up by about 0.5%. The Nikkei 225, we're seeing pretty solid gains. Japan, as we heard, is saying the time is right to lift emergency in Tokyo. Details due at about 6 p.m. during that conference with Prime Minister Abe. Let's turn the page, take a look at where we are in terms of the yuan. The yuan was fixed at the weakest level since 2008 after the currency drop, but still a tad stronger than estimates. We have the yuan at 7.1518 at this point in time. The Hang Seng, well, continues to extend its decline by about 1%, 22,701. Tom.
As Hong Kong braces for more turbulence after renewed protests against China's tightening grip as fears grow in Asia's leading financial centre. The latest from the city next. This is Bloomberg.
Places that are already built to accommodate not only cars doing what it is that we're asking them to do, but they've even got the little mounds, so all the cars are tilted forward and they've all got a great view.
In San Francisco, a lot of tech action today.
Our top stories this morning in D.C. and
the Dow and the S&P.
Shall we? So the euro on a 7-day
sizable moves in the currency market. Temperatures down 0.5%.
We begin in the oil patch. Saudi Arabia.
Brent crude pretty much unchanged.
Welcome to Bloomberg, the first word Asia.
The U.S. and Japan duke it out over exchange.
China's slumping onshore bond market is great.
It's 12:30 p.m. in Singapore, 1:30 p.m. in Tokyo. You're watching Bloomberg Markets Asia. A reminder that Middle East markets are closed today for Eid al-Adha. Now taking a look where we are in terms of the markets in Tokyo. It is back from a lunch break, currently up by 1.5%. Of course, we know that Japan is saying the time is right to lift that emergency in Tokyo. Along with Hokkaido, we'll get details later on today at 6:30 from Prime Minister Abe. It also reported that Japan is finalizing its 100 trillion yen relief package, which could be up for approval by the cabinet on Wednesday. This is, of course, aimed at helping SMEs, workers, amid the pain from the virus. And, of course, Tokyo leading the gains in most of Asia. We have declines, though, in China as well as Hong Kong. Now, here's your first word news. China says it will never return to a planned economy and will let the market decide its future. Speaking on the sidelines of the National People's Congress, Foreign Minister Wang Yi said China doesn't want to change the U.S. and want the Trump administration to stop thinking it can change China. He denounced the drift towards a new Cold War and warned Washington not to cross the red line, that is Taiwan.
China has no intention to change the U.S. or replace the position of the U.S. While it is impossible for the U.S. to change China at its own wishful thinking, the U.S. is also not able to stop the historical process of the 1.4 billion Chinese people toward modernization. Now we must be vigilant against the fact that some U.S. political forces are hijacking the bilateral relations in an attempt to push the relations to the so-called New Cold War.
Thousands of homes and businesses are without power in Western Australia after the strongest storm in decades. A weakening cyclone and a cold front combined to bring winds of at least 100 kilometers an hour and a storm surge of up to 8 meters. Forecasters say the worst of the storm may not hit until later Monday as the system moves across Perth and heads further south.
And Benjamin Netanyahu has become the first Israeli Prime Minister to face a criminal trial when in office, denying a series of charges relating to fraud and bribery. A week after being sworn in for a fifth term, he appeared in Jerusalem District Court to deny any wrongdoing. Netanyahu is accused of coercing Israeli media and other institutions to give him a good press, but says the whole case is a left-wing scam. And SpaceX has completed final preparations for this week's launch, carrying 2 astronauts to the International Space Station. It's America's return to domestic crewed missions after relying on Russian rockets for the last 9 years. The flight will be the first US manned launch since the Space Shuttle was retired in 2011. Since then, NASA has had to use Russian Soyuz rockets to send astronauts to the International Space Station. Now, let's check in on how the markets are faring. Haslinda talked about the fact that the Nikkei was doing fairly well in Japan as they announced those changes to the emergency measures in Tokyo, the removal of those measures, and you can see that playing out in the Nikkei. The Kospi is also up almost 1%, and you can see the Australian markets have performed fairly well today as well. It seems the sentiment is more focused on those opening measures around the world rather than these geopolitical tensions. Those are the futures for the US, which of course is closed. You can move it on now to the next board. The UK is also closed, by the way. And there is the currency. You had the FIX, the weakest since 2008, currently at 7.13. The Korean won is in focus as well. More weakness there. It's at its weakest level for a while, down about 1.7% in May and starting to rival the Argentine peso in terms of the weakness we've seen in the month of May. You've also got the crude story, of course, the oil story, and that has gained 0.8% after some weakness in the early part of the session. Gold is down 0.4%. Haslinda.
Low volumes, of course, Tom. Now, the Hong Kong government is firing back at foreign criticism of China's proposed national security law for the city as, quote, no more than alarmist speculation. Over the weekend, almost 200 people were arrested as protesters denounced Beijing's plan. Our Chief North Asia correspondent Stephen Angle is watching developments. Steve, where does Hong Kong stand right now?
Well, it seems as though the pro-government and pro-establishment officials, as well as Beijing, are trying or going to great lengths to assuage the fears that have bubbled up, of course, after Beijing kind of confirmed that they were going to be pushing forward with their own national security legislation through the National People's Congress for Hong Kong, sort of bypassing the local legislature here in Hong Kong that has been unable up until now to pass Article 23, the anti-sedition element to the basic law, the mini-constitution here. And that sparked a lot of concern, obviously, here in Hong Kong, that bubbled up onto the streets yesterday with protesters clashing with police, the first time in a couple of months that the police have fired tear gas at protesters. About 180 confirmed arrests by police, mostly for illegal assembly. Keep in mind, Hong Kong is still under those regulations for social distancing of no more than 8 people gathered in one spot. So at least 4 police officers were injured, multiple members of the public also injured in the melee. But we are getting this chorus of comments. Most recently, the Hong Kong government put out a statement this morning basically saying that much of the criticism and commentary from politicians and pundits is no more than alarmist speculation, as you mentioned, Haslinda. But it went on to say that Hong Kong will remain a free, cosmopolitan, open, and welcoming city under the rule of law and its high degree of autonomy will remain intact. However, of course, it went on to say that Hong Kong cannot and must never become a base for subversive activities or organizations seeking to destabilize our country. So Maria Tam, she's the vice chairman of China's parliamentary committee that oversees Hong Kong. She made some comments saying anti-sedition law would not be used to whisk Hong Kongers across the border, and that the opposition is simply trying to strike fear in the minds of Hong Kong people. Also, China's vice premier, Han Zheng, he piped up on Saturday saying local rights and freedoms would be protected. Financial Secretary Paul Chan here in Hong Kong also saying on Sunday, he tried to allay the fears that moves to threaten confidence in Hong Kong's financial sector are unwarranted. So, AmCham late last week, the American Chamber of Commerce, it put out its own statement saying, the fear is about this vaguely defined national security law, and that is why there's lots of speculation right now as to what the breadth and scope of that law from Beijing would be.
And Steve, do we have any clarity on what the U.S. response is likely to be?
Well, Mike Pompeo, the U.S. Secretary of State, says the U.S. is still weighing how to respond to the new security laws that are being proposed but not yet finalized from the NPC. He did, though, go out on the limb and say it would be a death knell for Hong Kong's autonomy. So we're still weighing the options on Capitol Hill, whether several pieces of legislation will get enough support to be passed. There's still always that sort of Damocles hanging over Hong Kong as far as the U.S. possibly revoking the most favored nation trading status and the lower tax environment. But that has not yet come to fruition. Critics of that say it would hurt Hong Kong perhaps more than it would hurt Beijing.
Chief North Asia correspondent Stephen Engel, thank you for the latest on the situation in Hong Kong. Coming up, China pushes ahead with major investment in new infrastructure. But Bloomberg Opinion says it's not going to be the help that it might have been in the past. Find out why. We will have that next. This is Bloomberg.
During these uncertain times, we remain committed
to providing the news and data driving global markets
to make sense of this situation impacting all of us right now.
And while we may look a bit different,
we stand by that commitment.
We're here for you. This is Bloomberg.
Welcome back. China has announced trillions of yuan of new local government debt issuance and special coronavirus-related spending. Bloomberg opinion columnist David Fickling argues that isn't going to be the help that it might have been in the past. He joins us from Sydney. David, why won't it have the same transformative effects that the stimulus that China pumped into the system back in 2008 did?
Yeah, indeed. Well, I mean, obviously that 2008 stimulus transformed the country. It transformed it from its workshop in the world into what it is now, a sort of a middle-income power and all that comes with that. But the problem with stimulating the economy with this sort of capital investment is that the effectiveness declines as the stock of capital grows. For one thing, the depreciation is greater. China's economy is 3 times larger than it was back in 2008. And also, you fix a lot of the supply side weaknesses that China would have had in 2008. You've got the high-speed railways, you've got the metro network. So, the supply side of your economy is functioning better. Now, I was looking at some of the IMF data on this that they updated quite recently, and the numbers now are astonishing. That the public capital stock in China per capita, this is per person, it's now about $23,000. And to put that in context, that's more than Germany, there's more than Italy, the UK, or South Korea. So the stock of public capital is vast, and it is on a scale of countries that, in GDP terms, are considerably richer than China. So we've really reached the point of sort of sharply diminishing returns for future, public capital investment of this sort. So China needs to think pretty hard about how much it wants to push on that.
The thing is, David, why does the size of the existing capital stock matter? The stimulus is what's needed to get the economy going.
I would quite agree that the economy needs stimulus, but there is a question about the right type of stimulus. Because the existing capital stock is so large, as I say, the returns on any future investment start to go down very dramatically. And really, I think China is a middle-income country now, but the stimulus it needs is the sort of stimulus that you would see in a middle-income country, which relates less to things than to people. It's about putting money in people's pockets. It's getting money flowing through the economy. Transfers to individuals, social welfare plans. Bear in mind, China, the savings rate is still north of 40%. There's no other country with such a high savings rate. That's actually one of the things that allows China to invest so heavily in capital spending, is that people are saving so much money. But what you really need is the sort of society where people don't feel they need to save up quite so much, where the state will look after them a little bit better. And that's actually, at this stage of China's development, the sort of thing it needs.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, there's been some progress there in terms of healthcare and other elements to kind of rebuild that social network or social welfare net for individuals here in China. But in terms of this investment, it's going to happen. They've issued these bonds, or they will be issuing them. To what extent can that investment then help China to kind of build its way out of this downturn?
Well, as I say, the reason I'm concerned about it, I suppose, is that I think the returns on these future investments will be quite limited. I mean, if you think of the classic model of economic growth as the Solow growth model, it's essentially capital times labor times productivity. And think about that in terms of what we see in China right now. The labor force is declining. You lost 2.5 million people to the workforce last year. The public capital stock is beyond saturation levels, as we can see. There's more than Germany, Korea, the UK. Private capital, there's probably further room for further investment. But if you talk to anyone in China, the people who suck up the finance are the SOEs and the local governments. Private businesses and individuals find it much harder to access finance. And so all that leaves is productivity growth, which has been pretty lackluster from what we can see. So the real question there, obviously they've thrown out their growth target for this year, but in terms of any future growth, that is the real problem. Where do you get the growth from?
Right, Bloomberg Opinions, David Fickling, thank you so much for that. Mobius Capital Partners co-founder Mark Mobius says he still sees a lot of profitable stocks in China despite the escalation in trade tensions. He told us which companies he's looking at.
Well, there's no question that the tensions are rising. And of course, these tensions have been going on for quite some time, in the beginning with this trade war and a number of other factors, so that we can't expect to be seeing any let up in this kind of tension. Nevertheless, there are lots of stocks in China that can be purchased that are very profitable and are growing despite all the problems we're seeing. So I think we have to take it stock by stock rather than making a general picture of the Chinese market.
Well, help me understand then how you screen stock by stock and sort of how then that plays into what the government is going to do in terms of stimulus.
Well, number one, we're looking at stocks that are not going to be impacted by a trade war. That's number one. Number two, we're looking at stocks that have a global footprint. So you have many of these Chinese stocks. Well, Alibaba is the obvious one that they have a global footprint in addition to having this incredible market share in China. And then number three, we want stocks that have very, very strong balance sheets. At this stage, we have to have companies that are able to acquire other companies and gain the market by doing so. So those, I would say, would be the characteristics we're looking for in the Chinese stocks.
Can you give me some names? Because all you wind up hearing about with Chinese companies is how much debt they wind up having and how much help they're going to need from the government. So what are these names?
Well, I mean, if, for the normal investor, these big names like I mentioned, Alibaba would be the obvious one. But there are a number of others similar to that would fall into that category. I can't give you the names because we may be buying, so I don't want to be in that position. But generally speaking, any of these names, like Alibaba, like Tencent, these are companies that should be looked at.
Okay, fair enough. If, though, some of those companies, and we can stick with the big ones, like an Alibaba, get delisted from the Nasdaq, for example, because of these trade tensions, does that affect how you think about them at all?
Not really. I mean, I know that Congress is now going to pass a bill about accounting practices. The companies listed in New York have to follow U.S. accounting. That's not going to be any problem for these companies because they already are doing international accounting, and it'd be very easy for them to come up with the right accounting practices. So I don't see that as a big problem. So I think what you've got to see is any problems in the face of sanctions as regards to technology. Now that's an area where you have to be very cautious. But even there, if you look at a company like TSMC, they'll be able to survive any problems with the market in China, simply because they're a global company and supplying people globally, including many of the U.S. manufacturers.
Are you worried that we're going to see any sort of supply chain shifts that we were already talking about accelerate because of the virus? Or does it not matter as much if you're looking for the right kind of companies that would be more immune to something like that?
Well, this is already taking place. I mean, you must remember, it's not only the American companies that have a supply chain problem, but it's the Chinese companies as well. They have to now look afield out of their own area to find out where they can get their supplies that are not going to be sanctioned by the U.S. in one direction or the other. The interesting thing that's happening is that many Chinese manufacturers are moving outside of China to manufacture in other countries so they can get under the U.S. trade barrier. So that's another thing you have to look for. And we're looking at such companies that are strong in China, but are moving globally and are becoming more of a global supply chain company.
And that was Mark Mobius, co-founder of Mobius Capital Partners, speaking to Alex Steele. Up next, structural shifts due to the pandemic. We'll look at what comes next for the world's top banks in an exclusive interview with the BNP Paribas USA CEO. This is Bloomberg.
Another day of risk off across the financial markets. We bring you special coverage of all the price action and implications here on Bloomberg Television.
Commodity investing is more than buying gold and oil. From coffee and corn to cattle and natural gas, many sectors drive the commodity markets. And the Bloomberg Commodity Index covers them all. With exposure across 23 traded commodities, Bloomberg is the standard for diversification in commodity markets. With full transparency, measure and monitor your investment performance against the benchmark used by commodity professionals globally. More than gold and oil. The Bloomberg Commodity Index.
Welcome back. You are watching Bloomberg Markets Asia. BNP Paribas says it sees a softer, slower recovery ahead than initially hoped. The bank says the pandemic will also permanently change the way it views its workforce, with potential changes to real estate and travel. BNP's US head told us how that's affecting its return to office plans.
We have 95% of our staff working from home, and the bank is open for business, moving full speed, serving clients. Return to the office, obviously, is something we are planning on very with a lot of obviously consistency and focus. I would say you should expect it to be gradual and through phases. Probably first we're going to get our critical staff back on premises, and we'll reassess how the pandemic evolves. We will do it obviously following state guidelines. Their feedback is important to us, obviously, and I see three concerns, coming from them. The first one is around commuting. The second one is really around testing. There is going to be different kind of testing, and the third one is obviously around social distancing once back on premises.
So, Jean-Yves, some of the other banks have been looking at things like setting up a temporary office in the suburbs, for example, or only bringing back capacity to 20 to 25%. Do you have any specifics that you can kind of give us into what you're looking at?
Well, obviously each business model will have their own, criteria in terms of timing. As it relates to BNP Paribas, I don't expect through this phase one more than 15% back on premises. There is no absolute rush nor urgency to get back on premises because the bank is really functioning very effectively. Had you told me, Alex, like 2.5 months ago, that we would be operating successfully with 95% of the staff working from home, I think I would have been hard-pressed to believe you.
No kidding. I would have been hard-pressed to tell you that I'd be broadcasting from my home. So I'm with you on that. I wonder how that comes out on the other end, in that structurally, are you looking at a smaller rental space, a smaller office space footprint, less people permanently in the office? Facebook had bombshell yesterday saying that that would be their way forward.
Well, I think you are highlighting another very important point, which is what kind of structural changes we might be experiencing here. Definitely, I think working from home is going to be a trend to stay, to last, and there is going to be collateral consequences. The one you just mentioned. I do believe that companies will review their real estate footprint in the very dense urban areas. I do believe as well that we are going to be reviewing business travel. As now we're getting so used to do it digitally. I see all the structural changes, by the way, Alex, coming from my clients this time. It's a real re-domestication of supply chains for economic, for, I would say, independence, and as well, it would be a way at the time the unemployment rate is increasing exponentially to probably contribute to job creation.
It's good insight to get from all your clients. So to follow on that, I'm interested, I know you're ahead of the USA, but you're going to have insight into the rest of the world as well. Do you get a read from your clients as to which region is poised to recover the fastest?
Well, being a global bank, we obviously have a view on Asia, on Europe, on US, but more specifically in my role, I'm obviously bridging Eurozone and US here. Well, I see probably across, it's probably going to be a softer, slower recovery than what we would have probably hoped for initially. Our economists see a contraction of the economy for 2020 in the US around 6%, Eurozone around 8%.
And that was BNP Paribas USA CEO Jean-Yves Fillion speaking to Alex Steele. Now, a quick look at the markets. Britain is closed. The UK markets are closed for a holiday, but we can take a look at the pound because there's been more discussion about whether the BOE will move into negative interest rates. That has been weighing on sterling. You've got the euro there essentially flat, unmoved at 1.08. The crude story is still of interest. There was a sell-off early on the session. They've retraced those gains, in fact, up 0.8% for WTI. And the US 10-year, US is closed again for the Memorial holiday. That is at 0.66. Has.
Well, Tom, here's what we're watching today in terms of eco data. Germany releases a detailed breakdown of its first quarter GDP figures. The first release showed the economy contracted 2.2% at the start of the year. Of course, never mind that Q2 is expected to be much worse. Sweden posts its unemployment rate for April and is expected to rise as companies struggle to cut costs amid the pandemic. Also ahead, Tom, Taiwan's April industrial production data and Hong Kong's trade figures, a deeper decline expected in April. And that is it for Bloomberg Markets Asia. Daybreak Europe is next. Keep it here with us. This is Bloomberg.
Maybe 20 or 30 Hornets when they get into the attack mode, or what has been coined the slaughter mode, will wipe out a colony of 30 to 50,000 honeybees within a few hours. I got stung by an Asian hornet, I would go to the hospital, and I get stung all the time. Their venom on a milligram per kilogram basis is actually less toxic than honeybee venom is. The difference is that they have 7 times the volume of venom as a honeybee does. They're actually very good for pollination and helping with our food supplies. It could have been on a cargo vessel that they came on. It is, in some Asian cultures, considered a delicacy, both the adult and the larva and the pupa. People should not panic, and I know the headlines are great, but we just need to get a handle on exactly how extensive this is.
Good morning from Bloomberg's Middle East headquarters in Dubai. I'm Manus Cranny. It's Daybreak Europe, your top stories. China's foreign minister warns the US over pushing the nations toward a new Cold War. Hong Kong protesters hold their biggest rally in months amid controversial new legislation. The United States observes Memorial Day as coronavirus deaths approach 100,000 mark. On Downing Street, political pressure grows on Boris Johnson as he backs an embattled aide. And Germany's bailout of Lufthansa is said to be bogged down by wrangling over key details. Berlin is seeking a swift approval from Brussels once the plan is finalized. A warm welcome to Daybreak Europe. Many markets are closed. Memorial Day in the United States of America. You're going to hear people drone on about liquidity being thin. It doesn't change the risk sentiment. Equities are leaning into the reopening narrative versus the Sino-China political discourse. Asian equities are higher. Australia, you are seeing lockdown perhaps being lifted in Victoria State. Tokyo expected to lift their state of emergency. So equities are leaning into that new narrative of reopening. The yuan drops. Beijing tightens its grip on Hong Kong. China sets the yuan at the lowest fixing since 2008. But it's all about managing disorderly moves. Dollar yuan 7.1385, and the Korean won just goes in tandem. Citi joins JP Morgan in cautioning on Asian FX. Citigroup, we do not like Asia FX. We're not bullish, and especially negative on the Korean won. Roll it over. Dollar is bid. Oil is up 75% this month. The drillers are on their knees in the United States of America. The lowest drill rig count since 2009 gives you crude gushing up by over 1%. And dollar yen, as I say, they're the net longs. The market is the longest of yen since October. So let's stay to play on the markets. Let's focus in on the China story. What's going on? Well, China warns American leaders are potentially pushing toward a new Cold War. Foreign Minister Wang Yi has said that the U.S. should give up on its wishful thinking of changing China. He added the situation is dangerous and could endanger global peace. Tensions have re-escalated between the two countries over coronavirus, trade, and Hong Kong. Let's get to Beijing. I've got my colleague Tom Mackenzie, anchor of Bloomberg Markets there. Tom, good to see you this morning. So how do you rate this new escalation in terms of U.S.-China relations?
Well, it's the worst state that it's been for decades, and it's likely only to get worse from here as we lead up to those elections in November. Really, what we're looking for is how far and to what extent the rhetoric on both sides is translated into concrete action. And you're certainly seeing that from the US side, whether it's the House re-looking at this bill that would effectively put sanctions on some Chinese officials over the internment of Uyghurs in the province of Xinjiang, whether it's the additional bill focused on Hong Kong and that security law that Beijing now seems determined to push through in the city of Hong Kong. And you've got that bipartisan approach by senators in the US to put in place a bill that would allow the Trump administration to put sanctions then on entities that would be enforcing that security law or businesses, banks, dealing with those entities as well. So on that front, you've got concrete actions from the US side. And you've heard from US officials responding, the likes of Pompeo, the Secretary of State, to that decision that is being worked through here in Beijing to impose that security law. So it is a very tense time indeed. Here in China, we're looking to see whether the Chinese lawmakers here are willing to retaliate to any extent. We do have this unreliable entities list. We know officials have that in their back pocket, effectively listing US companies that China would say would effectively not be welcome or would have their business operations restricted here in China. It's something that they have threatened. We've yet to see it published. But the fact that over the last 24 hours, 48 hours, you saw the US adding another 24 companies to their own entities list suggests that we could be closer to that point. So definitely the strains are there. And we've talked about the one thing that seems to be keeping the two sides at least talking to some extent is this phase one trade deal. But can they keep that afloat until November is a key question as well.
Yeah, and Mike Pompeo, of course, talking about the death knell in autonomy in terms of assessing the two-system structure that exists. So, Tom, the US has barred some foreign travelers from Brazil. Now, this is on an escalation in terms of the COVID virus in Brazil.
Well, the situation in Brazil is pretty terrible, as we know. Of course, Bolsonaro has taken an approach there where he's actually riled against some of the restrictions that have been put in place in that country. You've seen infections soaring in Brazil and the health system there becoming overwhelmed. So you've had moves now, as you say, by the Trump administration to limit some travel from Brazilian nationals to the US, something that the officials in the US have been talking about for a number of days. And now it seems we're going to get that action. In terms of how it's breaking down domestically in the US, you have had Trump come out and says he wants to see schools reopen ASAP. That was in a tweet from him. And it's interesting now to see that overall infections in the US continue to slow, that rate of infections. But of course, that grim marker of 100,000 deaths is getting ever closer. And in terms of how it breaks down on a red state by blue state, you do have more people who are losing their jobs in red states versus people who have got the infection of the coronavirus. That seems to be compelling Trump to push for a faster reopening than maybe some of his health experts would have liked. But the pendulum may be swinging. We are starting to see now infection rates in those red states, in those states that Trump won in 2016, start to pick up. So there's a political risk for him, but clearly his motivation now is trying to get the opening up, because many of the people who voted for him in those red states have lost their jobs, and more have lost their jobs in those red states than in blue states. But it does lead to that potential risk for Trump, and of course, the economy, and that card they was hoping to play for November is not there at the moment. This all feeds, of course, into the way that the Trump administration is attacking China and using China as something of a whipping boy, even as many would say that China and Beijing have made a number of significant mistakes on the issue of this coronavirus from the outset.
Well, you're going to need some pretty strong messaging going in with a 20%. We expect a 20% unemployment rate by the time that election rolls around. Tom, thank you for being with us. Tom Mackenzie there in Beijing. Let me get you up to speed Monday morning with your first word news flow. To the UK, the Prime Minister there, Boris Johnson's most senior aide, is facing growing calls to resign. Dominic Cummings allegedly broke lockdown rules, travelling more than 250 miles to Durham while his family were supposed to be self-isolating. But the government says the trip was to seek care for his 4-year-old son, calling the actions sensible and defensible. In Israel, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, his graft trial began yesterday. He was read the charges just a week after being installed for the 5th term. Israel's longest-serving leader gave a defiant speech in the courthouse. He rejected the allegations, accusing his opponents of trying to topple him. Bayer looks set to have made progress settling claims its Roundup weed killer causes cancer. Sources say it reached verbal agreements that could resolve up to 85,000 of the around 125,000 claims. It's part of Bayer's $10 billion plan to end the costly legal battle. The company is likely to announce the settlements in June. And Ryanair is warning the collapse in air travel has left the airline with more than 600 surplus pilots and cabin crew in Spain. But that doesn't mean they'll all be job losses. The Europe's biggest low-cost airline is looking at lower pay, part-time work to reduce the layoffs. Ryanair is planning to restart operations from July the 1st with about 40% of its usual capacity. Global News, 24 hours a day, on air and quick take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. Coming up in the show, tensions rise between Beijing and Washington as China's foreign ministers say some American leaders are pushing toward a new Cold War. This is Bloomberg.
Fuel, corn, livestock, precious metals. Commodities are everywhere, and so is Bloomberg. Bloomberg commodity indices deliver leading benchmarks for true diversification. Adding commodity exposure can help hedge against inflation and diversify your stock and bond portfolios. With full data transparency and broad distribution, the Bloomberg suite of commodity indices is your measure for the commodity markets. With Bloomberg, you've got the markets covered.
Yet another day of risk off across the financial markets. We bring you special coverage of all the price action and implications here on Bloomberg Television.
This is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Manus Cranny in Dubai. Now, China is seen holding stimulus measures in reserve in the case of the global impact of coronavirus pandemic gets significantly worse. And that's according to the economists who have broken down the country's annual policy documents released on Friday. The Chinese government has abandoned its practice of setting an annual target for economic growth. Meanwhile, the war of words between Beijing and Washington drags on. The Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi has warned some politicians in America are pushing relations to, quote, new Cold War. That's after the US condemned China's proposal to introduce a new national security laws in Hong Kong. The Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo, said, quote, the United States strongly urges Beijing to reconsider its disastrous proposal. Joining us now is Edward Smith, Head of Asset Allocation Research at Rathbones. Thank you very much for being with us this morning, Edward. So here we are. The Chinese are warning of a new Cold War. What might that mean? We know there's a trade one phase deal which is shaky, but what might a new Cold War look like, and what are the risks associated with that?
Well, good morning. So, of course, the global growth slowdown that was every investor's concern in 2018 and 2019 was driven largely by the concerns around the US-China trade war and the impact that had on global trade and investment intentions. So if that rises again to Cold War levels, then that's going to make not only investors nervous, but purchasing managers nervous, and all of those things that could actually send the real economy into trouble. And the problem is Trump has decided that a tough on China approach should be central to his re-election campaign. The last 3 weeks, we've seen new export licensing rules to prevent non-American chip makers who want to sell to the US from producing Huawei chips. We've seen a few other measures like that, and I think this could have a real impact on investors.
It's interesting. I was reading Ben Amons. He sends through a morning note. He's at Medley Global Advisors, and he says the risk is those major US banks and institutions with exposure to Hong Kong, those tech companies where parts flow from China into Hong Kong and then onward to the United States of America. So the risk is that the US retaliates to China against Hong Kong with tariffs, and that has an aggressive impact on S&P, 5 to 10%.
I think the direct impact of exposures to Hong Kong via the banking channel are not so great. Hong Kong is not the global power it once was. Today, Hong Kong's GDP is just 3% of mainland China's, and foreign banks' exposures into that are not a really problematic percent of total assets. But yeah, there's definitely going to be some fallout. Some banks are going to be more exposed than others. I would be particularly concerned about companies exposed to Hong Kong's property market. We saw that wobble a lot during the protests last year, real estate investments associated with that. Hong Kong's property market already has some pretty shaky fundamentals. It is the most overvalued property market in the world by many metrics.
Let's just pick up on that stream of thought, because it goes back to the conversations I've been having over the past 3 days here in Dubai with a number of bankers. The single biggest seminal shift in our lifetime will be the transfer of responsibility from corporates to us. We're going to work remotely, progressively, over the next 5 years. Commercial property prices may not exactly crash, but they're certainly going to reprice. And this is the paradigm shift that we all need to really get our head around: commercial property, usage, and the transfer of risk and responsibility to the individual from the corporate.
Yeah, I think that's a fascinating aftershock to consider from the COVID-19 crisis. If you think central business district prime property is a huge expense to many corporations. It's one of their biggest line items on their cost sheets. So if new technology, which has been rolled out at a rapid pace across many firms to facilitate working from home, if that really holds up, if people think their productivity is pretty high at home, then I think companies are likely to take advantage of that situation. And that means some sort of central office districts in cities around the world could be in trouble. In London, we've been very nervous about commercial property for a while, largely because of the Brexit effect and a lot of new supply coming on stream. So I think that's one, when we're thinking about the long-term effects of COVID-19, I think that's certainly something that investors should think very carefully about.
Have you made any structural change as we think about some of these big items, trade wars, the risk of war? I think when Francine interviewed Christine Lagarde on that round table talked about the W's. The W in terms of the economies, opening, reclosing, and war. Have you done anything which is skewed because of W risk?
Well, we've been decreasing our exposure to emerging markets right the way through this, actually, starting in March, and we continue to decrease emerging market exposure in May, actually. That's in part because we think equity valuations were becoming rather complacent around the risks of the shape of the recovery globally, but it's also to do with the ramping up in rhetoric between President Trump and President Xi. And actually, we've been pretty cool on emerging markets for a while. That phase one trade deal that some people got very excited about earlier in the year, it seems like distant history now, but the strings attached to it, the increases in imports that China had to meet, in our opinion, were completely impossible. They were highly likely to be hauled over the coals by the White House again. And that's even before we've had all of these new measures to be tough on China, in inverted commas, over the last 3 weeks. So certainly that trade war, coupled with the effects of the coronavirus and perhaps some investor complacency, has meant that we have been decreasing our exposure again to emerging market equities.
Okay, well, certainly JP Morgan and Citi are quite vicious in terms of their take on EMFX space. So you're joining the choir in terms of that scoop. Edward, do not hang up the phone, Edward. Monday morning needs to go seamlessly smooth. Edward Smith, Rathbone, good man. I've always got a pound to put in the phone box. There's something that we had in the 1980s. Coming up, Boris Johnson has mounted a staunch defence of his senior aide Dominic Cummings amid angry demands from across the political spectrum to fire the advisor for allegedly breaking the lockdown rules. And now a programming announcement starting Tuesday. Tom Keane, Jonathan Farrow and Lisa Abramovich for Bloomberg Surveillance. Simulcast on Bloomberg Radio and television from 12 p.m. London time. They'll dissect and analyse the day's headlines and market sentiment. That's Bloomberg Surveillance. 12 noon, Tuesday on Bloomberg Television. Don't miss it. This is Bloomberg. is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Manus Craney in Dubai. Welcome back. So Downing Street, Boris Johnson has mounted a staunch defence of his most senior aide, Dominic Cummings. There have been calls for Cummings to resign across the political spectrum after allegedly breaking lockdown rules. The UK Prime Minister has understood why his top advisor had travelled more than 400 kilometres to seek care for his child when he was supposedly self-isolating from coronavirus symptoms.
I think he followed the instincts of every father and every parent, and I do not mark him down for that. I believe that in every respect he has acted responsibly and legally and with integrity.
This comes as Britain's Chancellor of the Exchequer, Rishi Sunak, has authorised a plan to save strategically important companies in exceptional circumstances. According to the Financial Times, the government would rescue any companies whose failure would disproportionately harm the economy. While it's not clear which companies the government deems strategically important, some of the nation's biggest employers are reeling. The travel industry has collapsed. Auto sales have all but folded. Meanwhile, to the Bank of England, the Deputy Governor, Dave Ramsden, has added his voice to the chorus of policymakers refusing to rule out negative interest rates in the UK. He said in an interview with Reuters, published on Friday, that, quote, perfectly reasonable to have an open mind on cutting rates below zero. Edward Smith is with Rathbones. He's still with us. So this claque, a claque is a Shakespearean group of people at the front of the theatre haranguing the actors on the stage. The Shakespearean claque grows. David Ramsden, Bailey, Tenreo, to name but a few in terms of negative interest rates. Edward, how close are we and how destructive would they be to your portfolio?
I don't think we are that close. I think it's right that the Bank of England has said that they're considering them, but I think they have been quite clear that they're definitely not ruling them in right now. Andrew Bailey, the governor, he's not a fan of negative rates. He said it creates problems for commercial banks and it's very hard to explain to the public. That's been the Bank of England stance for quite a few years now. They don't want to rule them out, of course, but I don't think they're ruling them in. And the academic evidence on their efficacy is mixed, as is the opinion of central banks that have used them around the world already. The official account from the Riksbank, Swedish central bank, which has been released in various speeches and a few papers over the last 6 months, has been pretty damning. The ECB, on the other hand, think they're working well. And an academic study from the Federal Reserve Bank of San Francisco has suggested a cut into negative territory is still effective, but perhaps by as much as 40% less effective as a cut when you're in positive territory. So I think because that evidence is mixed, because of the past comments from the Bank of England, I don't think they're here right now. I think we're more likely to see a ramp up in QE as a first measure if more stimulus is needed, negative rates further down the line.
I would say probably everything that you said is very, very sound, except markets like to push and test and prod. And so the market is still pricing and pushing for an IRP. What is the risk? What is it that takes sterling, let's say, back to a 35-year low of 114.12? It did so on lockdown. You now have a number of other layers in this. NIRP is but one, a deficit of 62 billion. Rishi Sunak saying he's ready to do strategic saviours in the economy. You've got hard Brexit risk and a recession and a contraction in the UK of 14%. Which lever is it that dominates the FX story in the first instance?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think so. Lots of people look at interest rate differentials to judge currency moves. Actually, the interest rate differential and its relationship with the pound has broken down over the last, particularly the last 18 months, but also the last 2 to 3 years. There's been virtually no correlation between relative interest rate differentials and the pound. And actually, if the pound had followed interest rate differentials, even taking into account these market expectations of an NIRP, the pound actually should be much stronger than it is today. So I don't think that's going to be the main lever. I think what's weighing really at the moment...
Edward?
Edward,
sure. hold on to that thought. Time has crashed against us. Edward Smith on the pound correlation coefficient. We're going to dig into coefficients from the Fed right here on...
True diversification. That's what adding commodities exposure to your stock and bond portfolio can help provide. The Bloomberg Commodity Index is the standard for commodity market exposure. 23 traded commodities are represented: agriculture, livestock, metals, and energy. The Bloomberg Commodity Index is the benchmark most widely used by investment professionals globally. Track your commodity investments with a proven financial information partner. The Bloomberg Commodity Index. True diversification.
Good morning from Bloomberg's Middle East headquarters in Dubai. I'm Manus Cranny. It's Daybreak Europe. Your top stories this Monday morning. China's foreign minister warns the US over pushing the nations towards a new Cold War. Hong Kong protesters hold their biggest rally in months amid controversial new legislation. And United States observes Memorial Day as coronavirus deaths approach 100,000. On Downing Street, political pressure grows on Boris Johnson as he backs an embattled aide. And Germany's bailout of Lufthansa is said to be bogged down by wrangling over key details. Berlin is seeking swift approval from Brussels once the plan is finalized. Warm welcome to the show. It's Asian stocks rallying a little bit. You've got a lowest fixing since 2008 on dollar yuan. Asian stocks are rallying. The narrative is about reopening. That is what drives the market from Australia to Tokyo, where that state of emergency is said to be lifted. So Asian stocks are up by 0.6%. Yes, there is stress in the Sino-US relationship. Beijing tightening its grip on Hong Kong with aggressive legislation. Some callers are saying, Macquarie are saying it's all about managing the depreciation on the yuan. Will we test 720? Markets do like to test levels. South Korean won down for the fourth day in a row. Citigroup and JP Morgan cautious on Asia FX. And Citigroup, we're not bullish on Asian FX, and they're especially bearish on the South Korean won. Roll it over, the dollar is bid. Again, those of you who are hoping that the US should give up on changing China's mind is wishful thinking. The hedge funds, by the way, have moved to net long versus net short for the first time since March on the dollar. And you're looking at crude storming away. The drillers are at the lowest level since 2009 in the United States of America. The reopening narrative drives the demand for energy. Crude is up 75% this month. Woo. And just think, we were in negative territory over a month ago. Let's talk about the Fed. Boston Fed President Eric Rosengren expects companies to begin receiving money through the central bank's Main Street lending program within 2 weeks. Now, the emergency scheme is designed to provide up to $600 billion in credit to small and medium-sized U.S. companies. The Fed has been under increasing scrutiny over the program's slow launch since its announcement in March. On Wednesday, the Fed will publish its Beige Book. It's likely to confirm sharp economic deterioration and point to uncertainty around the outlook for the United States of America. Edward Smith is with Rathbones. He's still with us. So, Edward, the narrative this morning for markets is all about reopening. But when we look at lending to Main Street in America, this is where the next narrative begins to take shape. $600 billion, making it to Main Street. How important is that?
I think it's very important. There's been a lot of criticism in the US, particularly in the UK, about how slow some of these huge lending programs that markets got very, very excited about in late March, April, how slow they have been to actually get out into the real economy. I mean, they are working in financial markets. Financial conditions have been arrested. They have tightened by a fraction of what they did in 2008, 2009, and that's hugely important. But I think now they do need to get out into the real economy because corporates and households' balance sheets are taking on water, and that needs to be arrested too.
A lot of discussion around the dollar, and I just want to get your sense on this. We put the dollar and the S&P together, and there is the view that this robust, resilient, king, whatever you want to call it, dollar is critical to where we go next in terms of the S&P. Do you look at the relationship between the dollar and the S&P at any level?
Well, when we run various pieces of analysis, various regressions, looking at the relationship lots of variables have with either the S&P or the US economy, the dollar actually has a pretty weak effect, surprisingly. It certainly affects some very export-oriented corners of the S&P, but overall it doesn't have a huge effect. It has a much greater effect on investments like emerging market assets, which are really sensitive to the dollar. For the S&P, not so much. We think the dollar is overvalued across a range of currency valuation frameworks like purchasing power parity or more complicated ones that bring in relative productivity, relative savings. We're not sure how much further the dollar can increase, but at the same time, we don't see a big weakening anytime soon.
The one thing that struck me as I read through your notes was that you see the probability of a 50-50 probability of a V-shaped versus a protracted recovery. Now, how has that shifted? How has that progressed? And what is it that skews you towards the V?
Well, so we're trying to remain grounded by the probabilities. We think if you look at the path markets have taken over the last 2 months, they are now within 5 to 10% of our estimated fair value for a V-shaped recovery. We think that is they're pricing in too high a probability of that V. We think we don't really know. That's why we're mathematically saying it's 50-50. And we want to remain grounded by those probabilities. Certainly, the data that's out in May suggests that the economy is becoming a little slow to recover. China took longer than many people expected to recover initially. So there are question marks about how quickly the economy can spring back. Will it be a V? Will it be something else? We're 50-50.
And in terms of the inflation-deflation narrative, how has that driven your thinking or your preparedness? I mean, there certainly doesn't seem to be a huge momentum behind the inflation story, although, wages are going to be under pressure. Many people say to me, if you've got 36 million people unemployed and an unemployment rate still at 10% on a recovery trade, the momentum for wages, it's not a bright picture.
No, we certainly think wage growth is likely to decrease. Statistically, you've had some funny numbers in the States because a lot of lower paid workers have dropped out of the survey. So, sorry, I'm getting some noise in my ear from the producer, I think. So we're not so convinced about the inflation story. I think a lot of investors are worried about all the stimulus getting out into the economy and causing inflation to go up. Lots of people citing Milton Friedman. But of course, the problem with that sort of simplistic Friedman view is that it overlooks something which in jargon terms we call the velocity of money. How much that money that's being created by central banks and the government is actually flowing through the economy. And we think that will remain subdued as people increase their precautionary savings, as some companies pay some of that government stimulus back. And that will hold down inflation, even if we do get a reasonably strong recovery.
I think you were at the lunch that I was at over the weekend, because M2 might be exploding, but it's all about the velocity of money. The person who was at lunch knows that the two themes made it to air today. Edward, thank you very much. You've just confirmed two of the biggest trades. Edward Smith, Rathbones, my guest host, stays with us. Don't hang up the phone, Edward. Anti-China protests returned to Hong Kong. The demonstrators took to the streets, denouncing China's security law. The biggest outcry since the coronavirus swept through the city in January. We spoke to the Legislative Council member, Holden Chow, earlier, who's vice chairman of the Democratic Alliance for the Betterment and Progress of Hong Kong. Take a listen.
First of all, I also have to denounce the violent protest yesterday. As you would see from the TV, people throw bricks again, attack the police, and also even just an ordinary man, because of different political opinion, he was beaten up by a group of protesters. It's very cruel. Now, I say I denounce this all very violent behavior, first of all. The second thing is, people, if they oppose to this piece of national security law, one of the reasons perhaps they don't understand the nature of this piece of law. Actually, I believe that the vast majority of Hong Kong people do not need to worry or concern, because if you are not sort of committing crimes like terrorism, or if you are not engaged in something like sedition, or engaged in this, or sort of organize this or sedition act, then you need not worry. It's only those who engage in those terrorism or organize these sort of crimes, and those who would be concerned.
Holden, I think foreign investors also seem to be concerned that with this new law, it's an erosion of so many aspects of independence, or the semblance of independence, right, including judicial independence. So is that a valid concern? And what do you say about the argument that Beijing is willing to trade Hong Kong's station as an international financial hub as being separate from Beijing in order to consolidate control?
Wow. Well, I disagree with that point of view. First of all, I make that very clear. The enactment of this national security law, the purpose of that is to make sure that we have a safe environment in Hong Kong to protect the national security. And, if the violence or all the mayhem continue to carry on, we will lose the safe environment, and nobody would be willing to invest in Hong Kong in the long run. So if you look at even Macau, they have done their national security legislation, and foreign investment continue to invest there. It's just to make sure that we have a safe environment. Now, if people have concerns about this national security law, I would say now the details of the national security law remains to be seen. But once we have the details, I'm sure that the central government will come out and explain to everyone.
Put it this way then.
Yeah,
the way
please.
Things are shaping up, and obviously we have to wait and see really how this plays out. is that this will be introduced by decree. In other words, it's being snuck in to the basic law. It's not going to go through the normal legislative process. Now, would you be in favor of something being introduced in a similar way if it wasn't this? Because a lot of people have also expressed their concern that it's being implemented without the consultation of the Hong Kong people as well. And, you know, that's a valid concern to have. What would you say to those people that Beijing is railroading this through?
Well, this law is done straight in accordance with our basic law because it's enshrined in the Article 18 of the basic law that the central government does have the right to incorporate the national law into Annex 3 of the basic law, and by way of promulgation, it would be implemented in Hong Kong. So it's done straight in accordance with the basic law. I don't see anything wrong there.
That was the Hong Kong Legislative Council member Holden Chow speaking to the crew in Hong Kong just a short time ago on Bloomberg. Coming up on the show, China accuses US leaders of pushing a new Cold War. Relations between the two countries have hit another low as violence returns to the streets of Hong Kong. We have more on the US-China relations. This is Bloomberg.
I'm David Weston. Bloomberg Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience. Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
This is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Manus Cranny in Dubai. China warns American leaders are potentially pushing towards a new Cold War. The Foreign Minister, Wang Yi, has said that the U.S. should give up its wishful thinking on changing China. He added that the situation is dangerous and could endanger global peace. Violence has returned to the streets of Hong Kong. Riot police have clashed with hundreds of protesters marching against China's dramatic move to crack down on dissent. Joining me now is Janka Ortel, ECFR's Director of Asia Programming. Janka, thank you so much for joining us. So this sweeping legislation, as it's referred to criminalize any criticism of China. Why is China doing this now? Is it impatience with Hong Kong, or is it a sense of panic?
it is impatience to a degree because this law was supposed to be enacted by the Hong Kong government for a long time. But it's also a sense of seizing the moment. The world is very, very distracted with the pandemic. And one could think that this is the worst of all times to move. But actually for China, this is not the worst of all times. This is quite a good time to make decisive moves, as we see all around China at the moment.
So you call it a decisive move. Mike Pompeo says it could lead to the U.S. reconsidering the special trade status of Hong Kong. Tie those two together, because they're quite far apart, aren't they?
Well, it just shows that the kind of standoff between the U.S. and China is getting more fierce by the day. And these moves on Hong Kong by the central government are very clearly directed towards establishing institutions on the ground. So establishing institutions for the maintenance of security, the Ministry of State Security institutions, potentially within educational facilities, so that the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region would turn into just another Chinese city. Now, whether the U.S. is willing to actually accept that, and whether the U.S. is willing to still grant Hong Kong special status will be seen. But it cannot be resolved easily anymore because this move has been made by the central government in Beijing. Were this to be a move by the Hong Kong authorities, it would be a different story. But we're in a different territory now than we were with the extradition law.
Okay, so we've ratcheted higher from what you've just said. We've ratcheted higher. So extradition law was one wrangle. Here we are with a completely different level of risk. What does that risk take me to? What is a Cold War in 2020? What does it look like? What does it feel like? How will we know we're there?
I think that we are not witnessing a Cold War because that analogy is just misleading. It's oversimplifying for the complex dynamics that are currently at play. We're seeing an all-out confrontation between the U.S. and China across the full spectrum of economic, technological, the trade space, and as you can see, even in the political and diplomatic space. The only thing that's missing is basically a military confrontation at the moment, and this is we're inching towards a very, very tense security environment. I think de-escalatory steps are necessary, but at this point, both sides are sort of boxed in into their domestic context because this is what this is all about in the end. It's about the domestic politics that both sides are playing. And so we are in a situation where the Hong Kong people become a pawn in this bigger conflict, but it's also a domestic problem that Beijing has been wanting to resolve for a long time. And it's just speeding up the process.
Do you think that the EU and the United States, how will they fight back? How will they push back? The US has got tariff capability. It can perhaps lodge tariffs against Hong Kong. It can decry the special status of Hong Kong. What is the series of escalation of retaliation? By the way, the use of my phrase, Cold War, is to quote the foreign minister of China. So maybe he's underestimating the scale of where we are.
Yeah, I think that the Chinese government has been referring to the Cold War quite some time and accusing Western institutions of maintaining a Cold War mindset for a long time now. This has been a phrase that's been used quite a bit. But I think what you were referring to is just the kind of what are the measures that Europeans or Americans could still take. I'm afraid that the toolbox is pretty empty on this one. There are a number of economic measures that can be taken. The enforcement of human rights sanctions has been put into place, but this would not counter the overall problem of Beijing's ability to institute this law and Beijing's ability to actually move on this. The question remains whether this is a breaking point, whether this is a red line in the overall relationship with China. Only if Europe and the US are willing to really risk the overall relationship over this, then more decisive measures could be taken.
Well, let's see where the off-ramp is or the escalation. Janka, thank you so much. Janka Ortel, ECFPR's Director of Asia Programming. Coming up on the show, Lufthansa's €9 billion bailout. Quite frankly, it's bogged down in talks in Brussels. More on the story. This is Bloomberg.
Melinda Gates, thank you so much for joining us on Bloomberg Studio 1.0.
Who shaped my views were the women I talked to.
I think Facebook's probably won in a lot of ways.
Running Microsoft was a ton of fun, and it was, it's kind of inspirational.
This is your weekly review of the most important business news and interviews from Bloomberg Television around the world.
Yet another day of risk off across the financial markets. We bring you special coverage of all the price action and implications here on Bloomberg Television.
During these uncertain times, we remain committed
to providing the news and data driving global markets.
To make sense of this situation impacting all of us right now.
And while we may look a bit different, we stand by that commitment. We're here for you. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Manus Cranny in Dubai. Lufthansa's €9 billion bailout has been bogged down in talks with Brussels. Sources tell us the discussions are meant to ensure swift approval once the deal is finalised. Our senior editor, Benedict Kamel, is on the line now. Benedict, great to have you with me. So Lufthansa said almost a week ago that they're in advanced talks about this bailout. What exactly is holding it up in Brussels?
Yeah, so the devil is, as usual, in the detail. As you said, we heard last week on Wednesday from the Chancellor, from Angela Merkel, that they're on the sort of home stretch for the deal, and Lufthansa confirmed as much. And we really thought that this is a matter of a day or two until we get sort of white smoke and the two sides lay out the deal. But since then, really nothing. The deliberations are now at a stage where they're taking whatever they've hashed out to the European Commission, because they need approval from the European side as well. And it's a matter of how long might Germany hold a stake in Lufthansa, what would the rules look like for possible M&A, what would an exit look like for the German government, when might Lufthansa repay whatever money they've gotten, what about outstanding aircraft orders that we know exist. All these kinds of things still need to be hashed out. And it seems like that's taking a little longer. But there's really no alternative to a deal. It's really sort of bailout or bust for Lufthansa. They've made as much clear. So we probably have to be a little patient. We're hearing that a supervisory board meeting might happen tomorrow, and we might then finally get the final ruling and the approval from the EU side and from the Germans.
Okay. Let's see, but a bust is most unlikely, so it's probably more likely a bailout. Senior editor in Europe, Benedict Kamel, tracking the Lufthansa bailout. You've got another 2 hours of me. I'm doing the European Market Open. Special Monday.
Stopped. It's ceased. In terms of us being able to go out and film, it's impossible. Live streaming aviation entertainment is the best way to describe it. What is also extremely unique about it is the fact that it is live and that everybody can join in.
Wow, look at this. He's having some right problems there, man.
Oh, yeah, baby. There she is. There she is. Yeah.
Action, action, action.
I've taken off all monetization on my videos. I've taken off all of the super chat, so nobody can donate any money to me because I want them to donate and keep their money for themselves and for charities.
Good morning. Welcome to Bloomberg Markets, the European Open. I'm Manis Cranny, your top stories today. A new Cold War. The US should give up on its wishful thinking of changing China, according to the country's foreign minister. That after the weekend marked by violence on the streets in Hong Kong. Asian markets shrug off the prospect of further escalation, with mainland China in the green. European futures are up, with markets in the UK and America closed for today. And Bloomberg learns that Bayer is in the process of settling a large proportion of the Roundup lawsuits. Up to 85,000 suits could be resolved. We're just under an hour away from the start of your cash trading day in Europe. A much ameliorated session in terms of liquidity. European stocks futures a little bit higher, up by 0.8%. The narrative is very, very clear. It is the easing of the lockdown from Australia to Japan. Victoria State reopens. Japan is expected to lift the state of emergency. That skew, along with the north of Italy having the almost zero infection rate, the lowest since early March, really changes the narrative. What is the pathway to reopening Europe? The DAX is up as the frugal 4 EU member states propose a one-off two-year emergency fund. So the narrative has changed. Their stock futures are higher around Europe. To the German data, let me bring it to you. The GDP for Germany quarter on quarter, this is the final reading, by the way, collapses by 2.2% in the quarter on quarter. The year on year down 2.3%. Now, what is interesting in regards to Germany, there's the DAX, as you can see, up over 1%, is that Bloomberg expects the economy to contract by over 5%. The fiscal response is probably the most important one, 250 billion euros. This is the GMM, the state of the markets. The Australian equity markets are higher. The Japanese markets are higher. And on the currency side, you've got Citigroup joining JP Morgan being slightly off in terms of the emerging market currencies. But you are seeing commodities rise. Oil, by the way, has ramped up by 75% this month. But you can see there on the FX board, some of the EMFX a little bit more under pressure with the South Korean won getting battered again. Let's get you up to speed. It's just gone 7:02 in London, 8:02 in Paris. Your first word, headlines. Protesters in Hong Kong have held their biggest rally in months. Police arrested at least 180 people after using tear gas and a water cannon. It follows China's move to crack down on dissent in the city with a new national security legislation. Now, it's been described as the biggest loss of autonomy for Hong Kong since China took control in 1997. China is warning that some US politicians are pushing the nation into a new Cold War. The comments came from the foreign minister, Wang Yi, who said that the US should give up on its wishful thinking of changing China. The relationship between Washington and Beijing has worsened in the past few months. The White House has repeatedly blamed China for the coronavirus outbreak. To the UK, the Prime Minister Boris Johnson's most senior aide is facing growing calls to resign. Dominic Cummings allegedly broke lockdown rules, travelling more than 250 miles to Durham, while his family were supposed to be self-isolating. But the government says the trip was to seek care for his 4-year-old child, calling the action sensible and defensible. Global News, 24 hours a day, on air by Quick Take and Bloomberg, powered by 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. Let's mix up these markets. We've got Asian stocks rallying, traders are weighing more signs on the economies reopening around the world versus the US-China tension. Simon Flint is our emerging market strategist for Bloomberg News. So Simon, if you look at the EM currency space, that's worried about China. But if you look at the equity space, that is absolutely resolutely focused on the narratives about reopening and the dissipation in COVID cases. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, I do think that the announcements made at China's National People's Congress will have an enduringly negative impact. They under-delivered on economic stimulus and they over-delivered on geopolitical tension. So I think this is a story that's going to run for weeks, if not months.
And the yuan, I mean, we had a red headline, the weakest setting since 2008. Look, if you read the various pieces of research, Macquarie and a number of others are all saying this is about control and contain the worst case outcome. What does the fixing say to you, and is it a process of control?
Oh, in terms of the renminbi fixing, yeah, I actually thought that they would fix even stronger. So the fixing was slightly stronger in yuan terms than the Bloomberg survey. And we'd certainly had a few days last week where it had been more substantially below. But again, it wasn't sufficiently different from expectations to be sending a strong signal. So it looks like for the time being that the Chinese are willing to accommodate some renminbi weakness. And that's perhaps surprising. Maybe this is kind of commensurate with the very, very large market reaction we've seen. As you were suggesting earlier, the introduction of the Hong Kong National Security Law really is a very substantial change in geopolitical terms. And with respect to the shortfall in fiscal expenditure, again, this was actually quite significant. I was reading some Barclays research, for example, suggesting that or consensus derived mostly from Bloomberg articles, was that the effective real fiscal deficit would have been around 10% of GDP. As Barclays calculated, it's only about 8.4% of GDP. So these are very significant geopolitical and economic events. And for the time being, it looks like China is accommodating it somewhat through the fixing.
And Simon, let's just close off. The imagery, again, going out to the world is demonstrations in a COVID world on the streets in Hong Kong. My guest in the last hour said, look, we're seeing from the extradition risk last year that this new risk for Hong Kong, putting legislation through without going through the legislature, is a new paradigm shift. Does that shift the narrative on the peg, the Hong Kong dollar peg?
No, I don't think so. The Hong Kong dollar peg has survived some exceptionally severe crises, and this is nowhere near as significant as that as yet. So, no, I think not. Having said that, yes, protests will probably continue. Today was a bit calmer, is my understanding, but particularly as we approach, I guess, the June 4th anniversary, that will almost certainly pick up. And then, of course, you've got the September LegCo elections in Hong Kong. And this is the first big electoral test since the collapse in the pro-government vote that we saw back in November 2019. So things will look worse, but in answer to your question, I don't think any significant threat to the Hong Kong dollar peg.
Simon, thank you very much. Simon Flint, our emerging market strategist for Bloomberg News, the very latest on the news flows across the markets this morning. Coming up, tensions re-escalate between Beijing and Washington, as we've been saying. China's foreign minister says some U.S. leaders are pushing relations, quote, towards a new Cold War. What does that mean? We'll discuss that next with Saxo Bank's head of macroeconomic analysis right here on Bloomberg. Welcome back to the European market open. It's just gone 7:10 a.m. in London, 8:10 in Paris or Berlin, channeling Anna Edwards. You got Eurostoxx futures up 0.9%. It's the reopening narrative. Things are improving in the north of Italy. That's the key thing. What will Germany and France do in terms of stimulus? The Frugal Four, I love the red headline, the Frugal Four of the EU proposal, one-off 2-year emergency fund. So the narrative is shifting from the likes of Austria and the likes of those northern European states in terms of what they're prepared to countenance for stimulus for Europe. Let me get you up to speed with your business flash this Monday morning. The top corporate stories hitting the news belt today. Bayer looks to have made progress settling claims its Roundup weed killer causes cancer. Sources say it reached verbal agreements that could resolve up to 85,000 of the around 125,000 claims. Now, as part of Bayer's $10 billion plan to end the costly legal battle, the company is likely to announce the settlements in June. Aston Martin is reviewing its management team, and sources tell us that it's poised to replace its chief executive with the head of Daimler's Mercedes AMG division. Tobias Moers could be named as the carmaker's new boss as soon as this week. Aston Martin has said this month it may need to raise more funds and cut costs. Ryanair is warning on the collapse in air travel could leave the airline with more than 600 surplus pilots and cabin crew in Spain. That doesn't mean that they're all going to lose their jobs. Europe's biggest low-cost airline is looking at lower pay and part-time work to reduce layoffs. Ryanair is planning to restart operations from July the 1st with about 40% of its usual capacity. And that was your Bloomberg Business Flash. So, the tensions are rising on the streets of Hong Kong. You have investors still seeing profitable stocks in China. Mark Mobius of Mobius Capital Partners, co-founder and partner, spoke to Bloomberg's Alex Steele about the Chinese opportunities.
Well, there's no question that the tensions are rising, and of course the these tensions have been going on for quite some time, in the beginning with this trade war and a number of other factors, so that we can't expect to be seeing any let up in this kind of tension. Nevertheless, there are lots of stocks in China that can be purchased that are very profitable and are growing despite all the problems we're seeing. So I think we have to take it stock by stock rather than making a general picture of the Chinese market.
Well, help me understand then how you screen stock by stock and sort of how then that plays into what the government is going to do in terms of stimulus.
Well, number one, we're looking at stocks that are not going to be impacted by a trade war. That's number one. Number two, we're looking at stocks that have a global footprint. So you have many of these Chinese stocks. Well, Alibaba is the obvious one that they have a global footprint in addition to having this incredible market share in China. And then number three, we want stocks that have very, very strong balance sheets. At this stage, we have to have companies that are able to acquire other companies and gain the market by doing so. So those, I would say, would be the characteristics we're looking for in the Chinese stocks.
Can you give me some names? Because all you wind up hearing about with Chinese companies is how much debt they wind up having and how much help they're going to need from the government. So what are these names?
Well, I mean, if, for the normal investor, these big names like I mentioned, Alibaba would be the obvious one. But there are a number of others similar to that would fall into that category. I can't give you the names because we may be buying, so I don't want to be in that position. But generally speaking, any of these names, like Alibaba, like Tencent, these are companies that should be looked at.
Okay, fair enough. If, though, some of those companies, and we can stick with the big ones, like an Alibaba, get delisted from the Nasdaq, for example, because of these trade tensions, does that affect how you think about them at all?
Not really. I mean, I know that Congress is now going to pass a bill about accounting practices. The companies listed in New York have to follow U.S. accounting. That's not going to be any problem for these companies because they already are doing international accounting, and it'd be very easy for them to come up with the right accounting practices. So I don't see that as a big problem. So I think what you've got to see is any problems in the face of sanctions as regards to technology. Now, that's an area where you have to be very cautious. But even there, if you look at a company like TSMC, they'll be able to survive any problems with the market in China simply because they're a global company and supplying people globally, including many of the U.S. manufacturers.
Are you worried that we're going to see any sort of supply chain shifts that we were already talking about accelerate because of the virus? Or does it not matter as much if you're looking for the right kind of companies that would be more immune to something like that?
Well, this is already taking place. I mean, you must remember, it's not only the American companies that have a supply chain problem, but it's the Chinese companies as well. They have to now look afield out of their own area to find out where they can get their supplies that are not going to be sanctioned by the U.S. in one direction or the other. The interesting thing that's happening is that many Chinese manufacturers are moving outside of China to manufacture in other countries so they can get under the U.S. trade barrier. So that's another thing you have to look for. And we're looking at such companies that are strong in China, but are moving globally and are becoming more of a global supply chain company.
Mark Mobius there from Capital Partners, co-founder and partner. Coming up on the show, Europe's largest economy shrinks the most in more than a decade in the first quarter as Germany's coronavirus lockdown hits activity. We discuss right here on Bloomberg.
Clever Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience.
Consistency is more important than volatility.
There's very likely to be a decoupling between the United States and China.
Look, I think the reality is this is highly unusual.
This is a really good example of the intersection of business and government.
Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
Welcome back to the Open. It's just gone 7:19 in London. This is how the futures are looking at the moment. You've got a strong bid tone across the complex. Buyer close to doing a deal to settle up to 80-odd thousand of their lawsuits. You've got this narrative around the world from Italy to Australia to Japan about reopening, re-engaging, allowing people to congregate. That changes the consumer narrative. That changes the overall narrative from L, U, maybe even statistically towards a V. The narrative will shift. European equity futures are higher. The FTSE is closed today. Obviously, it's a national holiday. 44.87 on CAC, up 1.125%. Let's talk about Germany. We've just had the data through. Now, the economy shrank by over 2% in the first quarter. That was pretty much expected. That was the final reading, reflecting the disruption from measures to control the spread of the coronavirus. The euro area's biggest economy held up better than France or Italy, as the lockdowns came a little bit later and they were less stringent. But the second quarter is likely to record a bigger hit to activity. Christopher Dembick is the head of macroeconomic analysis at Saxo Bank. So great to have you with us. The contraction was 2.2%, the final reading of the first quarter. The question that comes to mind, we expect at Bloomberg a contraction of around 5% in Germany, but we're looking at a stimulus of nearly 8% of GDP. Is the remedy big enough for the pain of contraction?
Yeah, well, first, good morning. I think what we need to expect is that in the coming months, and especially the second quarter, the pain will be extremely deep on the German economy, as in many other European economies. At Saxo Bank, we expect the contraction in the second quarter could be around 7%, which is already kind of huge compared with other crises. And for the whole year, we expect that contraction should be around 8%. But at the end of the day, I think Germany will cope with the economic situation much better than much of the other European countries, especially France or Italy. I think as a matter of fact, what we know is Germany has implemented already a massive stimulus. They are discussing another step in terms of stimulus, which is a good news. And at the same time, we know that the cooperative management model in Germany, meaning that they deal with workers, employers are working all together, is usually a good way to protect people on the economy. So I would say overall, I would be much more optimistic for the German economy than for any other European economies this year.
The narrative, the €500 billion stimulus package that is being debated about how to get Europe up, running and recovering. The frugal four, as they're referred to, are talking now about, that's Austria, Denmark, the Netherlands and Sweden, are talking about a time-limited emergency fund. The narrative has shifted from the Austrians. Do you take heart from that? Is that part of the reason why we're seeing perhaps a substantial response in markets this morning?
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone over the weekend read the non-paper from Austria and the other northern countries that are against the Franco-German proposal. As a matter of fact, this is bad news. We know that it will take a lot of time before we manage to handle the economic situation. And if we have an Europe that is divided between France and Germany on one side, that are backed up by Italy and Spain because they all understand that we need further stimulus. And on the other side, we have Austria and the Netherlands, especially, that don't want to move forward. I think it will be extremely tricky for the European Union to be one of the economies that will perform well and will exit the crisis quite fast. My biggest fear is that we will end up in a lot of political bargaining in the coming weeks, but it will have a negative impact on the economic situation because, as a matter of fact, it will take longer to recover than any other countries, especially even the United States, I think, or the United Kingdom, because, as a matter of fact, once more, we have... Yeah.
Look, you look at various moments in history, whether it was Europe raising rates into a crisis under Trichet. I mean, splendid moments of misunderstanding the situation, from Lehman's to Trichet, a whole variety. The world doesn't have time to really prevaricate endlessly about what needs to be done, does it? And Europe certainly doesn't.
Completely. I mean, we know the situation on the ground. We know it will get worse before it gets better. And we know that on the political level, we need to tackle the economic situation quite fast, meaning that Germany and France, but also Austria, Netherlands, needs to find an agreement and needs also to have a fiscal package that is big enough to tackle the economic situation. The problem with the European Union is always the same. There are too much political noise, too much political discussion, and the unanimity rule is also one issue when you want to move forward fast in a period of crisis.
Christopher, thank you very much. Yes, the graveyard of policy error is quite full. Christopher Dembick, Head of Macroeconomics Analysis over at Saxo Bank, thank you very much for being with us this morning. Up next, we're going to talk about the China National People's Congress. The discussion, was the stimulus enough? That is the question. Barclays have a note out this morning. We've talked about it with our colleagues in Asia on the MLive team, is that the fiscal response from the NPC was simply not enough. But, of course, there are other moves afoot in regards to the political swagger by Xi Jinping over Hong Kong. What does it mean for global geopolitics? That is the question. There is no GDP number from the NPC, and of course that has many ramifications for those that benchmark global growth to the targets set by China. We will be live to Beijing for the political ramifications, the economic impacts of an NPC that was quite explosive, to say the least. This is Bloomberg.
Tomorrow is actually poor.
No foreplay?
Eat your bag of Lay's with a smile on your face.
If all the diseases have been taken, I'll take a taxi.
Another day of risk off across the financial markets. We bring you special coverage of all the price action and implications here on Bloomberg Television.
Minutes away from the start of your cash trading around Europe. You've got the US on vacation, the UK also as well. Memorial Day in the US and end of May Day in Europe. Equities storming ahead this morning. European stocks up over 1%. The Frugal Four sound as if they're moving on the debate about the stimulus, the construct of stimulus in Europe. Australia reopening, gatherings more than 20. China, you're talking about Japan, possibly a state of emergency being lifted there. This is about the narrative shifting to normalcy, whether it's in the United States, through to Japan, and to Australia. So that is the alpha of markets, way over the Sino-US discombobulation, and that's an understatement. This is what we're watching for the rest of the week for you. To Tuesday, the ECB Vice President Luis de Guindos will unveil the Central Bank's Financial Stability Review. The last release warned about the side effects of negative rates, but hopes of policy normalization have since disappeared. And on Wednesday, the European Commission will present the long-awaited Recovery Fund, and that is a drum roll. It will lay out the proposed measures to support member states through the worst recession in living memory. Later in the day, the Fed will release the Beige Book, giving a snapshot of the current economic conditions. And finally, on Thursday, the Chinese Premier Li Keqiang gives his speech to close the National People's Congress in Beijing. China's People's Congress continues. Economists are seeing stimulus measures being held in reserve. The policy documents released back on the first day of the meeting dispensed with the explicit target for GDP growth, but otherwise stuck to a path of moderately increasing support to the economy. Let's get to Beijing now. We have my colleague and co-host of Bloomberg Markets anchor, Tom McKenzie. Tom, good to see you as always. So where are we in the US-China relationship, Tom? Is it as bad can be? Is it really deteriorating? At what speed?
The issue is the multitude of areas in which this relationship is deteriorating and the potential flashpoints, particularly around Hong Kong and Taiwan. And we had for the first time a response from China's foreign ministry to that broad statement and report that the White House delivered to Congress towards the end of last week, that critical report. Again, broad strokes from the US there, criticizing China on everything from intellectual property to the South China Sea. Over the weekend, you had Wang Yi, the foreign minister, really pushing back on a number of those issues. He said that it was wishful thinking if the US thought that they could change China, and he warned that some American politicians, as he characterized it, were pushing relations between the two countries to a new Cold War that would endanger global peace. He also, by the way, brought up the issue of Taiwan and warned the US not to cross Beijing's red line on Taiwan. That was after the Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo, really upended diplomatic tradition by congratulating Taiwan's president, Tsai Ing-wen, on her second-term inauguration. There was also criticism from China's military over the planned sale of torpedoes to Taiwan. So Taiwan is another hot-button issue we should keep an eye on. In terms of North Korea as well, there was criticism from China on the way that the US has handled those negotiations. And of course, Hong Kong is the next new front, some would argue, in terms of the deteriorating relations between these two countries. And really what you heard from Chinese officials over the weekend was trying to reassure that this new security law that they announced on Friday would not curtail the autonomy of the city and that it would not undermine fundamentally free speech and the free press in that city. That is something, obviously, that pro-democracy activists take issue with, to say the least.
Yes, it certainly is. Look, in terms of the other major story, we're tracking in markets about the progress in Australia, the evolution in Japan, the normalcy that's been trying to achieve. But yet then you look towards the US and Brazil, and that's a completely different narrative, isn't it?
That is simply because of the rate of infections in Brazil and the obviously very unfortunate death toll, the way that the Bolsonaro government has, many would argue, mishandled severely the way that virus has unfolded in that country, and the restrictions or lack of restrictions that have been put in place, and Bolsonaro himself railing against some of those restrictions. So now what you see is the Trump administration putting in place some travel restrictions on Brazilian nationals wanting to travel to the United States to try and obviously shore up whatever gains the US has made in trying to curtail this virus. And then you're seeing in the US a very different picture in terms of blue states and red states, the states that voted for Trump in 2016 versus those that didn't, and some of the motivating factors for Trump's push to open up as quickly as possible the economy there. And you saw him tweeting that he wants to see schools opened as soon as possible. The data shows that in the red states, you've seen a lot more job losses than you have infections versus the blue states, but that dynamic is starting to change. So the question is whether or not Trump pays a political price for rushing the reopening of the U.S. economy. But you're right, they have also put in place these measures to try and restrict the travel between Brazil and the United States, similar to the restrictions they put in place in Europe and to China as well.
Okay, Tom, thank you very much, Tom Mackenzie, tracking the COVID story. Now, anti-China protests returned to the streets, as Tom was saying, in Hong Kong. And we spoke to the Legislative Council member, Holden Chow, a little bit earlier, he's the vice chairman of the Democratic Alliance for the Betterment and Progress of Hong Kong. Take a listen.
First of all, I also have to denounce the violent protest yesterday. As you would see from the TV, people throw bricks again, attack the police, and also even just an ordinary man, because of different political opinion, he was beaten up by a group of protesters. It's very cruel. Now, I say I denounce this all very violent behavior, first of all. The second thing is, people, if they oppose to this piece of national security law, one of the reasons, perhaps, they don't understand the nature of this piece of law. Actually, I believe that the vast majority of Hong Kong people do not need to worry or concern, because if you are not sort of committing crimes like terrorism, or if you are not engaged in something like sedition, or engage in this, or sort of organize this or sedition act, then you need not worry. It's only those who engage in those terrorism or organize these sort of crimes, and those who would be concerned.
Holden, I think foreign investors also seem to be concerned that with this new law, it's an erosion of so many aspects of independence, or the semblance of independence, right, including judicial independence. So is that a valid concern? And what do you say about the argument that Beijing is willing to trade Hong Kong's station as an international financial hub as being separate from Beijing in order to consolidate control?
Wow. Well, I disagree with that point of view. First of all, I make that very clear. The enactment of this national security law, the purpose of that is to make sure that we have a safe environment in Hong Kong to protect the national security. And, if the violence or all the mayhem continue to carry on, we will lose the safe environment, and nobody would be willing to invest in Hong Kong in the long run. So if you look at even Macau, they have done their national security legislation, and foreign investment continue to invest there. It's just to make sure that we have a safe environment. Now, if people have concerns about this national security law, I would say now the details of the national security law remains to be seen. But once we have the details, I'm sure that the central government will come out and explain to everyone.
Put it this way then.
Yeah,
the way
please.
Things are shaping up, and obviously we have to wait and see really how this plays out, is that this will be introduced by decree. In other words, it's being snuck in to the basic law. It's not going to go through the normal legislative process. Now, would you be in favor of something being introduced in a similar way if it wasn't this? Because a lot of people have also expressed their concern that it's being implemented without the consultation of the Hong Kong people as well. And, you know, that's a valid concern to have. What would you say to those people that Beijing is railroading this through?
Well, this law is done straight in accordance with our basic law because it's enshrined in the Article 18 of the basic law that the central government does have the right to incorporate the national law into Annex 3 of the basic law, and by way of promulgation, it would be implemented in Hong Kong. So it's done straight in accordance with the basic law. I don't see anything wrong there.
That was the Hong Kong Legislative Council member, Holden Chow, speaking to Bloomberg a little bit earlier. Coming up on the show, Lufthansa's €9 billion bailout is bogged down in talks in Brussels. More on the bog down. That's next. This is Bloomberg.
Tom Keene, Jonathan Farrow, and Lisa Abramowitz. Now together on Bloomberg Surveillance. Listen on Bloomberg Radio or watch on Bloomberg Television. Starting at 7 a.m. Wall Street time, only on Bloomberg.
I'm David Weston. Bloomberg Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience. Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
China has become much more aggressive on the international stage.
We shouldn't be calling this a trade war anymore. We should be calling this kind of full spectrum strategic competition.
This is exactly the type of confrontational developments on both sides of the relationship that you would expect in a Cold War.
You must remember, it's not only the American companies that have a supply chain problem, but it's the Chinese companies as well.
It really captures the challenges of the U.S.-China relationship this year. Growing tensions over geopolitical flashpoints, even as the two sides are still trying to keep that Phase 1 deal intact.
China is going to be a central focus in the U.S. presidential election. Both Joe Biden and President Trump have advocated a relatively, I think, kind of hawkish position towards China and China trade.
And the U.S. and the U.K. will be taking the lead on this Hong Kong issue. What you hear increasingly is, okay, we've got to draw a line, and this time, this line has to be firm.
Some of our guests reacting to the escalation on the US-China trade tensions. Let me get you up to speed with your business flash this Monday morning. These are the top corporate stories we're tracking across the Bloomberg. Aston Martin is reviewing its management team, and sources tell us that it's poised to replace its chief executive with the head of Daimler's Mercedes AMG division. Tobias Moores could be named as the carmaker's new boss as soon as this week. Aston Martin said this month it may need to raise more funds and cut costs. Ryanair is warning of the collapse in air travel. It's left the airline with more than 600 surplus pilots and cabin crew in Spain, but that doesn't mean they'll all lose their jobs. Europe's biggest low-cost airline is looking to lower pay. Part-time work is also on the agenda to reduce the layoffs. Ryanair is planning to restart operations from July the 1st with 40% of its usual capacity. Alibaba is projecting revenue growth will slow this year, but it's still forecasting sales will rise to at least 27.5%. Online shopping began a bounce back in March, but the tepid outlook demonstrates the world's second largest economy still hasn't shaken off the impact of COVID-19. And that is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Let's stick with the corporate theme. Lufthansa's €9 billion bailout has been bogged down in talks with Brussels. Sources tell us that discussions are meant to ensure swift approval once the deal is finalized. Joining us now is senior editor Benedict Kamel tracking the story. Benedict, great to have you with me as ever. So Lufthansa said, a week ago, look, we're in advanced talks about this bailout. So what exactly is holding it up? Is it the shareholding? Is it the construct? What's the pushback?
Well, it's probably a little bit of everything that you just mentioned. The devil's in the detail. It's now really in the hands of Brussels and the European Commission. The watchdog there is taking a closer look at the deal that the German government has hashed out with Lufthansa. And the things that they're looking at, for instance, are how long might Germany remain a shareholder. Just to remind people what we're talking about the German government potentially taking a stake of as much as 25%, and that obviously gives it a quite a robust sway over the company. We're talking about what would the rules be in terms of M&A going forward. Will Lufthansa have to buy the aircraft that they've ordered? And so on, and so that's really what's going on right now in Brussels. It sounds as if Germany, the German government, and Lufthansa have come to an agreement, but the hold up is now in Brussels. We're hoping that in the next couple of days there's a supervisory board meeting by Lufthansa tomorrow. We're hoping that they will be home and dry by then.
So what are the contours of this rescue plan? How does it look at the moment in terms of the German government, the size and construct of their participation?
Well, the plan is that the German government takes a big stake in Lufthansa, and it's something that the government has said is without alternative. There was a point a couple of weeks ago when Lufthansa said that we don't like this proposal. We don't want the government to take such a big stake. This is an airline that was privatized not that long ago. It was 97. So some people at the company now, the CEO first and foremost, he witnessed the privatization of the company then, and now sort of turning back the clock is rather painful for him. So he tried to resist as long as he could that the government would take a big stake in them, but it's become increasingly clear as the crisis wears on that there is no alternative to the government orchestrating this bailout. The question really is, how long might the government stay in there? The government itself doesn't want to become an anchor investor forever. They want to have an exit strategy, and we're hearing that is sort of 3 to 5 years down the road. So that's sort of what we're talking about. But whatever might happen, we will end up, most likely at this point at least, with the government as the single biggest shareholder in the biggest airline in Europe.
Well, where is the pushback from the competitors? Because you hear Michael O'Leary is not a direct competitor in terms of the long haul, but he is vocal in the extreme in regards to this quasi-check given to the likes of Lufthansa, which will allow them to undercut those that came into this crisis perhaps in a healthier position. Is there merit in that argument, and does it garner strength?
Well, as you say, Michael O'Leary is always very vocal, and he's sort of spitting fire over this. He's very unhappy to see these government bailouts take place. We've seen it in France. He's already said that he'll take legal action against the bailout of Air France, and he's said he wants to do something similar with Lufthansa. His point has always been, long before Corona appeared on the scene, that you shouldn't bail out airlines. Let the weak die is sort of in crass terms what he said. We're not here to prop up an industry artificially. In his words, he's there to do the short-haul operation. There's probably a couple of airlines that have the right to live and do their long-haul operations, but the government should not start meddling in these local markets and prop up their national carriers, because he says it's quite simply unfair. Why should Deutsche Lufthansa receive $9 billion from the government, and Ryanair, as we heard from you just a moment ago, is forced to lay off workers, have to cut back itself. So he's saying we're not just fighting with one hand behind our back, we're fighting with both hands behind our backs, and that is grossly unfair. And if you look at it from the outside, you would think that he has a point. But there's always the political dimension, which says you can't have your national carrier, as it were, go bust. This is a national emblem. This is what carries business into the world and brings business back into Germany. So there's a big political dimension behind saving these airlines.
Absolutely, Benedict. Thank you so much, Benedict Kamel, there, putting the airline bailouts in perspective. Our senior editor. Quick mention of Bayer. We brought you the headlines that they had reached deals with a big proportion of 125,000 individuals who are suing the company in regards to Roundup weed killers. So the stocks indicated 4% higher. That's on Tradegate. That's in the pre-market. Bayer said that they will earmark around $8 billion to resolve all the current cases, including those held in abeyance. So you also see another $2 billion being set aside to cover future suits linking the weed killer to non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. Okay, we will dig into some of these market-moving stories in just a moment. European equity futures cooled higher this morning. This is Bloomberg.
Another day of risk off across the financial markets. We bring you special coverage of all the price action and implications here on Bloomberg Television.
the European market open for you? We're just a few minutes away from start of cash trading. There's the state of play. It's all about the reopening around the world rather than geopolitical distress. Now, Bayer, I told you, was ramping higher about 4% in the pre-market. It's on the journey to resolving its legal problems. According to Bloomberg sources, German healthcare and agricultural giant has reached a verbal agreement to settle a significant proportion of its US cancer lawsuits. The stock is romping higher. Let's get to the reporter on this story. It's Tim Lowe, our European consumer reporter, who covers the company. So this would be quite a substantial progression, would it be?
Absolutely, it would be. The biggest hurdle or cloud hanging over Bayer for multiple years now has been this Roundup litigation in the U.S. They've lost 3 trials, and now we're reporting there's 125,000 outstanding suits. And until they can put this behind them, they can't really get on with their lives and the vision that they had in mind when they bought Monsanto.
Okay, let's see whether that endures on the back of that top headline. Tim, thank you very much. Short and sweet and succinct, our consumer reporter tracking the Bayer story. Coming up, it is the market open. Futures are indicated higher by 1%. It is all about relief from the lockdown versus geopolitical distress. This is Bloomberg.
In San Francisco, a lot of tech action today.
Our top stories this morning in D.C. and
the Dow and the S&P.
Shall we? So the euro on a 7-day
sizable moves in the currency market, which is down 0.5%.
We begin in the oil patch. Saudi Arabia.
Brent crude pretty much unchanged.
Welcome to Bloomberg, the first word Asia.
The U.S. and Japan duke it out over exchange.
China's slumping onshore bond market is a rate.
During these uncertain times, we remain committed
to providing the news and data driving global markets.
To make sense of this situation impacting all of us right now.
And while we may look a bit different, we stand by that commitment. We're here for you. This is Bloomberg.
We are 1 minute away from the start of cash trading in equities. You've got the US out for Memorial Day. The UK is closed for a bank holiday. And the markets, some would say, dealing with a little bit of liquidity. If you look at the FX markets, they're worried about politics. The equity markets, no, They are absolutely resolutely focused on a whole other narrative. Your headlines this morning: a new Cold War. The US should give up its wishful thinking of changing China, according to the country's foreign minister. That after the weekend marked violence on the streets of Hong Kong. Asian markets shrug off the prospect of further escalation, with mainland China in the green. European futures set the markets up for a stronger trading day ahead. And in other context, Bloomberg learns that Bayer is in the process of settling a large proportion of Roundup lawsuits. So the Frugal Four have changed the narrative. They're open to perhaps a deviation in the objection that they had last week to supporting Europe by $500 billion. European equity markets were flying higher by 1%. It is about the reopening narrative that is driving force of equities versus the FX narrative, which is concern and angst over geopolitics. Here we go with your GMM. You've got Euro stocks up by a 1%. Up she goes as the Frugal Four shift their reasoning in terms of what they are prepared to do. A joint paper by Austria, Denmark, Sweden, and the Netherlands, the net donors, skeptical of expansion and debt mutualization. However, they are now talking about a time limit. So that is the European context and narrative. The global context and narrative is about Japan removing states of emergency, the north of Italy having the least COVID cases since the beginning of March, Australia allowing museums and parks to reopen. So the narrative will move from the elongated L to the elongated swoosh to the U to the V. That is when the narrative begins to change. However, if you look at the FX market, it is worried about Sino-US relations, which are quite literally in the trash can at the moment, over Hong Kong and trade. To the European markets, as I say, they are opening higher in spite of the threats of rising tensions between the US and China. The UK is closed. I did all that a little bit earlier. I got ahead of myself. One lady patiently waiting for us at Union Bancaire Privé is the co-head of Swiss Global Equity Markets. It is Elna Taylor-Jolyden. Elna, great to have you with me. FX markets are worried, but equity traders, they're a resolute bunch, aren't they? So the equity market is bid. The FX market, I would say, shows a little bit more sobriquet for risk. What do you reckon?
Well, I think that equity markets are very much hoping that we are going to see an improvement in terms of the numbers on COVID infections, deaths, etc. And they are expecting the economy to bounce back very quickly on the basis that we haven't destroyed anything on this, on COVID-19. There are a number of companies that can simply flick a switch in order to carry on their activity because we have maintained furloughed workers as opposed to putting people out of work. There's also an expectation that those people are going to be able to return to work. Now, there's a lot of optimism that all of that is actually going to work, and we may have, along the passage to recovery, periods where the situation is slightly less positive and where there are pushbacks on that more optimistic scenario that the markets seem to be registering at the moment. Notably, whether the furloughed workers will all return to the same kind of level of employment that they left, and whether some of them may have decided in some countries that it might actually be preferable to be unemployed than to return to those jobs, and also whether there's going to be the same level of demand when we return after the lockdown periods. So there are still some big question marks at the moment. The market does seem to wish to look through those.
The re-rating of risk between China and the United States of America. Many people join me and they say, oh, this is bellicose rhetoric, Eleanor, and Manus, you really just need to see it as a political narrative and stop getting overly anxious about it. I look at what the Chinese, let's see with the FX paradigm first of all. The FX setting today is the weakest since 2008. Markets like to test, don't they? So the question is this the Chinese trying to control a deteriorating yuan? Is it only a question of time before we retest 720 on a heightened geopolitical narrative?
Well, I'm not a foreign exchange specialist by any stretch of the imagination. Yes, it is a political rhetoric. We have two gentlemen running the two countries involved who are very keen on strong rhetoric when they exchange opinions. It has to be said that reality usually comes back, realism comes back, that we do have a very large manufacturing base in China today, which is important to other economies as well. So yes, certainly there have been incidences where one could presume that there has been a little bit of manipulation or encouragement by Chinese authorities to give a message on the economy and levels on the economy and on the currency which would favor their political discourse. Whether that will be a lasting situation, whether this discussion is going to continue to be very envenomed as it is at the moment, considering that we are in an election year in the United States, is still, I think, somewhat open to debate. If it gets too violent in terms of the language, that could start having an effect on the US economy as well, and that may not be a situation that the US administration wishes to encourage. So I think there is a lot of politics as opposed to economic rational discussion which is going on. Sometimes the two come together.
Now, Eleanor, let's just extrapolate. I know you're not an FX specialist. I know you're an equity specialist. So let's just draw the strands a little bit further. You've got a certain thinking on tech. In regards to US-China dislocation, what you have is potentially US tech, China and the rest of the world tech, access to capital. That's one of the narratives that was being put on the table last week, closing down the access to capital for Chinese tech, leaving US tech in a much more robust position. To quote Carmen Reinhardt, self-reliant in a way that we have never seen before. The pandemic is the last nail in globalization's coffin. So when you look at the tech narrative, do I need to consider access to capital and US policy in that regard?
I would say that tech is an extremely wide sector, so it depends what tech you are referring to. I would point out that if there are going to be limitations both in terms of capital and also the ability of manufacturing happening in China for some Western companies, I would expect a lot of that to be replaced by Korean and Japanese players for the Chinese market, which could actually be more detrimental to US tech than is perhaps the desire of some of the regulation which is being mooted at the moment. As regards access to capital, certainly considering whether Chinese companies could quote in the US is problematical, but I would think that it's also perhaps not taking into consideration the amount of capital which is actually also available in other parts of the world and indeed in Asia. So again, it seems to be strong language which may have effects which are not those which are being sought at the moment by the administrations which are trying to put those in place.
Okay, Eleanor, thank you very much. Eleanor Taylor-Julaiden, my guest host this morning, Union Bancaire Privée co-head of Swiss and Global Equity Portfolios, stays with us. Coming up on the show, Lufthansa's €9 billion bailout is bogged down in talks with Brussels. More on the story. That's next. This is Bloomberg.
Commodity investing is more than buying gold and oil. From coffee and corn to cattle and natural gas, many sectors drive the commodity markets. And the Bloomberg Commodity Index covers them all. With exposure across 23 traded commodities, Bloomberg is the standard for diversification in commodity markets. With full transparency, measure and monitor your investment performance against the benchmark used by commodity professionals globally. More than gold and oil. The Bloomberg Commodity Index.
Welcome back to the European Market Open. We're 10 minutes into the trading session. There you go. Eurostoxx the Stoxx 600, I should say, up by 0.5%. The rest of Europe, all trading higher. Bayer is part of the component within the Xetra DAX. They're nearing some kind of a settlement on their roundup story. Paris is up by 0.6%. There seems to be a shifting narrative about the stimulus, the potential stimulus coming to bear in Europe, and it is about Italy. The good news there is in regards to the north of Italy having one of the least number of COVID cases since this entire crisis began. Let me get you up to speed. It's Monday morning. You got a business flash. This is top of your corporate agenda. Bayer, as I say, looks to have made progress settling the claims in its Roundup weed killer causes cancer. Sources say it's reached a verbal agreement with around 85,000 to 125,000 of the claimants against the company. It's part of Bayer's $10 billion plan to end the costly legal battle. Now, the company is likely to announce settlement in June. Aston Martin is reviewing its management team, and sources tell us it's poised to replace its chief executive with the head of Daimler's Mercedes AMG division. Tobias Mowers could be named as the car maker's new boss as soon as this week. Aston Martin said this month it may need to raise more funds and cut costs. Ryanair is warning the collapse of air travel has left the airline with more than 600 surplus pilots and cabin crew in Spain, but it doesn't mean they'll all lose their jobs. Europe's biggest low-cost airline is looking at lower pay as part of the solution, along with part-time working. Ryanair is planning to restart operations from July the 1st with 40% of its usual capacity. And that is your business flash for this Monday morning. Lufthansa's €9 billion bailout has been bogged down in talks with Brussels. Sources tell us that the discussions are meant to ensure swift approval once the deal is finalised. Eleanor Taylor-Joliden from Union Bancaire Privée, co-head of Swiss Global Equities, is my guest host this morning. So, bailout for Lufthansa, a shift from the frugal four in terms of what might come for a stimulus fund for Europe. The classic trade is to say America is triumphant first and fastest. Europe is a laggard with much dysfunction and prevarication. Does that old adage still hold sway in this narrative of stimulus that we're seeing coming to bear?
Not so much, perhaps. One of the interesting phenomena which has happened since the great financial crisis is that traditionally we did see the European equity markets having periods of strong value creation, which were perhaps a little bit more cyclical than what you saw from the US market or indeed the Swiss market. And since the great financial crisis, in fact, what we've had is the fact that Europe has significantly failed to create value, or the companies in Europe have failed to create value in the same way that Swiss companies and US companies have continued to have value creation as defined by cash flow return on investments. Now, that's partly because of the makeup, perhaps, of the different markets, more cyclical content, certainly in Europe, than perhaps what you would find in the US, a lower exposure to technology than you have in the US on European markets, the high exposure to very value created companies that you have in Switzerland being the differentiator there, again, to Europe. And as we see ourselves coming out of COVID-19, it's again probably going to be the value creating companies which are more able to bounce back faster than some of the more cyclical companies, notably companies which are perhaps in need of slightly above average GDP in order to perform. And that's what I'd be a little bit concerned about for European markets as we exit COVID-19.
And that's where you have your skew towards the likes of Roche and Abbott, where you say this value creation play is perhaps most apparent. Is there any hesitancy at all in the dividend story? When you talk about that value proposition, are you a little bit hesitant on some of the dividends, or do they hold true in these kind of plays?
Well, I would say that I don't naturally invest in dividends. For me, a dividend is useful as a signaling factor for a company to say, look, thank you for investing with us. We want to thank you as long-term investors by giving you a dividend, and show to you by giving you a dividend that we have a decent cash flow which allows us to do this. But for that, I want, therefore, dividends perhaps not to be very large, but to be stable. And I would much prefer to invest in a company, in fact, which is creating value, rather than thinking, I'll buy this company because it happens to have a high dividend yield. There are indeed a number of companies which may be stretched when they come to paying their dividend, which may not be able to generate sufficient cash to pay their dividend as we emerge from the COVID-19 crisis. We've also seen a slight skew, which is very interesting as we emerge from COVID-19, of the way that governments and regulators are talking to companies and saying, if you take help from us and from the taxpayer as such, can you please be careful about how you allocate your cash and going forward? And we've seen banks and indeed some insurance companies in various countries being told to be thoughtful, or even to cut their dividends. So I don't invest behind dividends. When I talk about value creation, I'm really talking about that cash flow return on investment that companies can generate in a stable way, regardless of the economic environment or indeed the regulatory environment.
Eleanor, thank you very much. I'm sufficiently chastened now. I'll be ringing up my pension advisor, telling him I don't want any. Be careful on the dividend tracker. Eleanor Taylor Jolaiden, Union Bancaire Privé, co-head of Swiss and Global Equity, stays with the show. Coming up, the money is coming. That's the message from Boston Fed's Eric Rosengren. Says the company should begin receiving Main Street loans within the next 2 weeks. This is Bloomberg.
Starting Tuesday, join Tom Keene, Jonathan Farrow, and Lisa Abramowitz, now together on Bloomberg Surveillance. Listen on Bloomberg Radio or watch on Bloomberg Television, starting at 7 a.m. Wall Street time, only on Bloomberg.
Fuel, corn, livestock, precious metals. Commodities are everywhere, and so is Bloomberg. Bloomberg commodity indices deliver leading benchmarks for true diversification. Adding commodity exposure can help hedge against inflation and diversify your stock and bond portfolios. With full data transparency and broad distribution, the Bloomberg suite of commodity indices is your measure for the commodity markets. With Bloomberg, you've got the markets covered.
Minutes into the start of your European trading day. It is the European market open with me, Menace Cranny. This is a quick snapshot of the stocks that are on the move. Buyers up 4%. They're close to resolving nearly 5,000 cases in roundup. Ryanair, is one of the main movers. This is the European complex, as you can see, up by 0.6%. There you go. And these are the names that we're talking about. Up 4% on buyer Ryanair. It's not like me to be ahead of the boards. There's always a first. Ryanair down by 0.25%. A stark warning that just the scale of the challenge for the likes of Ryanair. 600 excess jobs in Spain. They're looking at a whole variety of reasons, opportunities to try and sort of give people part-time working, lower the wages. It is all about air bridges and the destruction of value in business without air bridges into the UK. That was the message from Michael O'Leary, certainly on the news belts that I was watching. And Atlantia down as there's a real dispute over one of the autostradas that they operate. They may lose the right to operate that. That's according to some press reports. Stock down over 4%. We did open limit down. To the Fed, the Boston Fed President Eric Rosengren expects companies to begin receiving money through the central bank's Main Street lending program. That's within 2 weeks. The emergency scheme is designed to provide up to $600 billion in credit to small and medium-sized U.S. companies. The Fed has come under increasing scrutiny over the program's slow launch since it was announced in March. Elena Taylor-Jolaiden is Union Bancaire Privé co-head of Swiss and Global Equity. She's still with us. So here we go. This is about Main Street. This is about getting another leg on the nine-pronged stool of support to the U.S. economy. How important is this $600 billion in terms of activation on Main Street?
It is important. I've heard some people saying that one of the reasons the stock market continues to perform very strongly despite what probably is going to be a fair amount of economic pain for the Main Street is that the two are different and have a different client base. I tend to have a slightly different view on that, and that's why I think that we might have a few bumps on the road as we move towards recovery, because precisely the Main Street is often a customer, admittedly a very fragmented customer, of the stock market or Wall Street. And that means that we do need to continue to support the Main Street in order to ensure that the whole of the economy can recover. Now, what the actual numbers are, whether it's enough, not enough, I think is somewhat open to debate, and perhaps not even really the subject which is important. The important subject is that we are seeing governments and central banks wishing to continue to support the economy and do what it takes, to quote another famous central banker, in order to ensure that the economy can pick up as we emerge from the lockdown.
You have your theme of creating value. You've already espoused that Swiss stocks and American stocks or North American stocks are perhaps your preference for creating value. Can you sectorally dissect that for me in the US narrative?
Well, I would say that the clear beneficiaries at the moment are the companies which are going to benefit from COVID-19 situation, which would perhaps lead us to healthcare companies with exposure to COVID-19 treatments or potentially vaccines, if those work. Secondly, it's going to be the companies which can benefit from the changing way that we run our lives. That explains why some of the big tech giants have been performing particularly well, different ways of working, remote working, Microsoft as a cloud solutions, for example, Amazon. Obviously, we're seeing this clear polarization of the companies which are in very good health at the moment in the US, and the companies which have perhaps more questionable balance sheets and more questionable outlooks in terms of demand, and where we have a differentiated performance at the moment. So yes, there's the short-term advantages from COVID-19, and then, as I say, as we emerge, we're going to have a slightly different life probably, and that means again we're going to be thinking about companies which are going to be of importance to the consumer or to their customers. And here I'm slightly changing markets, but if I go to Switzerland, I'll be thinking about companies which can perhaps play in a better quality of work environment, better air quality, etc. And those also are likely to be benefiting from the situation at the moment. But clearly the recipe in order to be value creative in general, sort of our little mantra when we look at a company, if you like, is this a company which is exposed to growing markets, i.e. geographically or in terms of the demand of those markets? Are these companies which are investing properly in their product in order to ensure that they have high barriers to entry on that product, that their product is relevant in today's world? And lastly, are these companies which are respectful of the reputation of their company and behaving in a way where the end consumer or their customer is going to feel comfortable working with this company? And those are the type of companies which will, we believe, generate higher value creation regardless of which sector they come from.
Eleanor, beautifully curved. Beautifully back to Switzerland, back to the home territory. Well done. That is my guest host this morning, Eleanor Taylor-Jollydon, Union Bancaire Privé, Head of Swiss and Global Equities. We're going to talk global geopolitics. Welcome back to the European market open. 30 minutes into the trading day this Sunday. Quick snapshot of how the markets are doing. You've got real estate, technology and construction all doing a little bit better. There is one global narrative this morning. This is the Stock 600 this morning. It's up 0.4%. And it is about real estate, technology. Unibail, Rodamco is on the upside. Technology being led higher by SimCorp. So those are some of the stocks that are driving the market higher this morning. Let's take a look at the individual. There's the individual sectors. Now, on the downside is chemicals down by 0.9%, along with telecoms. Those are the two laggards of the session this morning. I'm just looking into those chemical sectors. You've got Lanxess and Clariant all on the upside. So keep an eye on some of those movers, because that is all around the reopening narrative. Let's get the Bloomberg First Word News for you this Monday morning. In the UK, the Prime Minister, Boris Johnson's most senior aide, is facing growing calls to resign. Dominic Cummings allegedly broke the lockdown rules, travelling more than 250 miles to Durham, while his family were supposed to be self-isolating. But the government says that the trip was to seek childcare for his 4-year-old, calling the action sensible and defensible. The US is barring entry to most non-US citizens from Brazil. That's after cases in South America nation spiked. Brazil has now reported the second highest number of COVID-19 cases worldwide. The restrictions follow curbs already placed on visitors from China and Europe, and they don't apply to goods, only to individuals. Israel, the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's graft trial began yesterday. He was read the charges just a week after being installed for the 5th term. Israel's longest-serving leader gave a defiant speech in the courthouse. He rejected the allegations, accusing opponents of trying to topple him. And German companies and consumers. We'll come back to the German story in just a moment. It is about the German consumers. I should just tell you that the GDP numbers came in for the final reading. You had personal consumption collapsing by 0.3%, and you also had contraction in investment. So there's quite a bit to take on board there in regards to the German data. Let's bring you up to speed on the global picture for the coronavirus worldwide. The cases have topped 5.4 million. And over 345,000 deaths. Japan is set to end its nationwide state of emergency as new cases tail off. In the US, they will limit some travel from Brazil, the country with the second highest number of cases. Let's get to my colleague, Rishad Salamat. He is the anchor of Bloomberg Markets. Rish, always good to have you with us. So let's get an update, because there seems to be the equity narrative focused on the good news story about the lifting of restrictions around the world.
Well, absolutely. I mean, we've got Germany at the moment. We've got cases there slightly on the up. Italy and in Milan, 0 fatalities. UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson facing political pressure after defending a top aide who actually broke lockdown rules. But I really want to get to what's been going on here in Hong Kong, because what we have is this situation where it's a new hardline approach, which is being taken under the cover, you could argue, of governments being more occupied with what's going on with the coronavirus than actually what's happening diplomatically. And it's really this new hardline approach to what's happening here in Hong Kong. China's made this dramatic move to crack down on dissent in the city through a new national security law. It actually did manage to lead to the biggest rally by protesters in months of the streets of the territory. They gathered on Sunday in the Causeway Bay shopping area. Police were waiting for them, and by all accounts, law enforcement went in hard, using water cannon, tear gas. At least 180 arrests were made. The legislation, which to some appears rather vague in detail, we haven't had a full précis of what is actually likely to be enacted. Nonetheless, it's being seen as the biggest erosion of Hong Kong autonomy since China took control of this former British colony in 1997. It has alarmed foreign businesses. It's also heightened tensions in what were already rather fraught, to put it diplomatically, fraught tensions between Beijing and Washington, Manor.
Rashad, How does it feel to live there? You've been there now nearly 10 years. Do you feel that we're entering some kind of new paradigm, new Cold War? Is it really that palpable for you living there?
Well, is it palpable? On the street, certainly nothing's happened which has changed, but certainly it's what is in prospect, which is the problem. And the thing is that this is, as Hong Kong has almost been seen as a pawn in this worsening relationship between China and the US. So, you know, we had the blame game over where the coronavirus started. Then we had new salvos over technology transfer and legislation over Beijing's human rights record against its treatment of the Uyghur population. And this national security legislation has meant that the Trump administration feels it has to retaliate. And indeed, the administration has promised to hit back over this move. The White House, though, you could argue it's caught between a rock and a hard place. The administration has to balance the effect of any harsh penalties aimed at Beijing being essentially limited to bringing harm to China itself and not the vital interests of the United States and not to the interests of the Hong Kong people. The debate in Washington seems to be about a narrow approach, such as sanctioning individuals or businesses involved in curtailing Hong Kong's autonomy, or by indeed maintaining special treatment of the territory for sensitive technology. Now, the states and Congress could enact the Hong Kong Human Rights and Democracy Act, which was signed into law last autumn. It requires the Secretary of State to certify whether Hong Kong continues to warrant special treatment, i.e. whether its autonomy has been eroded to the extent that it is no longer a separate part of China. And if employed, that act could actually render the treatment of Hong Kong as just the same as any other Chinese city. And going back to your question, that is something that people in Hong Kong don't see themselves as. They see themselves as, in effect, something completely different to the rest of China. And this is why people are taking to the streets again, because they do not want to be treated or to get treated the same as those other parts of the mainland. Guys.
And that is the bottom line. Richard, thank you very much. My colleague and co-host of Bloomberg Markets Asia. Up next, it's a Bloomberg scoop. Bayer is said to have reached a verbal agreement on a big share of the estimated 125,000 cancelled lawsuits over its Roundup weed killer. This stock climbing this morning. We bring you the details. This is Bloomberg.
True diversification. That's what adding commodities exposure to your stock and bond portfolio can help provide. The Bloomberg Commodity Index is the standard for commodity market exposure. 23 traded commodities are represented: agriculture, livestock, metals, and energy. The Bloomberg Commodity Index is the benchmark most widely used by investment professionals globally. Track your commodity investments with a proven financial information partner. The Bloomberg Commodity Index. True diversification.
It's just gone 8:40 in downtown Europe, Paris and Berlin. This is the state of play on the European stocks. Up by 0.5% on the Stock 600. The Xetra DAX up 0.8%. That is despite personal consumption collapsing by over 3%. So this is a confirmation in a lot of the GDP numbers, the final reading. If you delve into that reading number, you're seeing capital investment contract for the fourth quarter in a row. These problems were mounting way ahead of COVID. Paris is up by 0.6%, and FTSE MIB up by 0.5%. 17,396 is the number of infections from COVID-19 in the north of Italy really come under control. So it's about the narrative of reopening that shifts these markets this morning, along with the potential for stimulus. Now, one of the voices and institutions that has a finger on the pulse is BNP Paribas. It says it sees a softer, slower recovery ahead than was initially hoped for. So the bank says that the pandemic will also permanently change the way it views its workforce, with potential changes to real estate and to travel. BNP Paribas' US head told us that's affecting its return to office plans.
We have 95% of our staff working from home, and the bank is open for business, moving full speed, serving clients. Return to the office, obviously, is something we are planning on very with a lot of consistency and focus. I would say you should expect it to be gradual and through phases. Probably first we're going to get our critical staff back on premises, and we'll reassess how the pandemic evolves. We will do it obviously following state guidelines and group policy, but we're engaging with employees, and their feedback is important to us, obviously. And I see three concerns coming from them. The first one is around commuting. The second one is really around testing. There is going to be different kind of testing. And the third one is obviously around social distancing once back on premises.
So, Jean-Yves, some of the other banks have been looking at things like setting up a temporary office in the suburbs, for example, or only bringing back capacity to 20 to 25%. Do you have any specifics that you can kind of give us into what you're looking at?
Well, obviously each business model will have their own criteria in terms of timing. As it relates to BNP Paribas, I don't expect through this phase one more than 15% back on premises. There is no absolute rush nor urgency to get back on premises, because the bank is really functioning very effectively. Had you told me, Alex, like 2.5 months ago, that we would be operating successfully with 95% of the staff working from home, I think I would have been hard pressed to believe you.
No kidding. I would have been hard-pressed to tell you that I'd be broadcasting from my home. So I'm with you on that. I wonder how that comes out on the other end, in that structurally, are you looking at a smaller rental space, a smaller office space footprint, less people permanently in the office? Facebook had bombshell yesterday saying that that would be their way forward.
Well, I think you are highlighting another very important point, which is what kind of structural changes we might be experiencing here. Definitely, I think working from home is going to be a trend to stay, to last, and there is going to be collateral consequences. The one you just mentioned. I do believe that companies will review their real estate footprint in the very dense urban areas. I do believe as well that we are going to be reviewing business travel. As now we're getting so used to do it digitally. I see all the structural changes, by the way, Alex, coming from my clients this time. It's a real re-domestication of supply chains for economic, for, I would say, independence, and as well, it would be a way at the time the unemployment rate is increasing exponentially to probably contribute to job creation.
It's good insight to get from all your clients. So to follow on that, I'm interested, I know you're ahead of the USA, but you're going to have insight into the rest of the world as well. Do you get a read from your clients as to which region is poised to recover the fastest?
Well, being a global bank, we obviously have a view on Asia, on Europe, on US, but more specifically in my role, I'm obviously bridging Eurozone and US here. Well, I see probably across, it's probably going to be a softer, slower recovery than what we would have probably hoped for initially. Our economists see a contraction of the economy for 2020 in the US around 6%, Eurozone around 8%.
So there you go, softer, slower recovery than we had anticipated. If you look at equity markets, they are absolutely discounting something completely different. The BNP Paribas USA's Jean-Yves Filon speaking to Alex Steele at Bloomberg. Now, Bayer has been storming through the market this morning. They're starting to resolve, we understand, legal problems, according to our Bloomberg sources. The German healthcare and agricultural giant has reached verbal agreements to settle a significant proportion of its US cancer lawsuits, and the stock is barnstorming away, up over 4%. So let's get a little bit more detail on this. Tim Lowe joins me. He's our consumer reporter tracking the story. So Tim, what or how large, I suppose the question is, let's get to the money. How large can these payouts expected to be?
Well, it depends on the how good the case is for the individual plaintiffs. We're reporting for the first time that there are actually 125,000 plaintiffs in the U.S. who have lawsuits against Bayer on Roundup. The company has publicly stated as recently as April that there were 52,500. So we're reporting another 75,000. These are cases that have not officially been filed, this extra 75,000, but that are part of the resolution talks. Now, Bayer, we're also reporting, and we have, has a plan for about $10 billion, a pool of money to resolve all of this, $8 billion to give to current claimants, and then setting aside another $2 billion for people who might sue the company in the future who've already used the product. So there is a finite amount of money to be dispersed to these 125,000 plaintiffs. When I say that, I mean when a final resolution is reached. We're saying that a good number of those there are verbal agreements with the company on, but that's not everybody.
Tim, do you think, and one's always very reticent in litigious environments to say that we're at the end or the beginning of the end or near the end of this particular Roundup saga, but can we say that?
Cautiously, yes. If you think back a year ago, it was just doomsday for the company. There was no obvious path out of this short of winning a bunch of court cases, but they hadn't been able to do that. They're 0 for 3 in trials in the U.S. The number of plaintiffs were just piling up by the month. And so the company succeeded in not going back to trial. That was the first big positive. They have engaged in aggressive negotiations with a real smattering of plaintiff attorneys in the U.S. There's all sorts of parties involved. So for Bayer, you can kind of imagine a bit of a whack-a-mole game going on. And they have signaled in recent months progress is being made, but it's been getting clarity on the matter has been quite difficult. So we're shining some more light on this today. It definitely feels like inching towards some sort of a place where Bayer can move on with their lives.
Tim, thank you very much. Tim Lowe, our European consumer reporter, tracking the Bayer story. Coming up, Europe's largest economy shrinks the most in more than a decade. In the first quarter, Germany's coronavirus lockdown hits activity. We discuss the numbers, the data, and the real reveal in Europe with our MLive team leader, Christine Aquino. This is Bloomberg.
Tuesday. Join Tom Keene, Jonathan Farrow, and Lisa Abramowitz. Now together on Bloomberg Surveillance. Listen on Bloomberg Radio or watch on Bloomberg Television. Starting at 7 a.m. Wall Street time, only on Bloomberg.
Another day of risk off across the financial markets. We bring you special coverage of all the price action and implications here on Bloomberg Television.
Welcome back to the European Market Open. I'm Menace Cranny. We're just 7 minutes away from the start of surveillance. We're 53 minutes into your trading day. What is catching the zeitgeist of Christine Aquino? She leads the MLive team in Europe. Christine, good to have you with me. Equities are on fire. I would say that's stimulus and reopening versus caution in the FX market. What catches your drift?
Yeah, that basically is a good way of putting the issues down, Dennis. I mean, on the one hand, there is still a lot of focus and hope pinned on the fact that restarting of the economies, particularly in developed nations, would help kickstart that economic activity that has been so depressed in the last couple of months. But then, of course, we're getting all these new risks, or rather, I should say, new old risks in the form of U.S.-China tensions, and, of course, the Hong Kong-China tensions as well that are playing into that. And so you have these kind of factors that are offsetting a little bit of the hopes pinned on the reopening process. And then so now it's a question of who are the economies and nations that will be most exposed to that balance of risks here.
We're going to get a little bit of data, and I think this is one of the interesting ones. We're going to get the EFO data and the expectations number. And a lot of people have warned me going, well, the PMIs are going to jump from their knees. And the other soft data are all going to jump from their knees, but it's not exactly something to wave the banner flags about. So EFO, how important is it, given that we've just had the hard retrospective data on the GDP number contracted by 2.2% and private consumption decimated by 3% in Germany?
Yeah, Yeah, I think EFO on its own is probably helpful in terms of giving us another look at future sentiment because, again, this is a bit more of a forward-looking indicator as opposed to the first quarter GDP from Germany that we saw earlier today. And that's really quite important in that it gives us a sense of where consumers and where businesses lie in terms of their mindset at the moment and whether, there's this sense of optimism in the future once we're past the lockdown reopening process and we're getting the economies restarted again. Is there optimism there laying beyond the horizon? Because that really will be a very important component in getting the animal spirits going and perhaps giving us hope for some kind of a recovery towards the end of this year and early next year. And so it'll be important in that sense, kind of a gauge of what companies and what individuals are looking forward to past the lockdown period, past the reopening process.
We never got to the game of Jenga in emerging markets, so everybody's got to go to Bloomberg.com to pick up the Mark Mobius interview and see what that's all about. Christine, thank you very much. Christine Aquino, our MLive team leader in Europe. Undoubtedly, there are three things driving the narrative today. One is about the shift from the frugals in regards to stimulus for Europe. The second and much more important one is about the global reopening from Tokyo to Australia to the issues around COVID-19 in the north of Italy. But undoubtedly, the subplot to the FX market, it is Sino-US relations. How that plays out, let's see. It is Memorial Day in the United States of America. Stocks 50 up 0.5%. FTSE MIB up 0.3%. Nair Church takes you through the surveillance hours right here on Bloomberg.
Melinda Gates, thank you so much for joining us on Bloomberg Studio 1.0.
Who shaped my views were the women I talked to.
I think Facebook's how we won in a lot of ways.
Running Microsoft was a ton of fun, and it was, it's kind of inspirational.
This is your weekly review of the most important business news and interviews from Bloomberg Television around the world.
During these uncertain times, we remain committed
to providing the news and data driving global markets.
To make sense of this situation impacting all of us right now.
And while we may look a bit different, we stand by that commitment.
We're here for you. This is Bloomberg.
Cold War. China warns the US that it risks further worsening relations between the two countries, but European stocks shake off the tensions and start the week higher. Buyer settles. Bloomberg learns the chemicals giant has reached deals on a substantial number of Roundup lawsuits. The stock trades higher in Frankfurt. And ire and fury. Boris Johnson faces criticism from all sides after standing by his top aide who broke lockdown rules. Welcome to Surveillance. I'm Naira Chehich in London. Let's get a check-in on the markets, and we get a sense over the weekend of tensions between the US and China rising, protests in Hong Kong, but you are seeing a little bit of a risk-on tone to markets in terms of Eurozone equities. Of course, the UK is closed for a bank holiday today. US cash, stock and bond markets closed as well, but some positive sentiment coming through in US futures. A third day of dollar strength. That perhaps speaks a little bit more to a slight risk-off tone. And in terms of oil, it's staying anchored around $33 a barrel, but in the green today. Now, as well as that, of course, we've got the IFO just crossing the Bloomberg. May German Business Confidence Index is at 79.5. The estimate was 78.5. So that's coming in a little bit better than expected. In just a moment, we're going to speak to IFO Institute President Clemens Fuest. But first, let's get the first word news with Leanne Gerrans.
Good morning, Naira, and thank you very much. Protesters in Hong Kong have held their biggest rally in months. Police arrested at least 180 people after using tear gas and a water cannon. It follows China's move to crack down on dissent in the city with new national security legislation. It's been described as the biggest loss of autonomy for Hong Kong since China took control in 1997. Here in the UK, Prime Minister Boris Johnson's most senior aide is facing growing calls to resign. Dominic Cummings allegedly broke lockdown rules, travelling more than 250 miles to Durham, while his family was supposed to be self-isolating. But the government says the trip was to seek care for his 4-year-old child, calling the actions sensible and defensible. The US is barring entry to most non-US citizens from Brazil. That's after cases in the South American nation spiked. Brazil has now reported the second highest number of COVID-19 cases worldwide. The restrictions follow curbs already placed on visitors from China and Europe. And they don't apply to goods, only individuals. In Israel, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's graft trial began yesterday. He was read the charges just a week after being installed for a 5th term. Israel's longest-serving leader gave a defiant speech in the courthouse. He rejected the allegations, accusing opponents of trying to topple him. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Leanne Gerrans. This is Bloomberg. Naira.
Leanne, thank you so much. So let's just get back to the IFO data that we've had out just a couple of minutes ago. So in terms of the expectations, what we've got is a reading of 80.1. The survey called for 75, so that's coming in better than expected and higher than the previous reading of 69.4. So that's expectations. The current assessment at 78.9, a little bit softer than the expectation of 80. The prior reading was 79.5. And business climate coming in at 79.5, better than the survey of 78.5. The previous reading was 74.3. So that's what we've got in terms of the numbers coming through from IFO. But joining us now is Clemens Fuest, president of the IFO Institute. Clemens, delighted to speak to you as always. Thank you so much for joining us today. Can you characterize the climate, the expectations, the assessment behind the numbers?
Yes, I think what we see here is the impact of the easing of the lockdown mostly. What companies say is, okay, our current situation hasn't improved. It's even slightly worse than a month ago. But we think that there is hope for the future. There is, so to speak, light at the end of the tunnel, simply because these restrictions are now being lifted. And that's a good sign. There's a lot of caution here. In manufacturing, in particular, companies say the current situation is really very bad. In trade, in retail, companies say it's very positive that we have been able to open up again, even if there are restrictions, even if the number of customers admitted to the shops is limited, but at least they see some progress. So there's a lot of caution here. But at least the mood isn't as catastrophic as 4 weeks ago.
Clemens, I find it really interesting, the distinction you've just made between manufacturing and trade and retail. And I wonder why you're getting a little bit more positive feedback from trade and retail. I understand that lockdowns are easing, but there's still, first of all, quite a lot of restrictions in place. And secondly, quite a palpable fear of a second wave and further lockdowns.
Well, I'm not sure how strong the fear is regarding the second wave in Germany. It's maybe being discussed less than in other places. At the same time, we have to see that in manufacturing, many markets, France, Italy, Spain, are still closed. So companies really do find it difficult to get started again, whereas in retail, at least the shops are open. They were shut down completely, which manufacturing was not. In retail, shops were shut down completely in April, and now they're opening up again. I think that explains the improvement in the mood. Still, most companies continue to be pessimistic, but the pessimism isn't as strong as it was 4 weeks ago.
Okay, so still pessimistic, but not quite as pessimistic as before. What does that mean for the shape of the recovery, Clemens? In your assessment, does it look possibly like a V or much more like a U or something else?
Well, to me, it doesn't really look like a V. I think there is going to be a quick recovery, but not to the old level. We will stay at a lower level. The Economist has talked about the 90% economy. So it looks like we will stay at something like 90% or whatever, so at a lower level for a longer time. So I don't think it's really a U. There is some recovery, but it doesn't take us back to the old level. The economy will stay subdued for some time.
Okay, makes sense. In the meantime, Clemens, this EU 500 billion euro economic recovery plan, we've had Germany's finance minister Wolfgang Schäuble over the weekend express some support for this. How are the businesses that you're speaking to, how optimistic are they on this recovery plan, both the fact that it comes through and that it has a strong impact?
Well, I think this is being seen as a positive signal, but not much more. It is still very distant. There is a lot of debate going on whether this is going to be spending or just credit to affected countries. The frugal four, Austria, Sweden, Denmark, and the Netherlands, don't like the proposal that came from France and Germany. So I think this is seen as a positive signal, but not more.
Okay. What does this mean then for the prospects for the ECB? Should the ECB expand its bond buying at the next meeting in June?
I think it is likely the ECB will do that. Again, what the impact of that bond buying can still be is an open question. A lot of bond buying has been announced and is going on, and conditions on financial markets, in particular conditions in the corporate bond market, are not the main problem. They have improved, and companies do not have these big problems they had in March in getting liquidity or in getting credit. So I would expect a slight increase in the bond buying, but I don't think this is going to be a game changer.
Right. And what's your assessment then of the German court ruling? Of course, that's one of the reasons that some do think that the ECB might move more quickly and expand the PEP, strike while the iron is hot, if you like.
I think that the ruling is complex. It will restrain the ECB, I think, in the medium term. It doesn't apply to the current measures, but at a very general level, it is a warning to the ECB not to be too aggressive about its bond buying. But the ruling raises more fundamental questions about the EU and the overall institutional architecture of the Union. So I think this ruling does include a number of risks. As far as the ECB is concerned, I think it will force the ECB to be a bit more cautious about bond buying. I don't think there is a strong impact on the current measures, but if we think 6 months ahead or a year ahead, I think the ECB will have to be a bit more cautious.
And I guess that puts even more pressure then on the fiscal side. I mean, we have heard from some budget hardliners, Austria, Denmark, Sweden, the Netherlands, for example, edging towards some sort of a compromise. My thanks to Clement Fuest, President at the IFO Institute. Really great to have you with us today. Thank you for joining. Coming up, tensions rise between Beijing and Washington as China's foreign minister says some American leaders are pushing towards a new Cold War. This is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience.
Consistency is more important than volatility.
There's very likely to be a decoupling between the United States and China.
Look, I think the reality is this is highly unusual.
This is a really good example of the intersection of business and government.
Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
Economics, finance, politics. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Naira Chehich in London. Now, China has warned that American leaders are potentially pushing towards a new Cold War. Foreign Minister Wang Yi has said that the US should give up its wishful thinking of changing China. He added that the situation is dangerous and could endanger global peace. Tensions have re-escalated between the two countries over coronavirus, trade, and Hong Kong. Bloomberg Markets co-anchor Rishad Salamat joins us with an update. Rish, great to have you with us. So let's just start with Hong Kong. Protests anew over the weekend. Where are we in the security law debate?
Well, this is it, Nira. I mean, let me just get to Friday. We had the much-delayed National People's Congress. People were looking at the annual policy document dump. They arrived at the conclusion that there was a softly approach with regard to stimulus. Perhaps that was down to the global impact of the pandemic and a wait-and-see approach there. Others looked at the explicit target for GDP growth being dispensed with. But here in Hong Kong and also in other Western capitals, the big headline was this new hardline approach to what is to be done with Hong Kong. China making this dramatic move to crack down on dissent in the city through a new national security law, and inevitably it led to the biggest rally by protesters in months. So they were gathering in the Causeway Bay shopping area. Sunday, police, they were waiting for them, and by all accounts, law enforcement went in hard. They were using water cannon and tear gas. At least 180 people were arrested after pitched battles between the two sides on the streets. Now, this legislation does appear to be pretty vague in detail. People are just looking for the nuts and bolts of it. It's nonetheless being seen in the very principle of it as the biggest erosion of Hong Kong autonomy since the Chinese did take control of this former British colony in 1997. Now, it's alarmed foreign businesses. It's already heightened the already fraught tensions, as you mentioned there, Nira, between Beijing and Washington. And several pro-democracy legislators have come out and said that this is the end of Hong Kong as we know it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and Rish, the thing is, similar demonstrations are planned for later in the week. How could this evolve, especially given that the world is still in lockdown?
But I mean, the lockdown really is come to an end here in Hong Kong, and they can use the legislation, which is still being enforced, which is you can't have gatherings over 8 people. But it's really the international side of things, which is now where people in Hong Kong are looking to. What can be done about it? Because it's this blame game ever since the coronavirus started. We've got new salvos over technology transfer, something like 33 entities now targeted by Washington over China here as well. Then, of course, there's further legislation over Beijing's human rights record against the treatment of the Uyghur population, and now the very future of Hong Kong apparently in the crosshairs. As you mentioned, Wang Yi, Foreign Minister of China, warning U.S. politicians about pushing relations to a new Cold War. The Trump administration's promised to hit back, and the White House caught between a bit of a rock and a hard place. The administration has to balance the effect of any harsh penalties aimed at Beijing without really being harmful to Hong Kong and the interests of the United States. So they have to limit them to bring harm to China and the Chinese actually the government itself. And the debate in Washington seems to be about a narrow approach, such as sanctioning individuals or businesses which are involved in curtailing Hong Kong's autonomy, or by indeed maintaining special treatment of the territory for sensitive technologies. The U.S. could enact this Hong Kong Human Rights and Democracy Act, requiring the Secretary of State to certify whether Hong Kong continues to warrant special treatment as an autonomous region. And if employed, this act could render treatment of Hong Kong as just as the same as any other Chinese city. So we're bracing ourselves again, not just for more protests against this national security legislation, but on top of that, there's a national anthem bill, which would mean that anybody who was in any way insulting the Chinese anthem and criticizing it, they could also find themselves
Rish,
in jail.
I've just got to jump in because we're running out of time. But
it certainly is getting more vociferous.
Rish, on that point and what you've said about China's foreign minister as well, what does this actually mean for US-China relations in terms of the potential prospect of further tariffs? That's what the market's really fixated on, just briefly.
Well, absolutely. I mean, further tariffs certainly are in the offing at the moment. I mentioned there's 33 entities that the US is threatening to, at the moment, backlist. And, this could result in further tit-for-tat retaliation here as well. U.S. Department of Commerce on Saturday expanded its so-called entities list. It restricts access to American technology and other items. And some of the organizations affected issued statements opposing the move. But, of course, this has also meant that there are further signs of this decoupling taking place between the United States and China. And to some extent, we're already getting rejigging of supply chains taking place during the time of the coronavirus, as people didn't want to actually be able to produce there because they couldn't in many ways. And we've got a foreign ministry commerce official saying that the latest moves do mark a US-China technology decoupling 2.0 or 2.5. And it's worsened, of course, partly as America's become one of the countries worst hit by the pandemic. Of course, it broke out in the Chinese city of Wuhan, but where it came from is a point of dispute in terms of who spread it from Wuhan. The world's two biggest economies crashing on a range of issues, right the way from trade to Taiwan, a new Cold War in the offing here as well. And this is, we had on Friday the Chinese saying in the National People's Congress that they were going to maintain their adherence to the Phase 1 part of the trade deal. The question now is, for how long, and what does the United States do in the face of this darkening relationship between the two capitals?
Bloomberg Markets co-anchor Rishad Salama, great to have you with us. Thank you so much for joining. And coming up, comings and goings. Boris Johnson's defence of his top aide overshadows Britain's plans for easing the lockdown. We'll discuss next. This is Bloomberg.
maybe 20 or 30 hornets when they get into the attack mode, or what has been coined the slaughter mode, will wipe out a colony of 30 to 50,000 honeybees within a few hours. I got stung by an Asian hornet, I would go to the hospital, and I get stung all the time. Their venom on a milligram per kilogram basis is actually less toxic than honeybee venom is. The difference is that they have 7 times the volume of venom as a honeybee does. They're actually very good for pollination and helping with our food supplies. Could have been on a cargo vessel that they came on. It is, in some Asian cultures, considered a delicacy, both the adult and the larva and the pupa. People should not panic, and I know the headlines are great, but we just need to get a handle on exactly how extensive this is.
I'm David Weston. Bloomberg Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience. Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Naira Chehij in London. Now, Boris Johnson has mounted a staunch defence of his most senior aide, Dominic Cummings. There have been calls for Cummings' resignation from across the political spectrum for allegedly breaking lockdown rules. Joining us this morning is Kit Jukes, Chief FX Strategist at Societe Generale. Kit, what would it do to sterling if Dominic Cummings did resign or was made to leave his post? Would it be negative or positive?
I'm not actually sure. I think probably negative in terms of sentiment. But if the things that the markets are concerned about, along with the economy, the threat of negative rates, and then no postponement and sort of a bad Brexit, then I don't know that Dominic Cummings leaving has much direct impact on those, in the sense that it may throw the Brexit agenda sort of up in the air a little bit, and maybe people will end up thinking, well, doesn't that increase the possibility of a postponement until we've dealt with the pandemic? So it's not necessarily a given that it has any impact at all on sterling. To be honest, the negative rates and Brexit specific issues are much more important.
Yeah, and it's interesting, Kit, because in your latest note you said about the only thing sterling has going for it is that the market is short and bearish. So if you are negative on sterling at the moment, what's your preferred way of actually playing that across various crosses?
For me, still to be short of sterling against the Japanese yen. I feel that we've seen really one of the things in the foreign exchange market we've seen is a big fall off in volatility levels, sort of back to almost pre-crisis levels in many cases. So it's been very calm. The fact that the yen's very quiet in that period, a lot of people are getting bored of using the yen as a safe haven. I look at it and think, actually, if it holds its value when volatility collapses, I'd like to own it for the moment when it returns. But you could be short. You could be short the pound against the US dollar at this point in time as well. That's not a terrible thing to do. I think it's just we will have to be patient if you are short, and it's a protection against a mistake, in my view, if the MPC keeps on talking about negative rates.
Kit Jukes from Societe Generale stays with us, and of course, thank you for joining us as well on what is a UK bank holiday. Kit Jukes More coming up with him. There's still money to be made in Chinese stocks. That's according to Mark Mobius. We'll bring you that interview next as well. This is Bloomberg.
I was actually poor.
No foreplay?
Eat your bag of Lay's with a smile on your face.
If all the diseases have been taken, I'll take a tax.
Another day of risk off across the financial markets. We bring you special coverage of all the price action and implications here on Bloomberg Television.
Economics, finance and politics. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Naira Chehij in London. Happy bank holiday if you're in the UK or the US. We're seeing a little bit of a positive tone, at least to equity markets, despite the escalation of war of words between the US and China over the weekend. But for now, let's get the Bloomberg First Word News. Here's Leanne Gerrans. Hey, Leanne.
Good morning, Naira, and thank you. China's warning that some US politicians are pushing the nations into a new Cold War. The comments came from Foreign Minister Wang Yi, who said the US should give up its wishful thinking of changing China. The relationship between Washington and Beijing has worsened in the past few months. The White House has repeatedly blamed China for the coronavirus outbreak. The UK is drawing up plans to save strategically important companies, according to the Financial Times. The paper reports Chancellor Rishi Sunak is looking to rescue any companies whose failure would disproportionately harm the economy. The FT reports the UK wouldn't initially seek equity stakes in the companies. German companies and consumers slashed spending even before the full force of the pandemic hit. The economy shrank the most in more than a decade in the first quarter. That's despite most of the containment measures only kicking in at the end of the 3 months. April is expected to be far worse before signs of a bottoming out this month. And Bayer looks to have made progress settling claims its Roundup weed killer causes cancer. Sources say it's reached verbal agreements that could resolve up to 85,000 of the around 125,000 claims. It's part of Bayer's $10 billion plan to end the costly legal battle. The company is likely to announce the settlements in June. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Leanne Gerrans. This is Bloomberg Naira.
Leanne, thank you so much. Now, despite the tensions roiling Hong Kong, some investors still see profitable stocks in China. Mark Mobius, Mobius Capital Partners co-founder and partner, spoke to Bloomberg's Alex Steele about the opportunities in China. Take a listen.
Well, there's no question that the tensions are rising. And of course, these tensions have been going on for quite some time, in the beginning with this trade war and a number of other factors, so that we can't expect to be seeing any let up in this kind of tension. Nevertheless, there are lots of stocks in China that can be purchased that are very profitable and are growing despite all the problems we're seeing. So I think we have to take it stock by stock rather than making a general picture of the Chinese market.
Well, help me understand then how you screen stock by stock and sort of how then that plays into what the government is going to do in terms of stimulus.
Well, number one, we're looking at stocks that are not going to be impacted by a trade war. That's number one. Number two, we're looking at stocks that have a global footprint. So you have many of these Chinese stocks. Well, Alibaba is the obvious one that they have a global footprint in addition to having this incredible market share in China. And then number three, we want stocks that have very, very strong balance sheets. At this stage, we have to have companies that are able to acquire other companies and gain the market by doing so. So those are, I would say, would be the characteristics we're looking for in the Chinese stocks.
Can you give me some names? Because all you wind up hearing about with Chinese companies is how much debt they wind up having and how much help they're going to need from the government. So what are these names?
Well, I mean, if, for the normal investor, these big names like I mentioned, Alibaba would be the obvious one. But there are a number of others similar to that would fall into that category. I can't give you the names because we may be buying, so I don't want to be in that position. But generally speaking, any of these names, like Alibaba, like Tencent, these are companies that should be looked at.
Okay, fair enough. If, though, some of those companies, and we can stick with the big ones, like an Alibaba, get delisted from the Nasdaq, for example, because of these trade tensions, does that affect how you think about them at all?
Not really. I mean, I know that Congress is now going to pass a bill about accounting practices. The companies listed in New York have to follow U.S. accounting. That's not going to be any problem for these companies because they already are doing international accounting, and it'd be very easy for them to come up with the right accounting practices. So I don't see that as a big problem. So I think what you've got to see is any problems in the face of sanctions as regards to technology. Now, that's an area where you have to be very cautious. But even there, if you look at a company like TSMC, they'll be able to survive any problems with the market in China, simply because they're a global company and supplying people globally, including many of the U.S. manufacturers.
Are you worried that we're going to see any sort of supply chain shifts that we were already talking about accelerate because of the virus? Or does it not matter as much if you're looking for the right kind of companies that would be more immune to something like that?
Well, this is already taking place. I mean, you must remember, it's not only the American companies that have a supply chain problem, but it's the Chinese companies as well. They have to now look afield out of their own area to find out where they can get their supplies that are not going to be sanctioned by the U.S. in one direction or the other. The interesting thing that's happening is that many Chinese manufacturers are moving outside of China to manufacture in other countries so they can get under the U.S. trade barrier. So that's another thing you have to look for. And we're looking at such companies that are strong in China, but are moving globally and are becoming more of a global supply chain company.
That was Mark Mobius, Mobius Capital Partners co-founder and partner. And still with us, Kit Jukes from Societe Generale. Kit, what the market is starting to absorb today, and was on Friday as well, is perhaps a re-escalation of US-China tensions based on the latest decisions around Hong Kong. We've got those protests being revived over the weekend. Is now the time for the FX market to actually start moving on this, or is the US-China tension story more one for the autumn?
No, I think it'll continue. I think there's a sense now that this is going to remain not very much in the background from now until the U.S. elections. Frankly, that neither side appears ready to back down and make it go away. If there'd been a point at various points of saying yes, there'll be some tension until after the election, but then we can move on. Frankly, I think it's just going to stay with us from now until then, and sort of keep a nervousness, particularly about global trade. I think global trade's in a downturn already. I do think that when we heard the view that the final nail in the coffin of globalization was the pandemic, the US-China trade spat was I don't know, a couple before that in the list, but it's being hammered in every day, and I think that's just with us now, and it's not going to go away.
In terms of volatility, Kit, I mean, when we were talking earlier and you were talking about how you'd express a weaker sterling, your preference would be to do it against the yen. Talk to me about the relationship between volatility and the yen, because one would think if we've had a collapse in volatility in G10FX, that would maybe speak to a bearish yen, but your view is slightly different to that.
Well, my view is that there is no volatility at this point in time. That one of the features of this market and the response of central banks that we've seen before, that when central banks lob money at the problem in terms of calming things down, it's like putting oil on water in terms of getting the waves to behave, and that just dampens down volatility. So we are down to levels of volatility in dollar yen, but in major foreign exchange rates that we haven't seen for a little while. This will spike up again, and so my point is, if you think volatility isn't going to fall any further, and if you think maybe it stays mostly low but spikes higher on bits of news that we get, when those spikes come back, the yen is likely to be the biggest winner. And if the yen doesn't weaken, if the yen's here when volatility has been pushed down and down over recent weeks, then actually the yen is in better shape than it looks.
Okay, and what about the yuan then, Kit? That actually has been fairly quiet for quite a while now. We discussed it the last time you were on the show, and we saw China set the yuan fix at its weakest since 2008, just today. Are you expecting much yuan volatility from here based on the escalation of tensions between the US and China?
We worry quite a lot that they might start using it as a tool in a dispute over trade. But certainly until now, for a while now, the view, I think, from Beijing has been very much that's counterproductive in terms of what it does to domestic money markets, and it makes it harder for them to control their domestic money market, and control is important, so that it's not worth doing. So what they've been doing so far is, letting it weaken a little bit, but I mean these are small moves, and maintaining currency stability as a key part of their sort of macroeconomic policies. They don't show any signs of wanting to change that. The dispute's happening elsewhere, because the benefit in terms of that not infecting the rest of their global financial system, the Chinese financial system, seems pretty clear. So, and the trouble with China is that they're not going to phone me up and tell me that they're changing policy before they do it. But they seem settled on this policy. It is working for them. The policy they had before of letting the currency weaken, it's not obvious that worked. So why would they let dollar yuan shoot up? One thing's clear: a much stronger yuan isn't on the cards, however.
Yeah. Sticking on the theme of vol-Kit, if we look at 10-year Treasury yields, they've been in a range of about 24 basis points since the start of April. The MOVE index at a level that's about 1/3 the almost 11-year high that it hit on March the 9th. Is the Treasury market going to be shaken out of its vol sleep anytime soon, the way the FX market might as well?
Well, I think you know in these low vol environments where volatility is repressed by central bank action, if that's the right way to put it. No, they're sitting on it like an elephant sits on something, but that it pops up in sort of short periods of dramatic excitement on things. You know, I think we will see steepening pressures on the U.S. yield curve at some point down the road at the longer end in a way. But you know, the reality is, if we have interest rates that are here for a long time, if they're ruling out negative rates pretty much in the United States, but it's very clear they're not going to push interest rates up until long after fiscal policy has been normalized, and that's not going to happen until long after the pandemic's behind us. The front end of the curve is completely anchored, and the longer end is for now anchored, if by nothing else, by central bank buying. So there's not a lot to put volatility in, but what you get in that kind of very low volatility environment, which I think what you get in the foreign exchange market have for a while, is you get spikes that last a few days on some event before the Fed gets control again, because in the end the Fed wins.
All right, Kit Jukes, great to have you with us today. Thank you so much for joining, Chief FX Strategist at Societe Generale. Go off and enjoy your bank holiday. Now up next, escape to the country. Will coronavirus dim demand for city living? We'll talk about the future of housing next with Ryan Prince, CEO of residential rental company Uncle. This is Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Naira Chehich in London. Now, how will coronavirus change the way we live? Uncle is a UK-focused build-to-rent operator offering high-specification apartments for rent in purpose-built blocks in London and Manchester. But as the economy emerges from the crisis, will people still choose to live in suburban locations, or will crowding onto public transport remain a problem? Joining us now to discuss all this, Ryan Prince, CEO and founder at Uncle. Ryan, really great to have you with us on the show. Thank you so much for joining.
Thanks for having me.
What's the state of the rental market at the moment? I believe that previously you said that home sales and rentals had been pretty paralyzed by the UK's lockdown. Are we still in that place with the lockdown starting to ease?
I think we are. I think we're just starting to crawl our way out. I think what we've learned is that virtual viewings and remote viewings are helpful and educational, but ultimately, whether you're buying or you're renting, customers really do want to see things with their own two eyes. And so the change in allowing people to go back into properties and do what we would call social distance viewings makes a real big difference in being able to allow people to make those decisions.
Yeah. I mean, can you give us a bit more of a sense as well on the longer term impacts that you anticipate from the virus turmoil? Because we can see beautiful pictures of your properties, high specifications, a lot of the projects that are underway. We're assuming high rents for years to come. Is that an assumption that can still hold, particularly if a lot of people's finances will be strained for some time, even after lockdowns ease?
Yeah, look, I think there's a number of different considerations that are going to come out of what are the long-term consequences of COVID and, quite frankly, any potential other pandemics as life evolves. I think one of the things that's become very clear that will be a long-term trend is the requirement to work from an office 5 days a week will no longer be the case in almost any industry. Now, there will clearly be exceptions to that. If you work in construction or you work in a factory, your job is being in the premises, so that's different. But certainly for the knowledge economy, that won't be the case. And so we're already starting to see, I think, the front end of the acceptability of people working maybe 2 days in the office, 3 days from home, and then maybe flipping that the other way around in a alternating way. And so I think that, quite frankly, fortunately for us, I think the home is going to become an even more important sort of feature and asset class for the way people think about how they live. And I think a number of the amenities that we offer may shift a little bit. So the utility of co-working within the buildings was probably at the margin an amenity that a certain proportion, particularly our gig economy residents, would use. I think that will get dialed up significantly as those changes start to take hold going forward.
Okay, so you see co-working getting dialed up, but what about co-living as an asset class? Could COVID-19 kill that off just as it was starting to become mainstream?
I think it's still too early to predict. And if you talk to the co-living operators, they have their views as to why neighborhood and all those things will be important. I do think space as a topic will certainly be heightened as an area of sensitivity. And so how that plays out in terms of what space looks like, I think is certainly in the near term a challenge. So in our case, all of the Uncle apartment buildings are self-contained, normal, residential sized apartments. And certainly in the short to medium term, I think we feel a little bit more comfortable that that level of a normal experience has a little bit more comfort level for customers for now.
What about investors in the sector, Ryan? I mean, we've talked about the future post-virus, some of the potential downside risks. Is this going to cause some distress for investors in the sector? How confident do they feel?
From what we're seeing early, I think it's starting to look almost a little bit like the opposite. The whole real estate investment hypotheses around beds and sheds, around industrial logistics, delivery, and living in some way as a granular, pretty stable, reasonable demand asset class compared to office or clearly retail for different reasons. I think what we're starting to see is more investors become attracted to a number of the more stable, long-term, almost infrastructure-like cash flow qualities of the residential asset class. So if anything, at the moment, I think we're seeing inquiries from an investor perspective start to go up for this particular type of asset.
Thank you so much for joining us today. Really interesting. Ryan Prince, CEO and founder at Uncle. And up next, a Bloomberg scoop. Buyer is said to have reached verbal agreements on a big share of its Roundup lawsuits. That stock climbing this morning. We'll bring you the details next. This is Bloomberg.
Francisco, a lot of tech action today.
Our top stories this morning in D.C. and
the Dow and the S&P.
Shall we? So the euro on a 7-day
sizable moves in the currency market. Averages down 0.5%.
We begin in the oil patch. Saudi Arabia.
Brent crude pretty much unchanged.
Welcome to Bloomberg, the First Word Asia.
The U.S. and Japan duke it out over exchange.
China's slumping onshore bond market is great.
Economics, finance and politics. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Naira Chehich in London. Now, Bayer is starting to resolve its legal problems. According to Bloomberg sources, the German healthcare and agricultural giant has reached verbal agreements to settle a significant proportion of its US cancer lawsuits. The deals are part of Bayer's plan to end a costly legal battle over the use of its Roundup weed killer. Joining us now on the phone to discuss is Tim Lowe, our European consumer reporter who covers the company. Tim, congratulations on the scoop. Is this a sign that the Roundup saga is coming to an end in any way for Bayer?
Thanks. It's definitely a positive step. Of course, the company itself hasn't come out and said anything. And this is our sources speaking. But if you think back a year ago, Bayer had lost about 2 or 3 trials, and the amount of plaintiffs were just piling up by the month, and there really seemed like no end in sight. It was a really gloomy period. Since then, the company has managed to stay out of the courtroom, no more trials, and engaged in these long months of talks. And we've seen positive signs in recent months that there was progress being made. And so this is the fullest picture yet that we've been able to provide.
Yeah, and the exact number of settlements so far wasn't immediately clear, but the estimate that you do have, why is that significant?
So the first point is that we're saying there are 125,000 roughly Roundup suits. That's the current universe of litigation. And that's significant because until now, Bayer's only really disclosed the officially filed cases, of which there are about 52,000 as of April. So we're bringing up another 75,000 cases that need to be dealt with. These have been dealt with, or they're in the process of being dealt with in the negotiations. Our sources are telling us that some of the best cases in terms of from the plaintiff's standpoint, the ones that have the best chance of winning a trial, are part of these verbal agreements. And so you have to expect that there's probably a lot of frivolous cases that are among the tens of thousands of additional cases.
Thank you so much to Tim Lowe, our European consumer reporter covering Bayer. And Bayer shares up 7.5% right now. More broadly in the markets, we've got UK markets closed, US stock and bond cash markets closed as well for holidays, but some green on the screen for Eurozone equities and US futures. This is Bloomberg.
being able to go out and film, it's impossible. Live streaming aviation entertainment is the best way to describe it. What is also extremely unique about it is the fact that it is live and that everybody can join in.
Wow, look at this. He's having some right problems there, man.
Oh, yeah, baby. There she is. There she is. Yeah.
Action, action, action.
I've taken off all monetization on my videos. I've taken off all of the super chat, so nobody can donate any money to me because I want them to donate and keep their money for themselves and for charities.
Yet another day of risk off across the financial markets. We bring you special coverage of all the price action and implications here on Bloomberg Television.
A new Cold War. China warns the US that it risks further worsening relations between the two countries, but European stocks shake off the tensions and start the week higher. Buyer settles. Bloomberg learns the chemicals giant has reached deals on a substantial number of Roundup lawsuits. The stock trades higher in Frankfurt. And ire and fury. Boris Johnson faces criticism from all sides after standing by his top aide who broke UK lockdown rules. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Naira Chehich in London. Welcome to the show, everyone. Happy bank holiday if you're in the UK or the US. Let's get the Bloomberg First Word News. Here's Leanne Gerrans. Hi, Leanne.
Good morning, Naira, and thank you. In Hong Kong, protesters staged their biggest demonstration in months. They rallied against China's dramatic move to crack down on dissent in the city. Police used a water cannon and fired tear gas at demonstrators in the Causeway Bay shopping area. At least 180 people were arrested. China warns that some US politicians are pushing relations between the two countries to a new Cold War. Foreign Minister Wang Yi says the US should give up what he calls wishful thinking of changing China. He also warned the US not to cross Beijing's red line on Taiwan. Here in the UK, Oxford University has reportedly run into a hurdle while developing a coronavirus vaccine. According to The Telegraph, a decline in the infection rate may make it difficult to prove whether the vaccine is indeed successful. The head of Oxford's Jenner Institute says there is only a 50% chance of coming up with an effective vaccine. Japan is lifting its state of emergency today. It appears to have beaten the coronavirus without placing restrictions on people's movements. Japan also didn't institute mass testing, but its death toll is well below 1,000. That's the fewest among the group of 7 developed nations. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Leanne Gerrans. This is Bloomberg. Naira.
Leanne, thank you so much. Well, we're seeing some clear risk on in today's session. Bear in mind, with a holiday in the UK and the US, there's going to be thinner liquidity. But even with the re-emergence of geopolitical risks with regard to Hong Kong and tensions between the US and China, Eurozone equities in the green. Of course, UK markets are closed. We've got no stock or bond cash trading in the US as it's Memorial Day. But US futures on the front foot as well. And dollar strength that we were seeing through the Asian session fading just a touch. But the dollar still in the green for a third day. And oil also higher by more than 1%, though it's staying anchored near $33 a barrel. Now, on to those geopolitical risks. China has warned that American leaders are potentially pushing towards a new Cold War. Foreign Minister Wang Yi has said that the US should give up its wishful thinking of changing China. He added that the situation is dangerous and could endanger global peace. Tensions have re-escalated between the two countries over coronavirus, trade and Hong Kong. Bloomberg Markets co-anchor Rishad Salamat joins us with an update. Rish, great to see you again. So a lot's happened over the weekend. Let's just start with the Hong Kong protests. How bad have they been and where are we in the security law debate?
Where are we? We don't actually know the devil in the detail. That's the problem here. It's vague. What it is really essentially is a top-down approach. It's some legislation which would effectively be inserted into Hong Kong's basic law. It's a dramatic move. It's been seen without any real knowledge of it as the end of Hong Kong by some pro-democracy legislators here, the end of Hong Kong as we know it. What it's really led to was the biggest rally by protesters in months. Sunday saw Causeway Bay, major shopping area, the scene of pitch battles between police and these protesters. We had the gathering taking place. Police were waiting for them, and by all accounts, the law enforcement agents went in hard, using water cannon and tear gas. 180 arrests were made. We've got also the prospect of further pitch battles perhaps later this week as the legislature here tries to introduce a national anthem bill which would punish people for in any way criticizing the Chinese national anthem. As I said, legislation appears vague in detail. It is those being seen as the biggest erosion of Hong Kong's autonomy since China took control of this former British colony back in 1997. Now, it's alarming foreign businesses, as we all know, and it's already heightening the already fraught tensions that we've had between Beijing and Washington. And so this is where we are at the moment. We don't know very much about what will actually be in this legislation. We've got the pro-Beijing camp here saying, don't worry about it. It's not really going to change and move the dial when it comes to the autonomy of this territory. But others, of course, are not so sure.
Yeah, and you mentioned, Rish, that we're likely to see more protests later this week. How could this evolve then in Hong Kong as the week goes on?
Well, that's just it. I mean, it would actually perhaps show to Beijing itself that this legislation has to actually be promulgated and has to come in at some stage. We've had this blame game over where the coronavirus started. We had new salvos over technology transfer and legislation over Beijing's human rights record against its treatment of the Uyghur population. And also on top of that, tensions ignited between Beijing and Washington over Taiwan as Secretary of State Michael Pompeo congratulated President Tsai Ing-wen for her inauguration as president. Of course, the Chinese do not recognize Taiwan as an independent state and thought that that was an interference in the country's internal affairs. And as a result of all this, as you alluded to, the Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi warning U.S. politicians that they were pushing relations to a new Cold War. But here, in Hong Kong itself, it's a wait-and-see attitude by the vast majority of people. But indeed, there are radicalized elements who really, at the moment, see no alternative but to take to the streets. Yeah.
Yeah, and Rish, as you've alluded to, the bigger question for markets really is on the impact for US-China relations. We're seeing quite a bit of risk on today in the European session. We did see a fair amount in the Asian session overnight as well. How much at risk are US-China relations from all this, particularly if we think about the prospect of further tariffs? At the moment, all we're seeing is a war of words.
Well, that indeed. We have, of course, the 33 entities or companies which have been highlighted by the United States now as potentially connected with the regime and potentially in league with the government in doing something negative towards Hong Kong itself. Now, we did have China refraining from implementing its own unreliable entity list because it wanted to leave some breathing space for bilateral relations. But they did. Beijing did announce back in the middle part of last year, and this, don't forget, was at the height of the trade war with the US, that it was preparing its own blacklist. Still, when the United States announced further curbs on companies like Huawei, we had China not retaliating using this list that we don't know about. But apparently, according to the Global Times newspaper, which is an arm, if you like, a mouthpiece of the Communist Party, they have tweeted that China would retaliate using that list they prepared in the middle of last year. The paper pointing to a source in the Chinese government saying companies such as Apple and Qualcomm themselves could be targeted. So that's kind of where we are. But, I mean, it goes much deeper than this. The administration has been promising to get back over this move by the Beijing over Hong Kong, but they have to balance the effect of any harsh penalties aimed at Beijing being limited just to bring harm to China itself and certainly not to harm the interests of the United States and of those of Hong Kongers. The debate in Washington seems to be about a narrower approach sanctioning individuals or businesses, and I've just alluded to that a little bit. United States could also go nuclear, if you would, not meaning that literally in any sense, and to enact the Hong Kong Human Rights and Democracy Act. Now, that requires the Secretary of State to certify whether Hong Kong still continues to warrant special treatment. Now, if employed, and they say that it doesn't indeed warrant special treatment, it could render treatment of this territory as just being the same as any other mainland Chinese city near.
Bloomberg Markets co-anchor Rishad Salamat reporting from Hong Kong. Great to have you with us. Thank you so much. Now up next, Mark Haefele, UBS Wealth Management Global CIO, joins us on the show. Don't miss it. This is Bloomberg.
Commodity investing is more than buying gold and oil. From coffee and corn to cattle and natural gas, many sectors drive the commodity markets. And the Bloomberg Commodity Index covers them all. With exposure across 23 traded commodities, Bloomberg is the standard for diversification in commodity markets. With full transparency, measure and monitor your investment performance against the benchmark used by commodity professionals globally. More than gold and oil, the Bloomberg Commodity Index.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Naira Chehich in London. Joining us now is Mark Haefele, UBS Wealth Management Global CIO. Welcome to the show, Mark. Delighted as ever to have you with us. I was looking through your monthly letter for May entitled Second Wave or Second Wind, and it's really interesting because this is what markets are grappling with at the moment in terms of the coronavirus risks. We'll talk about that in just a moment, but over the weekend, we've had the re-emergence also of geopolitical risk with Hong Kong protests, war of words between the US and China. How much do you expect risk assets to react to this re-emergence of geopolitical risk?
Well, keep in mind, we climbed a wall of worry last year
with heightened geopolitical risk. That's the first thing. And we think, secondly, that it is in neither China nor the U.S.'s interest, given the current economic situation and the desire to build the economy back up, to escalate an economic conflict at this time. That said, there are a lot of forces at work here. There's tech issues, there's trade issues, there's financial regulation issues, and maybe some national security issues. And so it could be volatile as the different sides sort through which buckets they're putting everything in.
And we did see a weekly gain for global equities last week. We're seeing green on the screen today. So to some extent, equities are shrugging off this risk, at least at the moment. Then, of course, the focus turns to the easing of lockdowns. And you've got some really interesting observations in terms of the relationship between lockdowns and virus transmission and whether we actually get a second wave. What's your assessment for that at UBS Wealth Management?
Well, thank you so much, Naira. I think that, there's a lot about the virus that is not proven, that we're learning as we go. And what we did was we went through some of the mobility data, because you can track now what people, how much of a lockdown different countries have actually had through cell phone data. And what we found is that there's little correlation between the mobility and the success in reducing the reproduction rate of the virus. And so then we try to fit that to the data, and it seems somewhat possible that in some cases, if you look at, say, London, the serology is now showing that maybe 17% of London has already been infected. And that raises questions about, in some of these areas, do we have something like a modified herd immunity? It's a theory, but it might be one of the reasons why we should be less worried about a second wave than some of the historical examples going back to 1918 or the Middle Ages.
Interesting. So if the data in the coming weeks supports that scenario that you've outlined in terms of the diminished risks of a second wave, what does that mean in terms of further upside for equity markets, given the rich valuations we're already at?
Well, I think that there is some reason to believe, given the central bank stimulus and the fiscal stimulus, that multiples could go higher, and markets are forward-looking, so it's forward multiples more on normalized earnings, that the broader indices could trade higher. However, we would look for a lot of the gains to come from the parts of the indices that have not rallied at all. And so we'd be looking more at some of the cyclicals and some of the value names to kind of catch up to where the broader indices are.
So for that, you're looking, for example, at Germany, I believe, and small caps as well in equities in terms of some of these cyclical and value sectors to outperform Mark. But if you look at equities versus credit, which looks more attractive as a risk proposition right now?
Well, I think we do see these pathways to a much stronger upside, but I think you have to recognize that a lot of the policy is not being determined by the emerging science. Eventually it will be, but right now it's still very political, and so the political outcomes about lockdowns and things can be very different. And in some of these central scenario, we do see the risk reward for credit still more attractive. So kind of buy where the Federal Reserve is buying. We like investment grade, we like U.S. high yield, and we also like the emerging market dollar-denominated sovereign debt.
Okay. In terms of volatility, go ahead.
Well, and I was going to say, but one of the clear trends that is emerging from this is the success of sustainability, both on the equity side and also on the green bond side. That is a trend that we see our clients really gravitating towards, both because it's aligned with their long-term view, but also because of the success of those assets through this crisis.
got it. So we've talked quite a bit about the potential for upside and where you would take those opportunities, Mark. What about the downside risks? What's the protection you would put in the portfolio to deal with that?
Well, one of the things that many of our clients are looking to is gold. And the reasons there, I think, are concerns about the growing pile of debt that is being added globally by governments, and also the chance that the dollar has seen a spike in this kind of crisis stage, but the dollar could weaken given the fiscal and monetary stimulus being applied in the United States. So gold is one asset. Now, unfortunately, the role for bonds, as we all know, is going to be somewhat diminished going forward, and the role it can play as an asset allocation stabilizer simply because yields are so low, and if you get it wrong, you're almost guaranteed to destroy value. And so there we have to look to alternatives. There still can be a role for hedge funds, which are not as correlated to either stocks or to bonds, to provide some portfolio stability.
Yeah, it's interesting what you say on bonds, Mark, because the volatility in treasuries particularly has been so subdued if you look at the MOVE index. But you were talking earlier when we were discussing US-China relations about the prospect for more volatility ahead. And I believe you were referring mainly to equity markets. If you are expecting more volatility ahead, how do you think investors should take advantage of that?
Well, this high volatility has led a lot of clients to look for structures, right, where they can earn a yield, but then kind of benefiting from behavioral economics and kind of say, I'm willing to buy into the market if we get volatility down to a certain point, but I'll earn a yield in the meantime. And so we are seeing a lot of clients try to look for those, to use structures, to, selling options to try and get a yield now, but also position themselves to get in or out of the market should we see a big volatile move.
Mark, can I just finally get your assessment on US versus European equities and where you would actually express a preference, given that we do have the prospect of this economic recovery deal in the EU inching along, but still a lot of question marks and potential stumbling blocks?
Well, I think that the geopolitical risk background is harder to predict, perhaps, than where are the sectors that have really been hit and who could benefit as we come out of this. And so, as you highlighted earlier, in a more favorable economic environment, Germany can do well, or European industrials can do well, and U.S. mid-caps, which haven't risen as much, can do well. So I think, and in Asia, you can look, because the consumer is coming out faster in Asia, so you can look to consumer electronics, auto, or transportation. So I think this is a time to focus a little bit more at the sector level rather than just the macro situation, which is just so complex.
Mark Afley of UBS Wealth Management, thank you so much for joining us today. Really appreciate your time. Now, coming up in the next hour, Tom Kinmuth, ABN AMRO Senior Fixed Income Strategist. That's at 6:30 a.m. in New York, 11:30 a.m. in London. This is Bloomberg.
Fuel, corn, livestock, precious metals. Commodities are everywhere, and so is Bloomberg. Bloomberg commodity indices deliver leading benchmarks for true diversification. Adding commodity exposure can help hedge against inflation and diversify your stock and bond portfolios. With full data transparency and broad distribution, the Bloomberg suite of commodity indices is your measure for the commodity markets. With Bloomberg, you've got the markets covered.
Let's get the Bloomberg Business Flash. A shake-up's on the way at Aston Martin. Bloomberg has learned that the British sports car maker is set to replace CEO Andy Palmer. The new chief executive will be the head of the Mercedes-AMG Performance division, Tobias Moores. Aston Martin is struggling with debt. Less than 2 months ago, billionaire investor Lawrence Stroll became the company's executive chairman. Bayer has reached verbal agreements to resolve a substantial proportion of the U.S. cancer lawsuits involving the weed killer Roundup. Bloomberg's learned that the deal covers as many as 85,000 of the estimated 125,000 cases as part of Bayer's $10 billion plan to end a legal battle it inherited when it bought Monsanto back in 2018. And Bain Capital is preparing a second-round bid to buy Virgin Australia. The alternative asset manager is among 4 bidders shortlisted for the airline. Virgin Australia collapsed in April after years of losses and the plunge in global travel demand. And that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Naira.
Leanne, thank you so much. Well, despite the escalating tensions between the US and China, the war of words, we're seeing some risk on in Eurozone equities today. Of course, US and UK markets closed for holidays, but US futures on the front foot. The dollar giving up some of its gains after 2 days of strength, and oil also on the front foot, but anchored near $33 a barrel. Coming up next, Karsten Brzeski, ING Germany chief economist, joins us on the show. This is Bloomberg.
another day of risk off across the financial markets. We bring you special coverage of all the price action and implications here on Bloomberg Television.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Naira Chehich in London. Well, we are seeing some risk on this Monday morning. It is a bank holiday in the UK, Memorial Day in the US, so bear in mind that there is some thin liquidity, but some green on the screen in terms of equities, despite the war of words between the US and China. Also, a lot of news actually coming through on Europe over the weekend and today, not least the IFO survey showing that German businesses are counting on an improvement in the economy in the second half. And this after the coronavirus pandemic depressed private spending and investment and plunged the economy into a recession. Joining us now is Carsten Brzeski, ING Germany chief economist. Carsten, great to have you on the show with us. Thank you so much. I did speak to Clemens Fuest, the IFO chief, actually just earlier this morning, and he said, look, businesses, they're still pessimistic, but they're less pessimistic than before. Does that fit with your assessment of Germany's economy right now? We've got a little bit of an issue with Carsten on the phone. We'll get back to him in just a moment. But for now, let's get the first word news. Here's Leanne Gerrans. Hi, Leanne.
Good morning, Naira, and thank you. In Hong Kong, protesters are vowing to stage more demonstrations this week. They held their biggest rally in months after China announced plans to crack down on dissent in the city. Police used tear gas and a water cannon against demonstrators in the Causeway Bay shopping area. At least 180 people were arrested. The US will prohibit the entry of most non-citizens arriving from Brazil. The country now has the second highest number of coronavirus cases in the world. Restrictions don't apply to the flow of commerce between Brazil and the US. Boston Fed President Eric Rosengren expects companies to start receiving money through a central bank program within 2 weeks. The Main Street Lending Program is part of the emergency effort aimed at keeping credit flowing. It's designed to provide up to $600 billion in credit to small and medium-sized companies. And here in the UK, lawmakers from all sides are publicly attacking Prime Minister Boris Johnson's top aide. Dominic Cummings broke the lockdown rules and travelled 250 miles to seek childcare for his 4-year-old son. That happened at a time when he was supposedly self-isolating with coronavirus symptoms. Johnson calls his aide's actions sensible and defensible. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Leanne Gerrans. This is Bloomberg Naira.
Leanne, thank you so much. Let's get back to Carsten Brzeski, ING Germany chief economist. Carsten, really great to have you with us. We got the IFO data earlier this morning. German businesses basically counting on an improvement in the second half after the coronavirus depressed private spending and investment and plunged the economy into recession. I did actually speak to Clemens Fuest of IFO earlier this morning, and he said, look, there's still pessimism. Businesses just less pessimistic than before. Does that fit with your assessment of Germany at the moment?
Yeah, it does fit. So we do see that the expectation component really surged. I think strongest increase ever. But when you look at the absolute level of the IFO index, it is still one of the weakest readings ever. So I think this nicely coincides also with some kind of real-time data we saw when you look at mobility data, that activity in Germany has picked up again, but we're still some 20% off the levels we had in January.
Okay, and if you look at the Eurozone more broadly as well, you have signalled in one of your latest notes that the bottom in economic activity is already behind us. This was sort of mid-May that you were making that assessment. Do you still feel the same given what we've seen since?
No, I still feel the same because it really coincides with the lifting of the lockdown measures. And when I look back, we had Austria, Germany already lifting some lockdown measures in April. The other countries are following now by mid of May. So we've probably seen the worst already behind, even though the incoming data, the traditional macro indicators will continue to be dreadful. But I think we will see this rebound already in the course of the second quarter. which then should lead to a nice pickup and growth in the third quarter. What is still hard to really assess is how big and how deep will the permanent damage be of the crisis.
Yeah, and on how big and how deep the permanent damage will be, Karsten, I wonder what you think if you look at manufacturing versus services. Because one interesting thing that Clemens Fuß said to me was that in manufacturing, there was still quite a lot of pessimism, but where there was sort of less pessimism starting to emerge was more sort of in some of the retail sectors, which I thought was interesting, given that there is still some sort of lockdown in place in Europe, even if it is easing, and given that there are fears of a second wave.
Yeah, true, but I think, the simple fact that the lockdown measures are lifted already shows that services can become more optimistic. The problem for manufacturing is that will there be a higher demand for good old German manufacturing product, and this depends on will we see a strong increase in China and Asia, and the answer currently no, we won't. So as this is a global shock, I think there is the risk that especially for the German economy, especially for the manufacturing sector, demand will remain sluggish. So therefore, Germany will have to see services improving. So I think this makes sense currently, given that the lockdown measures are gradually lifted.
So given that demand will remain sluggish, if we look at Germany and the path to recovery, we keep throwing out all these letters, V's, U's. One of my favorite recently has actually been a square root shape. Do you think that we will actually get back to the level of economic activity that we were at pre-pandemic, or is that out of the question?
Well, we will get there, but the question is when. I think when you look at the German economy, one big trump card is the government's spending program. So the German government puts 35% of GDP on the table to support the economy. So this should clearly help the German economy. Now, I would currently see the German economy returning to its pre-crisis levels somewhere in the second half of 2022. Other Eurozone countries will take much longer to get back to these levels, but yes, we will return to the pre-crisis levels. But it clearly depends on which sectors will open first, how big is the fiscal stimulus provided by the individual government, and I think there is a high risk in the Eurozone as a whole that the northern European countries will get out, at least initially, stronger and faster out of this crisis than the southern European countries.
Yeah, it's interesting. You bring up the fiscal side. In a joint paper, the leaders of Austria, Denmark, Sweden, the Netherlands reiterated their opposition to debt mutualization. They emphasized that any aid program must have a time limit. Of course, here we're talking about the 500 billion euro economic recovery plan proposed by Germany and France. There were sort of some signals in this, though, that the budget hardliners were edging towards a compromise, including the possibility of grants, though they emphasized the call for a time limit. Do you feel a little bit more optimistic around a compromise with this package, given what we've learned from these countries?
Yes, I do, because I think this is part of the traditional and typical European horse trading. And I think we now have two proposals. It's going to take a long while because it has to be decided unanimously. But I am optimistic that we will get this European Recovery Fund. It will be a mixture, a combination of grants and of transfers. And obviously, it will be temporary. It will be limited in time. But this is also what Macron and Merkel had proposed. But it was interesting this morning. There was one of the group leaders of Merkel's party in German parliament who said there are two main reasons why Merkel's party had this change of heart. Reason one, show European solidarity. Reason two is these southern European countries are important export destinations for northern European countries. So there is also a clear portion of self-interest for the northern European countries to decide on this European Recovery Fund.
Absolutely. And of course, German Finance Minister Wolfgang Schäuble backing that recovery plan adds a key voice to the standoff as well. We'll talk more about that next. Karsten Bajewski, ING Germany chief economist, stays with us. This is Bloomberg.
places that are already built to accommodate not only cars doing what it is that we're asking them to do, but they've even got the little mounds, so all the cars are tilted forward and they've all got a great view.
True diversification. That's what adding commodities exposure to your stock and bond portfolio can help provide. The Bloomberg Commodity Index is the standard for commodity market exposure. 23 traded commodities are represented: agriculture, livestock, metals, and energy. The Bloomberg Commodity Index is the benchmark most widely used by investment professionals globally. Track your commodity investments with a proven financial information partner. The Bloomberg Commodity Index. True diversification.
I'm David Weston. Bloomberg Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience. Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Naira Chehich. In London, Karsten Brzeski of ING Germany is still with us. Karsten, just before the break, we were talking about the €500 billion economic recovery plan proposed by France and Germany, and you said you were perhaps feeling a little bit more optimistic that some sort of compromise might be reached with this. Does that take pressure off the ECB to expand its bond buying in June?
Not really, to be honest, because I think this recovery fund would only become effective as of January 2021. And it's still a long way to go until then. So, and when you look at the ECB's PEPP program, so the pandemic fighting QE program, I think they will run out of ammunition by September, October, because they bought already so much, and then there won't be anything left from the €750 billion. So I think the pressure on the ECB to still step up the size of the PEPP program is huge, and I think they will deliver at the June meeting.
Interesting. And, you know, some looked at the minutes, or the account rather, of the April meeting and sort of saw signals potentially of June stimulus coming then. So you expect perhaps an expansion of the PEPP. What else do you expect out of the June meeting in terms of signaling for future stimulus?
Well, I think the PEPP program and increasing it in size will already be extremely powerful. Clearly shown that the ECB stands ready to support the economy, also to tackle this fragmentation, so an unwarranted widening of spreads between countries' bond yields. And that is one thing. The other thing that we could get is that they move along the Fed way, that they could include also the fallen angels in their QE program, so that they would buy corporate bonds of companies which now have seen the downgrade of their ratings below investment grade. I think that could also be something. And then for the rest, I think it is like for everyone, it's still the June meeting. They will have a fresh round of forecasts, but it's still too early to really tell which scenario will play out for the Eurozone economy.
Yeah, it's interesting. You brought up the fallen angels there and the prospect of buying junk debt. Is that going to be a big priority for the ECB? And what impact could that have in a sort of second-degree effect on spreads?
I think it is a big issue for the ECB, because when you look at some surveys also coming from the European Commission, companies more and more say that access to finance is an enormous pressing problem for them, and it is higher than during the 2008-2009 crisis. So therefore, also going into this fallen angel market could clearly help the Eurozone economy, could clearly help the company. So therefore, I think this is a way forward for the ECB. And then obviously, if they were to go there, we would see a further narrowing of spreads.
Karsten, we've actually got some breaking news that I just want to bring to our viewers. Apologies to break the flow a second, but Lufthansa and the German government, we've got reports coming through, have agreed on an aid package. So this is a red headline just crossing the Bloomberg right now. The German Environment Minister Schulze commenting on the Lufthansa deal, saying that they're confident that the Lufthansa deal is to include the CO2 element. Just want to get your first reaction to this, Carsten, in terms of Lufthansa and the German government agreeing on an aid package. Do you expect to see more of this sort of thing in terms of the German government stepping in to help distressed companies?
I think they are. I mean, this is what they started when they created this the stability fund for German corporate. So they have already reserved 100 billion euro in this economic stabilization fund just to eventually participate in bigger companies, to support bigger companies. So Lufthansa was the first one here. But the longer the crisis lasts, I think the more companies, the more cases we could get in which the German government would then intervene. I think this is clear, and I think also this deal shows how difficult it is. What do you do with the state aid rules? So how big should then the influence be of the government in the corporate strategy? And this entire deal took, I think, a couple of weeks now to really get it done. But yes, we could see other companies following.
Carsten, just a very quick question on the euro, which has been fairly range-bound through all this. Given what you've said about expansion of ECB stimulus in June, and that you're a little bit optimistic on some compromise on fiscal stimulus, where do you see the euro going from here?
Slightly higher. I think clearly if the ECB delivers in June, if also then the Eurozone economy gets slightly out of this crisis somewhat earlier than the US economy, I think we could see a somewhat stronger euro.
Great to have you with us. Thank you so much for joining us today, Carsten Bajewski, ING Germany Chief Economist. And coming up, we'll delve a little deeper into the breaking news that Lufthansa and the German government have agreed on an aid package. This is Bloomberg.
Melinda Gates, thank you so much for joining us on Bloomberg Studio 1.0.
Who shaped my views were the women I talked to.
I think Facebook's how we won in a lot of ways.
Running Microsoft was a ton of fun, and it was
it's kind of inspirational.
This is your weekly review of the most important business news and interviews from Bloomberg Television around the world.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Leanne Gerrans. Let's get the Bloomberg Business Flash. Hertz blames its bankruptcy on the collapse in air travel caused by the coronavirus. That's according to a new filing. The rental car giant says the pandemic devastated its revenue in the first full month after the coronavirus took hold in the US. Hertz's global revenue plunged 73%. Wyndham Hotels says it has now seen 5 straight weeks of increasing demand. CEO Jeff Borlotti told CBS News his mid-scale hotels are operating at about 50% of their occupancy levels. Wyndham's brands include Days Inn, Ramada and Super 8. And that's it, your Bloomberg Business Flash. Naira.
Leanne, thank you so much. Now, as China's move to impose a security law brings volatility to the market, investors still see profitable stocks in China. And by investors, we mean Mark Mobius, Mobius Capital Partners co-founder and partner. He spoke to Bloomberg's Alex Steele about the opportunities in China.
Well, there's no question that the tensions are rising. And of course, these tensions have been going on for quite some time, in the beginning with this trade war and a number of other factors, so that we can't expect to be seeing any let up in this kind of tension. Nevertheless, there are lots of stocks in China that can be purchased that are very profitable and are growing despite all the problems we're seeing. So I think we have to take it stock by stock rather than making a general picture of the Chinese market.
Well, help me understand then how you screen stock by stock and sort of how then that plays into what the government is going to do in terms of stimulus.
Well, number one, we're looking at stocks that are not going to be impacted by a trade war. That's number one. Number two, we're looking at stocks that have a global footprint. So you have many of these Chinese stocks. Well, Alibaba is the obvious one that they have a global footprint in addition to having this incredible market share in China. And then number three, we want stocks that have very, very strong balance sheets. At this stage, we have to have companies that are able to acquire other companies and gain the market by doing so. So those, I would say, would be the characteristics we're looking for in the Chinese stocks.
Can you give me some names? Because all you wind up hearing about with Chinese companies is how much debt they wind up having and how much help they're going to need from the government. So what are these names?
Well, I mean, if, for the normal investor, these big names like I mentioned, Alibaba would be the obvious one. But there are a number of others similar to that would fall into that category. I can't give you the names because we may be buying, so I don't want to be in that position. But generally speaking, any of these names, like Alibaba, like Tencent, these are companies that should be looked at.
Okay, fair enough. If, though, some of those companies, and we can stick with the big ones, like an Alibaba, get delisted from the Nasdaq, for example, because of these trade tensions, does that affect how you think about them at all?
Not really. I mean, I know that Congress is now going to pass a bill about accounting practices. The companies listed in New York have to follow U.S. accounting. That's not going to be any problem for these companies because they already are doing international accounting, and it'd be very easy for them to come up with the right accounting practices. So I don't see that as a big problem. So I think what you've got to see is any problems in the face of sanctions as regards to technology. Now, that's an area where you have to be very cautious. But even there, if you look at a company like TSMC, they'll be able to survive any problems with the market in China, simply because they're a global company and supplying people globally, including many of the U.S. manufacturers.
Are you worried that we're going to see any sort of supply chain shifts that we were already talking about accelerate because of the virus? Or does it not matter as much if you're looking for the right kind of companies that would be more immune to something like that?
Well, this is already taking place. I mean, you must remember, it's not only the American companies that have a supply chain problem, but it's the Chinese companies as well. They have to now look afield out of their own area to find out where they can get their supplies that are not going to be sanctioned by the U.S. in one direction or the other. The interesting thing that's happening is that many Chinese manufacturers are moving outside of China to manufacture in other countries so they can get under the U.S. trade barrier. So that's another thing you have to look for. And we're looking at such companies that are strong in China, but are moving globally and are becoming more of a global supply chain company.
That was Mark Mobius, Mobius Capital Partners co-founder and partner, speaking to Bloomberg's Alex Steele. And of course, they were discussing there the US-China tensions. Despite that, we saw a weekly gain for global equities last week. We see some green on the screen today for Eurozone equities. Of course, UK and US markets are closed for holidays, so there is some thin trading. US futures on the front foot, though. We've seen subdued volatility in treasuries. The cash market is closed today. We were seeing some dollar strength in the Asian session, dollar strength fading a little bit after 2 days of gains, and some green on the screen for oil as well, though it's anchored near $33 a barrel, but a 75% rally for oil markets so far this month. A little bit of risk sentiment so far today. Coming up in the next hour, Christian Schultz, Citi Economics Team Director, will join us on the show. This is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience.
Consistency is more important than volatility.
There's very likely to be a decoupling between the United States and China.
Look, I think the reality is this is highly unusual.
This is a really good example of the intersection of business and government.
Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week. During these uncertain times, we remain committed
to providing the news and data driving global markets.
To make sense of this situation impacting all of us right now.
And while we may look a bit different,
we stand by that commitment. We're here for you. This is Bloomberg.
Cold War, China warns the US that it risks further worsening relations between the two countries. Buyer settles. Bloomberg learns the chemicals giant has reached deals on a substantial number of Roundup lawsuits. The stock trades higher in Frankfurt. And ire and fury. Boris Johnson faces criticism from all sides after standing by his top aide who broke lockdown rules. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Naira Chehich in London. Welcome to the show, everyone. Happy bank holidays if you're in the UK or the US. With those holidays and some markets closed, there's some thin trading, investors balancing the reopening of some economies against the escalation of tensions between the US and China. Perhaps a glimmer of hope from the IFO data in Germany. We'll discuss it all, but first let's get the Bloomberg First Word News with Leanne Gerrans. Hey, Leanne.
Good morning, Naira, and thank you. In Hong Kong, protesters staged their biggest demonstration in months. They rallied against China's dramatic move to crack down on dissent in the city. Police used a water cannon and fired tear gas at demonstrators in the Causeway Bay shopping area. At least 180 people were arrested. China warns that some US politicians are pushing relations between the two countries to a new Cold War. Foreign Minister Wang Yi says the US should give up what he calls its wishful thinking of changing China. He also warned the US not to cross Beijing's red line on Taiwan. Here in the UK, Oxford University has reportedly run into a hurdle while developing a coronavirus vaccine. According to the Telegraph, a decline in the infection rate may make it difficult to prove whether the vaccine is indeed successful. The head of Oxford's Jenner Institute says there is only a 50% chance of coming up with an effective vaccine. Japan is lifting its state of emergency today. It appears to have beaten the coronavirus without placing restrictions on people's movements. Japan also didn't institute mass testing, but its death toll is well below 1,000. That's the fewest among the group of 7 developed nations. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Leanne Gerrans. This is Bloomberg Naira.
Leanne, thank you so much. Let's get a check on the markets. And we are seeing quite a bit of risk appetite in equity markets today. You've got, of course, markets closed in the UK and the US. So there is thin liquidity, but some optimism coming through, despite the fact that we're seeing some escalation of a war of words between the US and China, protests in Hong Kong over the weekend. You're seeing that risk on through Eurostoxx 50, but also through US futures. Equities saw a weekly gain globally last week. The dollar strength that we saw in the Asian session fading a little bit as well, though the dollar holding on to 2 days of gains. And oil also on the front foot. A 75% rally is what we've seen in oil this month. It is a rally that's been fairly capped today, perhaps by the US-China tensions, but still holding above $33 a barrel. Now, speaking of those tensions, China warning that American leaders are potentially pushing towards a new Cold War. Foreign Minister Wang Yi has said that the US should give up its wishful thinking about changing China. He added that the situation is dangerous and could endanger global peace. Tensions have re-escalated between the two countries over coronavirus, trade and Hong Kong. Bloomberg Markets co-anchor Rishad Salamat joins us with an update. Rishad, great to speak to you again. Has anything changed since we last spoke? Of course, we've had these quite fierce protests in Hong Kong over the weekend. Where are we in the security law debate?
We haven't moved very much. We're expecting this legislation really to be rammed through in the annual session of China's legislature. It's effectively got through this. It prevents and punishes any act of secession, sedition, subversion or terrorism in the city that they would deem to threaten national security. Hong Kong protests have won widespread sympathy elsewhere, but it all comes against this backdrop of the worst protest and biggest rally in months, as we've just been hearing in the First Word News. Police deploying water cannons, firing tear gas in Causeway Bay, a major shopping centre, and hundreds of people did gather to oppose this legislation coming out of China. Police saying that rioters threw umbrellas, water battles and other objects at them. There were pitched battles taking place. Now, the thing is, it's not expected to end here, of course. Similar demonstrations are planned for later in this week. This is when Hong Kong lawmakers are set to consider legislation that would punish anyone who disrespects the Chinese national anthem. So it really is a case of perhaps literally doubling down on this. The situation worsening. It is pretty vague, this legislation, very vague on detail, nonetheless being seen as the biggest erosion of Hong Kong's autonomy since China took control of this former British colony in 1997. It's been hugely alarming for foreign businesses, and it's heightening already fraught tensions between Beijing and Washington. Some pro-democracy legislators have come out and said that this really marks the end of Hong Kong as we know it, whereas the pro-Beijing camp are suggesting it's not really going to change very much, that the autonomy that Hong Kong enjoys will endure. So that's where we are currently.
Yeah, and what matters for markets as well, Rish, is how this then translates into US-China relations. China's foreign minister has accused US leaders of starting a new Cold War. What does this mean for the relations going forward? Is there a risk of further tariffs?
I wouldn't rule it out. I can't really comment on that, but from a strictly neutral point of view, we've got China condemning the United States has added some 33 Chinese entities to a trade list. It is a move fundamentally that really deepens these tensions between the two sides. The Chinese foreign minister there, as you said, it's the risk of a new Cold War. The message really out of the U.S. is perhaps more important than this list itself, according to some. It's about, I suppose, the U.S. intention to politicize commercial ties and curb China's technology development and expand its long-arm jurisdiction, as it were, here as well. Now, China did announce it was preparing a blacklist similar to this, but this was in the middle of last year, and that was during the height of the trade war with the U.S., but it actually never said who was on that list. Still, it could be revived. When the U.S. announced further curbs on Huawei early this month, we had press, or should I say, newspapers which are tied and aligned to the Communist Party, suggesting that China would retaliate using that list. The Global Times, for one thing, saying that, according to sources close to the Chinese government, they could include companies such as Apple and Qualcomm in their targeting here, Nira.
Look, the other thing that some people are looking at is yuan volatility potentially increasing with US-China tensions rising. The fixing today on the yuan was at the weakest since 2008, Rish. And in the meantime, you've got economists really going through the fine print of what we got out of the NPC at the end of last week. What's the takeaway in the region of what we might see in terms of more stimulus from China, given what we learned out of the NPC on the economy, away now from Hong Kong?
Yeah, absolutely. And this is an interesting one, because what they did was, in essence, disappoint markets. People were looking for a big bazooka, as it were. Instead, they got a bit of a damp squib. We got economists breaking down that policy document dump, and they arrived at this conclusion that perhaps a softly approach was perhaps more needed, and perhaps that softly approach was needed because they had to hold stimulus measures in reserve. They didn't want to shoot all their bullets in one go, because they wanted to see if this pandemic worsened significantly. People concentrating on the government dispensing also with that explicit target for gross domestic growth. That wasn't a huge surprise. But again, it was, for Western capitals at least, this big headline, a new headline approach to what is happening here in Hong Kong. Nira.
Bloomberg Markets co-anchor Rishad Salamat reporting from Hong Kong. Thank you so much for joining us. And coming up next, Christian Schultz, City Economics Team Director, joins us on the show. This is Bloomberg.
day of risk off across the financial markets. We bring you special coverage of all the price action and implications here on Bloomberg Television.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Naira Chehich in London. Christian Schultz, City Economics Team Director, joining us now. Christian, great to have you with us. Thank you so much for joining us today. A day where we see quite a bit of risk on the screen. Yes, we've got light trading with holidays in the UK and the US, but nonetheless, equity markets, at least to some extent, shrugging off the escalation, the war of words between the US and China that we saw over the weekend, and of course, renewed protests in Hong Kong as well. How much of a renewed risk to the global economy do you see these tensions between the US and China posing right now, particularly as we ramp up to the election in the US as well?
Well, a further breakdown of the international trade order is one of the big risks as economies stop the lockdown and open up again. And there are, of course, others. We know that many companies may be under pressure now. We may see defaults, banking crisis. We may see political crisis in various areas, sovereign debt crisis. I mean, the list of big risks is very long. But one of the ones which are already developing is that countries are renationalizing supply chains, trying to become more autarkic, and that these tensions between the two biggest blocs, China and the US, are resurfacing. Of course, there's one catalyst in that particular risk, which is the election in the US in November. So I guess one hope is that that election will resolve that issue, or at least tone it down somewhat.
Interesting. And this is against a backdrop for a global economy, which you describe as uncertain forecast, uncertain future. So a lot of uncertainty, Christian. Is there anything that you can be certain about in terms of the path to recovery from COVID-19 early on as we are in the process?
Well, I think after a historically bad quarter in 2Q, which we are starting to see in the data, I think one thing we can almost be certain of now is that we also see a historically good quarter in the summer, as we see countries reopening their economies gradually. We're seeing that in parts of Europe, the US. I think we're going to start getting better data already from the May data onwards. The PMIs are inflecting. So I think that the one thing which is certain is after a really big drop, we're going to get historically good data coming through. We've got savings building up for households. Those will be spent. We will see more stimulus. So I think after the bad data, we will see good data. And that is at least one positive, which we're certain.
What do you see driving that good data, Christian? You talked about households building up savings, but there are a lot of people out there who are not convinced that demand by consumers is going to bounce back even with lockdowns easing. And we've kind of already seen evidence of that in China already. So what's going to drive the good data?
Well, indeed, the savings as they sit there on the accounts obviously don't produce any activity yet, and of course we know on the supply side. So on what households can purchase, there will continue to be restrictions, for instance, on restaurants, on many consumer services, where we will continue to have social distancing, concerts, all of these things. So there will be a shift in consumption patterns. Some sectors where the money went so far are not going to benefit. Others online, for example, will benefit. So there will be structural change. Travel is another one which is probably going to be difficult for at least another year, if not more. So there will be shifts in the consumption pattern. But the most important thing is that households regain confidence. And for that, we will inevitably need more stimulus. So far, the fiscal response is geared towards trying to prevent the losses that everybody's facing inevitably, that these turn into a big balance sheet crisis going forward. So the fiscal response is on containing the losses. From here on onwards, the fiscal response will have to shift to stimulating demand, giving households and companies confidence, forcing them to spend. But the good news is the potential is clearly there. Household savings have built up. Now the question is, how do you unlock that? And some governments are already working on temporary VAT cuts, for instance. So I think there will be lots of measures going forward.
What about the view, Christian, that actually the global economic recovery all hinges on the rollout of a vaccine? And until we see that, we're just going to be waiting for a recovery to materialize.
Yes, a vaccine is going to be, the magic key towards a recovery, but it's not the only way of containing the virus. We have had viruses before SARS, obviously in the early 2000s, which just disappeared. So it may well be that the virus is either just disappearing, mutates to something less dramatic. It may just be disappear because of the containment measures. There may be medication. I mean, there's many options other than a vaccine which could restore confidence. We may just have to live with it. I mean, there are virologists and politicians saying that maybe we won't get a vaccine, and the work just can't stop because of that. It will have to continue. So I wouldn't put all my money on a vaccine being discovered and waiting for that for things to normalize. There will be a new normal potentially. It won't be the same as before. That doesn't just apply to this particular risk. As I mentioned, there will be shifts in the patterns of consumption. There will be shifts in what role government plays in the economy. There will be shifts in how companies will of course act. There will be shifts in how central bank and fiscal policy react to crisis. So many things will change. The virus will potentially be one of them.
Yeah. Let's talk a little bit about stimulus then, Christian. Of course, we've all had the weekend to digest what came out of the NPC in China on Friday. What's your assessment of what we're going to see from China in terms of stimulus from here?
Well, it looks like they're not going all in. Our economists on the ground were saying it is a disappointing fiscal response compared to what we had after the crisis in 2008-9, when China really was one of the locomotives of the global economy. This time, they still have to face this issue that there are financial stability risks in the economy. If they go too much towards stimulating the economy, this financial stability risk may be building up again. Of course, the Chinese economy can't, in as far as it depends on foreign demand, just produce as much as it could in the past and hope that foreign demand will take care of the demand bit for it. So they will have to probably wait for how the rest of the world is coming out the lockdown and how demand is developing there. But the main news is, I guess, China is not going to be the kind of locomotive it was right after the 2008 and 2000 crisis.
Yeah, I mean, SocGen have done the work saying that an expansion of around 3% would be required to meet the employment target of 9 million new jobs, where, of course, the NPC did focus much more on the employment picture. If we look as well at the developments in Europe, Christian, over the weekend, you've got Wolfgang Schäuble in Germany coming out in support of the French-German proposal of the COVID-19 recovery plan to the tune of 500 billion euros. Some signs of compromise from the budget austere nations as well. In terms of some work they've put out over the past 24 hours or so. How optimistic are you that the fiscal response in Europe is going to come through with enough strength?
Well, the Eurozone faces two mortal dangers at the moment. One of them is that countries are clearly recovering at different paces, where they're hit to a different extent by this crisis, and they're probably also going to recover to a different extent. So we're going to see big divergence within the Eurozone, and that means national fiscal stimulus is not going to be enough. We need something that transfers wealth from the rich countries to the poor countries and really acts as a stimulus. And in that sense, the proposal from Merkel and Macron is a good step forward. It's clearly not everything that one would have wished for, but it is going in the right direction. The other mortal risk is the German Constitutional Court, which has just issued 2 weeks ago a verdict, which either creates a big constitutional crisis between Germany and the EU, which could end up taking Germany out of the euro, or it really strains what the ECB can do to stimulate the economy and keep borrowing costs of each government under control.
Christian Schulz of Citi, great to have you with us. Thank you so much for joining us today. And still ahead, we'll have details of the German government's bailout of Lufthansa. This is Bloomberg.
Maybe 20 or 30 Hornets when they get into the attack mode, or what has been coined the slaughter mode, will wipe out a colony of 30 to 50,000 honeybees within a few hours. I got stung by an Asian hornet, I would go to the hospital, and I get stung all the time. Their venom on a milligram per kilogram basis is actually less toxic than honeybee venom is. The difference is that they have 7 times the volume of venom as a honeybee does. They're actually very good for pollination and helping with our food supplies. It could have been on a cargo vessel that they came on. It is, in some Asian cultures, considered a delicacy, both the adult and the larva and the pupa. People should not panic, and I know the headlines are great, but we just need to get a handle on exactly how extensive this is.
I was actually poor.
No foreplay?
Eat your bag of Lay's with a smile on your face.
If all the diseases have been taken, I'll take a taxi.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Leanne Gerrans. Let's get the Bloomberg Business Flash. In Germany, the government and Lufthansa have reportedly agreed on a bailout. The word comes from the German news agency dpa. The two sides have been negotiating a $9.8 billion agreement. One sticking point had been a timetable for when the government would sell an eventual stake in Lufthansa. A shake-up's on the way at Aston Martin. Bloomberg has learned that the British sports car maker is set to replace CEO Andy Palmer. The new chief executive will be the head of the Mercedes-AMG Performance division, Tobias Moores. Aston Martin is struggling with debt. Less than 2 months ago, billionaire investor Lawrence Stroll became the company's executive chairman. Bayer has reached verbal agreements to resolve a substantial proportion of the U.S. cancer lawsuits involving the weed killer Roundup. Bloomberg's learned that the deal covers as many as 85,000 of the estimated 125,000 cases. As part of Bayer's $10 billion plan to end a legal battle it inherited when it bought Monsanto back in 2018. And that's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Naira.
Leanne, thank you so much. Well, equities extending the weekly gain that we saw last week. Green on the screen in Europe to the tune of more than 1%. US futures also on the front foot. UK and US markets closed for holidays. The dollar's given up its gains. Oil in the green after 4 weeks of gains and a 75% rally this month. Coming up next, Tom Kimmeth, ABN AMRO senior fixed income strategist, joins us. This is Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Naira Chehich in London. Now, market volatility may continue this week as investors weigh optimism over the gradual reopening of economies against the renewed tensions between Washington and Beijing. Joining us now is Tom Kimmeth, ABN AMRO Senior Fixed Income Strategist. Tom, great to have you with us. If we look at fixed income, government bonds in particular, we've really seen a very small range for treasuries. For April and May, something to the tune of 24 basis points. Do you expect volatility in treasuries and European bonds to pick up at all over the coming weeks?
Essentially, we're just looking forward. There's still quite a lot of optimism, I suppose, in a V-shaped recovery. We still have the opinion that's a little bit too optimistic. There's a bit of unemployment rise that will impact consumption dynamics. And so essentially the treasuries and all European kind of government bond debt will continue to stay well bid. And we don't expect there to be too much volatility on that side at the moment.
So what sort of opportunities are you looking at the moment then?
It's still trying to just pick which champions are going to come through a little bit better. I think at the moment, for example, we have a lot of loans being issued, but that's really going to begin to impact the future inflation dynamics. We're going to get less loan growth from banks, and ultimately we'll have higher taxes, less fiscal spending, and higher unemployment, which will continue to keep government bonds really well. So when we look then into kind of credit, we think, okay, well, let's pick national champions, Northern Europe especially. They've got a bit more space, a bit more ability. And yeah, it's a bit unfortunate that the periphery in the south were impacted both by the corona virus the most, but also their debt dynamics are probably the worst and least likely to respond. So we expect kind of a divergence in the Eurozone recovery, with the north being able to respond a lot quicker, bank lending to be able to be done faster, and ultimately their financial ability is a lot stronger than the south. So that's what we're kind of looking at the moment.
Yeah, and that totally makes sense until you start to think about the ECB potentially expanding its stimulus in June, which some saw signaled in the account of the April meeting. If we see an expansion of PEP and potentially signals, not to mention a move to buy junk debt, Tom, what does that mean for your strategy around the periphery?
In the end, the ECB is kind of in a situation now where it's forced to buy Italian debt. Over the last 10 years, the government debt to GDP of Italy, for example, has gone up about 30%. So it's not purely the coronavirus that's causing the kind of issues we're seeing in Italy. And not only is directly the ECB buying a lot, for example, under QE and PEP, but also indirectly they allow the banks to hold the sovereign debt at 0% risk weight, which is another huge benefit. So in that side, we still have quite a lot of pricing in, and we still think that kind of the debt dynamics of Italy are going to drastically increase over the next few years, maybe up to 165%. And the ECB is essentially just keeping the interest costs lower in the meantime, just because of the huge amount of risk that's having to be taken. So in the end, our base case still assumes that the levels at the moment include a lot of PEP and a lot of actions by the ECB to offset it.
Got it. Okay, so a lot of it might be priced. When it comes to the banks as well, the first quarter was marked by rising provisions, trading losses. The thinking is the worst may be yet to come as banks brace for a severe recession. So what's your thinking around European banks right now, Tom?
Yeah, exactly. I think that's a great way to term it. Essentially, Q1, although provisions did increase, there's still a lot more to come. We've got a huge amount of different accounting methodologies, for example, under holidays that the banks have been able to apply, that essentially you push the provisions to Q2, Q3, which will really begin to hit. So once again, on that side, we're picking banks which are very well capitalized in the north that are prepared for Basel. And then versus the southern peers, which still, I think, have to increase provisions a lot more. Although their Q1 provisions were large, we expect a lot more to be coming through. The labour force is far more dynamic on that side, and tourism will really begin to hit, which will then begin to impact the monetary transmission programme. And that's why, for example, we will see banks taking huge amounts of ECB funding. So on that side, we're picking to quality, trying to stick to GSIBs where possible. I think they're best positioned for the next couple of years. And it's just really trying to alleviate the kind of short-term crisis, the corona impact, but then also look into the longer term with flatter curves, higher regulation, which banks are positioned best for that as well, which both happens to be Northern European banks once again.
Negative rates in the UK, if you expect them to come, the market has started to price more aggressively for them. Harmful or helpful for UK corporates, particularly banks?
It's a great question, because essentially we see now central banks looking towards other ways if interest rates are there. For example, the ECB now really is kind of reaching the limit of interest rates and now decided to pick the lesser of two evils and fund via the banking sector instead, say 1.5 trillion. And that's the big worry, that in the UK, if we do begin to see negative interest rates, it's going to be very hard to kind of get out of it. And the negative consequences on insurance companies and pension funds really becomes accelerated. So the one worry we do see is that if every central bank begins to keep cutting, you then run out of space, and then you begin to have to start taking credit risk, which we see on the ECB side. So in the short term, the small negative interest rates do provide a boost, do help alleviate some issues, but when it becomes like 4 or 5 years onwards, then it really begins to start negatively impacting the world.
Tom Kimmeth of ABN AMRO, great to have you with us. Thank you so much for joining us on the show. Now let's get the Bloomberg First Word News with Leanne Gerrans. Hey, Leanne.
Good morning, Naira, and thank you. In Hong Kong, protesters are vowing to stage more demonstrations this week. They held their biggest rally in months after China announced plans to crack down on dissent in the city. Police used tear gas and a water cannon against demonstrators in the Causeway Bay shopping area. At least 180 people were arrested. Today, China insisted the new legislation would not change Hong Kong's legal system. Now, the US will prohibit the entry of most non-citizens arriving from Brazil. The country now has the second highest number of coronavirus cases in the world. Restrictions don't apply to the flow of commerce between Brazil and the US. Here in the UK, lawmakers from all sides are publicly attacking Prime Minister Boris Johnson's top aide. Dominic Cummings broke the lockdown rules and travelled 250 miles to seek care for his 4-year-old child. That happened at a time when he was supposedly self-isolating with coronavirus symptoms. Johnson calls his aide's actions sensible and defensible. And Boston Fed President Eric Rosengren expects companies to start receiving money through a central bank program. That's within 2 weeks. The Main Street lending program is part of the emergency effort aimed at keeping credit flowing. It's designed to provide up to $600 billion in credit to small and medium-sized companies. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Leanne Gerrans. This is Bloomberg Naira.
Leanne, thank you so much. Now, coming up, Lufthansa's bailout. The German government is said to have reached an agreement with its flag carrier for a rescue package that could be worth €9 billion. More details next. This is Bloomberg.
In San Francisco, a lot of tech action today.
Our top stories this morning in D.C. and
the Dow and the S&P.
Shall we? So the euro on a 7-day
sizable moves in the currency market, which is down 0.5%.
We begin in the oil patch. Saudi Arabia.
Brent crude pretty much unchanged.
Welcome to Bloomberg, the First Word Asia.
U.S. and Japan duke it out over exchange.
China's slumping onshore bond market is great.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Neera Chehich in London. Now, Germany's government and Lufthansa have reportedly agreed on a bailout. That's according to German news agency DPA. The two sides had been negotiating a $9.8 billion agreement. Bloomberg's Richard Weiss joins us from Frankfurt. Richard, really great to have you with us. Just tell us what we know so far about this rescue package.
Well, at the moment, we're relying a bit on our friends from DPA for details, but a lot of the building blocks have been in place for a couple of days. You mentioned the size. This is almost $10 billion, one of the biggest corporate bailout packages in German history. That's one thing. The other thing, and that has been one of the stumbling blocks in the past, is that the government will most likely get a stake in Deutsche Lufthansa. And the company went through a difficult privatization process a couple of decades back. So they are really not keen on that kind of stake, and they want the government ideally to be back out again as soon as possible once this is over. So that has been some of the points that management and the providers of financial support, the governments of a total of 4 countries, have been discussing about in the past couple of weeks.
Right, and we understand that a key committee is to meet later today to formalise the rescue package. What can we expect beyond that, Richard?
Yeah, there's an actual committee, most likely meeting later today, and the final details, how large will the government stake be, what kind of convertible bond, if any, will be involved, how much dilution will existing shareholders face. All these details should be formalized probably later today, and we may have all the details by end of day tonight. But as we speak, these discussions are probably still going on, and you can imagine they are difficult discussions because in the end it's not only management of Lufthansa with their ideas and needs trying to stay liquid and survive as the most urgent one, and the government, but it's also a whole set of governments, including Austria, Switzerland, and Belgium, involved because the Lufthansa Group owns airlines in all these countries.
Yeah, and look, what Lufthansa could be facing beyond this, Richard, is years of depressed demand. So what are we looking at in terms of the airline? What does this airline look like 2 years from now?
It will definitely be smaller than today, but Lufthansa is one big monster. They have 760 aircraft at the moment. By number of aircraft, that's the biggest airline group across Europe, and only the big 3 in the US are even bigger than Lufthansa. So they're also, in terms of traffic, as the industry calls it, revenue, passenger kilometers, they're also the biggest in Europe. So that probably 2019, with that fleet and that market position, was probably the heydays for Lufthansa, and they will shrink from here. The CEO has given an indication that they will be possibly about 100 aircraft smaller once the aftermath of this pandemic has been digested. But he also warned at the same time that they could be 200 or even 300 planes smaller for the next 2 or 3 years to come. That is, until that depressed demand slowly over the years gets back to quote-unquote normal levels. So definitely we will see a smaller and more nimble, ideally, Lufthansa, and the other actors in this difficult situation. Also, of course, the company's rivals. Other airlines have already said that they will challenge whatever aid Lufthansa may be getting because they fear distortion of the market. I mean, we all know, like, when governments get involved, it can get messy, and in aviation, there's not a level playing field. And the European Commission also has to okay things.
Yeah. Well, that's exactly where I was going to go next, Richard, in terms of the European Commission. You've already outlined some of the potential stumbling blocks, the issues that have come to light as we were building up to this. How are they going to square that circle, Germany and Lufthansa, with the European Commission?
They have to make sure it doesn't violate any of the rules and regulations within Europe, and they have to take into consideration the rival views. The problem is a lot of the countries within Europe have had different approaches in handing out government money. In France, not so much of an issue. The Dutch and the French government have been holding stakes in Air France KLM for years, so that company is used to it and used to living with it. In the UK, a lot of the government support was pretty much handed out with no strings attached, but in Germany it's different. I mean, the German government, their needs are, of course, to keep Lufthansa afloat. They also want their money back, but they also want carbon dioxide emission reductions. They want fewer inner German flights. They motivate more people to switch to railways for shorter trips, while Lufthansa management wants, of course, a package allowing it to survive, literally, quite literally, but also the government to sell its stake as quickly as possible once this is over. And aside from that, a government intervening with its strategy as little as possible at all. So these things have to be squared in a way that also rivals can live with it, and the European Commission will sign off on it.
Great to catch up and great work. Thank you so much, Bloomberg's Richard Weiss. Now, up next, another deal. This time it's Bayer reaching a verbal agreement resolving lawsuits over use of its Roundup weed killer. We'll bring you the details next. This is Bloomberg.
Commodity investing is more than buying gold and oil. From coffee and corn to cattle and natural gas, many sectors drive the commodity markets. And the Bloomberg Commodity Index covers them all. With exposure across 23 traded commodities, Bloomberg is the standard for diversification in commodity markets. With full transparency, measure and monitor your investment performance against the benchmark used by commodity professionals globally. More than gold and oil. The Bloomberg Commodity Index.
Yet another day of risk off across the financial markets. We bring you special coverage of all the price action and implications here on Bloomberg Television.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Leanne Gerrans. Let's get the Bloomberg Business Flash. Hertz blames its bankruptcy on the collapse in air travel caused by the coronavirus. That's according to a new filing. The rental car giant says a pandemic devastated its revenue. In the first full month after the coronavirus took hold in the US, Hertz's global revenue plunged 73%. Wyndham Hotels says it has now seen 5 straight weeks of increasing demand. CEO Jeff Bellotti told CBS News his mid-scale hotels are operating at about 50% of their occupancy levels. Wyndham's brands include Days Inn, Ramada and Super 8. Bain Capital is preparing a second round bid to buy Virgin Australia. The alternative asset managers among 4 bidders shortlisted for the airline. Virgin Australia collapsed in April after years of losses and the plunge in global travel demand. And that's a Bloomberg Business Flash. Naira.
Leanne, thank you so much. Now, Bayer starting to resolve its legal problems. According to Bloomberg sources, the German healthcare and agricultural giant has reached verbal agreements to settle a significant proportion of its US cancer lawsuits. The deals are part of Bayer's plan to end a costly legal battle over the use of its Roundup weed killer. Joining us now on the phone to discuss is Tim Lowe, our European consumer reporter who covers the company. Tim, congratulations on the scoop and great to catch up again. So what do we know in terms of this being a sign that the Roundup saga is coming to an end for Bayer?
Yeah, thanks a lot. Well, it's a sign of progress in the steps. Absolutely. It's not obviously the finish line, but for a long time, this metastasizing caseload of plaintiffs in the U.S. suing them over the Roundup, it seemed like it was just a mountain that kept getting taller. And now the buyers managed to, obviously, over the months, stop going to court in new trials. And these talks have been going on and on and on. But there was not a lot of clarity as to how far along they were in the talks, whether they were close to a resolution, how much it was going to cost. So our reporting today shows that they have indeed made lots of progress. There could be an announcement coming in the coming days, early June, and that there still remains work to do, though. There's tens of thousands of other cases that aren't subject to verbal agreements yet.
And look, Bayer's shares certainly reacting positively. Best performer on the Stock 600 today, up 8.5% right now. You mentioned the estimated number of lawsuits, Tim. Why is that significant?
Until now, Bayer has only cited the number of cases that have been officially served in the U.S. And as of April, the most recent number they gave, the number was 52,500. We're reporting that there are actually 125,000 cases that need to be addressed in these talks. So that's another 75,000 cases that have not been officially filed. A lot of them are subject to some sort of agreement with Bayer. They're full-on cases that just haven't, officially been put in the books. But they're equally important in terms of these talks. That number is quite big, and we haven't had a lot of clarity on that. So it kind of captures the whole size of the Roundup universe.
Right. In terms of clarity, Tim, one thing that was clear last month was that 93% of shareholders gave their support to Bayer CEO Werner Baumann, kind of amid signs that Bayer might soon reach a resolution on this issue. How confident are shareholders in Baumann going forward, though, in terms of the rest of the strategy?
Yeah, it's a good question. So that in itself was a big achievement for him. The previous year, so last April, he did not win that confidence vote, which was unprecedented in corporate Germany. And so this was certainly a better showing. 93%, while it sounds high, is actually not as high as most German CEOs typically get. So there's a little bit of stress there. But it really does show that investors thought, okay, last year we were very upset about this Monsanto thing. You've listened to us. You've made some of the steps. We're going to give you the benefit of the doubt now, but you need to see this through to completion. And then once that happens, then